ever attended as a new dentist.
Very practical things that you can incorporate into your everyday life. Really not just business, but it's going to be personal too. He left us.
I will take away at least 12 or 13 strategies that I want to incorporate into my practice, and quite a few that I'd like to incorporate into my home. Dr. Gupta is an excellent speaker, and he did a really good job.
I hope to see you all at the next dental festival put on by Smiles at Sea on land. And you know what? Pretty soon, we'll take the ship off the dock and we'll get back to sea. But for now, we're gonna worry about throwing the best events in the entire industry. And I want you to join us at the next dental festival. Thank you.
Right now, I'm going to take my Studio 88 hat off. I'm going to take my marketing, speaker, consultant hat off. And I want to tell you, your story is worth it. It's valuable, it's significant. And I know like in the day-to-day that's really hard to see sometimes. But then every now and then I get this glimpse of the movie of my life that plays in front of me. And I go, this is amazing. There's something so significant there. It's special. And I know you see the starts and the stops. You see the dead ends. But I want to tell you today that if you judge it, you'll break it before it turns into something beautiful. Your story is worth it. Your story is valuable. The world needs your story.
Hey everybody, it's Elijah again, and I just wanted to talk to you all about this amazing new CBD product line that we have called Life. For those of you who don't feel comfortable having CBD in your practice yet, we also have an ultra hydrating Life spray. We're super excited to bring it to Dentistry. And here's the really cool thing. Many of you may be out there thinking, you know what, I don't know much about CBD, but I want to learn more. We want to have you get a free hour of continuing education to have one of our educators teach you all about bringing your office into the CBD world. Thank you so much, and please check us out.
They said it couldn't be done.
Run your own practice?
And manage your front office?
Impossible!
But they are fools.
Begin!
It took years of training.
No shows! Cancellations! Do not file the form! Be the form! Send me a message with your mind! They can hear it when you smile!
But it all led here to become the ultimate dental professional.
Dude, you could have just got Casper.
Or you could just get Casper. Finally, your dental management all in one.
Hello?
Doctors, are you ready to have FOMO? That's fear of missing out. If you're ready, I want you to watch this testimonial. And the next testimonial, it should be you.
Hey everybody, I want to give a quick shout out to Driven Dental Implant Marketing and the whole team there. Just closed an upper and lower full arch case, 1 month into the brand new VPA program. So patient walked in, $53,000 personal check today. It's a hell of a Wednesday, let me tell you. I've been with Driven Marketing for 3 years now, and I'm telling you, I am loving the new VPA program and the way it integrates with Smile Virtual. Between Smile Virtual and the VPA program, and just doing this for a month, I've closed over $100,000 in dentistry. So I cannot thank you all enough.
Say that I'm wasting my time, 'cause I don't wanna have the life that you do. You tell me I'm crossing the line, 'cause I don't wanna fall in line with your views. No, I won't sit here looking pretty for the photo. Won't wait for you to save me while you tell me I'm lost and confused, 'cause I'm not listening to all of your rules. We might be young, you tell me we ain't good enough, when really you're just out of touch. We might be young, we might be too much, but we're not gonna shut up and smile for the camera.
Hi, all you dental peeps out there at Smiles at Sea. It's Ann Duffy, and I'm here to say congratulations to all of you that entered the contest for Dental Tank. I wish you all the best. I want to honor you by giving you a spread in our fall edition of Dental Entrepreneur Magazine. 12 of you will have 125 words to talk about your business, share your logo, your vision, and your dreams. And then second thing I want to say is to all of you women out there, all of you females in dentistry, please check out Dental Entrepreneur Woman. We're fab, we're for you, we're about you, and we are by you. Check out our new website, dew.life, join our membership. Know that we are here to inspire, empower, connect, and highlight all women in dentistry. You are welcome here. Have a great time, everybody. I love you with all my heart, and I'll see you in October.
I hope to see you all at the next dental festival put on by Smiles at Sea on land. And you know what? Pretty soon, we'll take the ship off the dock and we'll get back to sea. But for now, we're gonna worry about throwing the best events in the entire industry. And I want you to join us at the next dental festival. Thank you.
Meet Abella, your dental practice's new best friend. Abella helps you collect more past due balances faster by offering patients a superior experience to paying online, giving practice owners, office managers, and patients another reason to smile. Abella, the accounts receivable solution.
Patient Fi, the patient-friendly financing platform. With Patient Fi, there is absolutely no risk to apply. Patients can now see what they qualify for through a fast, simple 100% soft inquiry process. Our transparent application provides patients with clear, understandable terms and customized repayment options tailored to their budget. We give your practice the ability to market procedures on a monthly payment plan. And Patient Fi offers a variety of plans with an early repayment feature of 0% promotional financing with no retroactive interest penalties. Our seamless practice portal allows practice administrators and coordinators to easily manage all applicants. Patient Fi can help. It's time for patients to be as happy with their financing decision as they are with their procedure. Patient Fi, redefining the patient financing experience for good. Enroll today and become a Patient Fi practice.
Protect your dental practice with the Aerosol Assist. The number one reason dental professionals miss work is due to respiratory infections. It is important now, more than ever, that all procedures have aerosol suppression in place to not only protect you, but your staff, family, and patients. The Aerosol Assist provides up to a 90% reduction of aerosols in every chair. Any procedure where standard HVE is used can be upgraded to include aerosol reduction. The Aerosol Assist is autoclavable and fits into a standard sterilization pouch. It can be used in any operatory with a standard saliva ejector. With integrated comfort features, it is compatible with patients who have TMJ, missing teeth, malocclusion, and severe gag reflex. The Aerosol Assist leverages both dedicated aerosol suppression and saliva evacuation. Protect your dental practice with the Aerosol Assist.
Hi everyone, my name is Martel Koch. I'm the founder of Brown Girl RDH, which is a nonprofit organization promoting cultural diversity within the dental hygiene profession. Each year, Brown Girl RDH awards 12 deserving students with scholarships ranging from uniforms all the way up to tuition. Last year alone, Brown Girl RDH was able to provide students with $50,000 worth of scholarships, and we awarded 16 students. Out of those 16 students, 6 of them got tuition scholarships. This year, we're hoping to kick off this fundraiser right here at Smiles at Sea and to match $50,000 in scholarships for students for 2021. We've already kicked off our scholarship fund with $10,000. I'm super excited. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Thank you for donating, and I'll see you guys around. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hey, I'm Corey Pinniger, and I'm the CEO of Callforce, and we are dental scheduling professionals. One of our services is overdue patient recall. We go into your practice management software and we pull the report of your overdue patients from when they're overdue to 36 months after they're overdue. We then take this list, and from 5 to 7:30 your time, we have a dedicated person who calls on your practice from your phone number and reaches your patients and let them know that the doctor and the staff know they're overdue and that they're concerned and they would love to get them back on the schedule. This is an extension of your office where we are scheduling according to your needs. Website chat is new and interesting within dental. 9% of dental practices in the United States actually have a managed chat on their site. Now the problem is when you install website chat and you add it to your front desk or a team member, they also are wearing 5 to 10 other hats. They may be with a patient or on a phone call when a patient engages with that chat. And so it's important that you have a team that is ready to take these opportunities, give them an amazing experience, and convert them into patients on the schedule. And that's what we do at Callforce. We are your dedicated team that manages your chat, that understands the scripting and the verbiage, and works to get as many opportunities on the schedule as possible.
Over 2,000 dentists and 800 practices have moved to CareStack to simplify, modernize, and digitize their practices.
I'm Whitney Weiner, the founder of Whole Dental Wellness. Struggles that we've had has been moving out of historic software. We've purchased 3 existing dental locations that have all been on different softwares, none of which were cloud-based. So really partnering with CareStack, what it's allowed us to do is move to one centralized cloud-based system. The ability to go home in the evening, put the kids to bed, and then really dial in, get the pulse of the day, look at KPIs, and really look at our analytics dashboard, see how we're doing, see where the holes are, and look for simple means to improve. That's been monumental.
Our tribe is growing, and we want you as part of the CareStack family. Schedule a demo today.
Hey everybody, my name is Elijah Desmond and I am the CEO, founder, and captain of Smiles at Sea. Clearly the ship has docked So we're throwing the Dental Festival in Miami this year. We're super excited, but first off, I want to tell you why our events are different. I want to go ahead and tell you, I am a dental hygienist, and I was tired of going to dental events, 2-hour continuing education courses after work, or just regular events where I felt like everybody was kind of like stiff and we were learning, but there was like no fun. And I decided I wanted to put the fun back in dentistry. So why not bring all that fun energy and put it in education? So I wanted to essentially take dentistry and I wanted to humanize it. I wanted to make it to where it's okay not to come into the classroom with a tie on and make it to where you could go to the beach and learn. I wanted to make it to where you can have an event afterwards and have drinks and nobody look down on you. I wanted to make it so you could dance the night away and there'd be nothing wrong with it. And you get up the next day and you go to class. You go to class and you learn from the top educators in the world. I wanted to create an environment to where after the day of learning, you actually are able to celebrate with all of your peers and have these amazing events. So we've created things such as the Havana pool party, okay? A costume party, a casino night, a black tie event. We give out $25,000 of prizes. We have events that are tuxes and gowns and red carpet. We have events that are fun with DJs, loud music, drinks, right? We have so much fun, but I want to show you some footage of our past events so you can actually see it for yourself. Check this out. So that's just a piece of what Smiles at Sea is all about. So I talk a lot about fun, but here's another thing besides the fun. There's networking. See, oftentimes when you go to many big conferences, what happens is that you go and you hear this famous speaker who's wrote the books or wrote these articles and you really look up to, and then they're gone. At my events, what happens is that those people that are the speakers, that are the influencers, they actually stay and come to these huge networking events with you, and you get to know them. And they're some of the most kind, amazing people that you will ever meet. Those people are at my events at the Dental Festival. So I'm extremely excited for you to come and for you to join us. Now let's talk about the education. Some people just get continuing education just to get it, right? You've got 50, 60 hours of continuing education and you only may need, say, 12 hours of CE or 20 hours a year. Well, here at Smiles at Sea, you have the ability to get 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 20 hours as much as you need. And we offer a variety of education. It doesn't matter if you're a hygienist, a dentist, an assistant, a front office rock star, big shout out Laura Hatch. We have something for everyone on the team. And you know what else is awesome? We actually have events at nighttime that we encourage people, if they want, they can bring their spouse and they can be a part of our dental community. At Smiles at Sea, we do not just have a dental conference. We have built an entire experience. It's kind of like an adult camp, right? When you were a kid, you went to camp and you had the memories of your life there at camp. This is like an adult version. I would call it a dental camp, but we call it a dental festival. These are memories that you will never forget. You will hold on to for the rest of your life, and you will come back year and year again. So I hope to see you all at the next dental festival put on by Smiles at Sea on land. And you know what? Pretty soon, we'll take the ship off the dock and we'll get back to sea. But for now, we're gonna worry about throwing the best events in the entire industry. And I want you to join us at the next dental festival. Thank you. I hope to see you all at the next dental festival put on by Smiles at Sea on land. And you know what? Pretty soon, we'll take the ship off the dock and we'll get back to sea. But for now, we're gonna worry about throwing the best events in the entire industry. And I want you to join us at the next dental festival. Thank you.
It's true, dental CE has grown stale, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Dr. Miles Cohn. Let me introduce you to Catapult Education.
We've got some fresh new young talent doing some things that I know you haven't heard before.
1, 2, 3, listen.
This and more can be found at catapulteducation.com, where you can learn to thrive in a dynamic and evolving dental market.
What's going on, guys? My name is Jerem Dastrup, and I'm the Director of Influencer Marketing at Dental Intelligence. For those that don't know who we are, it's really simple. We are the #1 software for tracking, managing, leading, and growing your practice. Now, we're going to have a lot of time together over the next few days. So I invite you and your teams to come visit me and my team at our booth. Give us the opportunity to show you the simple features and applications that will only make your life easier and your patient care better. Come check us out. We look forward to talking to you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Brett Gilbert here for the Dental Mental Network. I'm here to share with you this incredible organization that has been formed to help support the mental emotional wellness of dentists, dental hygienists, and the entire dental team. We realize that our profession is full of stressors, creating anxiety, creating depression in many cases, and we see an uptick in suicide rates in our profession historically, but especially since COVID-19. So we are here to provide a support system, a community, a vessel of safety where dentists can discuss their issues, can learn more about how to help themselves, how to help others that are in their area, in their profession, in their family, and be able to provide this community to create a place of support, of of love, and of wellness. So we hope that you'll join our group, but we wanted to make clear that mental emotional wellness is something that we should all be talking about, something we should all be mindful of, and that's why we're here. So thank you so much, and we hope that you'll join our group.
This is a great company to be in. I'm so excited to be here.
And I will apologize if I don't make great eye contact, but Elijah's shoes just keep pulling me in. Like I just keep looking at the red shoes. It's really hard not to look at that. So
I almost didn't make it. I was on the flight last night and there was a medical emergency and that patient was me. And I signed a waiver. I was like, just get me to the destination. So I'm here today and I'm grateful to be in front of all of you.
I want to talk to you guys specifically about a program that we have, a part of our nonprofit called Guys with Ties. So our motto is look good, feel good, do good.
Care Mobile provides comprehensive concierge mobile dental services, which means we come to your home and do root canals, extractions, whatever you need right in the comfort of your driveway. We actually provide licensing opportunities for dentists or hygienists that would like to mimic our model. The goal of Care is to eradicate dental deserts.
We didn't want to design something that was going to add a whole bunch of work to the workflow. We also wanted to design something that was easy to implement throughout all of your procedures.
I really feel that the best dental product is one that can be given as a recommendation from a dental professional. You know, when your hygienist says, boy, you could really do a little bit better here, you should try this, people listen.
This is going to be the future of dentistry. This is going to be the future for both the dental offices and the dental professionals. Basically what we've done is we've created an opportunity for these dentists, whether you be corporate or private practice, to book a professional as you need them.
Now we can all see there's a massive talent inefficiency in the dental marketplace. And the idea kind of goes something like this, is that if you could just borrow the talent you needed for your practice, you get much closer to reaching its full potential.
This is actually in the best interest of our patients because our patients, when they're referred out of our buildings, don't get treatment done. So by what you're really doing, instead of having specialists in alternative facilities, you could give a new pathway for specialists to be able to operate their careers simply being paired up with the right people. So I think it's a genius approach, Alex.
I feel that it's a blessing, really, because it wasn't anything that I started to do. It's just my nature to want to help and to make a change, regardless of any monetary value.
We have the technology, we have the team, and with your help, we're one step closer to fulfill our mission to save everybody's smiles.
Our goal is to work with all of them. And really that's what Dentaloo is about, is just providing a platform where all different companies, especially if they have the best interest of dental professionals at heart, be able to participate together. So we're not looking, I was looking for one of those where all the sharks come in together. And, it looks like we got that.
We want to be the guys that build you what you need and offer it for you at a fair and convenient and consistent price. We want to build the best customer support team. We want to have the quickest and fastest onboarding. We want to be able to be there for our dentists. If something like COVID happens, we want to tell them it's okay. We're going to take care of it for the 3 months that you're closed. We got your back. When you're there for people, when you have people's back, when people feel like you're really there to support them, you're going to become unstoppable.
There's a lot of powerhouses out there that are killing it. But the way I see things, there's a lot of talent in the dental space that's being underutilized. And so where I see ourselves is being that conduit for all of them to find work, to make money, to build their careers.
You know, we have the dentists back. It's all about supporting the community. It's all about being built by dentists, the dental community for the dental community, funded by the dental community.
I've been developing medical devices for companies for over a decade, and I've always been telling them, dude, you find something that we could do better, tell me, we can redesign it, we can make it better, and we got a business.
Dentistry is the most important healthcare provider in the world, hands down.
My name is Elijah Desmond, and I'm the Vice President of Beyond the Game, and I am super excited to bring what is happening all over the country into your personal city. I want to introduce the organization Beyond the Game as an organization that allows you as a dentist, as a dental professional, to be a mentor or sponsor for your local elementary schools with the Guys with Ties program. You will actually get to go into these schools and interact as a male dentist that is giving these young kids a perfect example. You know, some kids, they don't grow up with a father figure. They don't always know the right thing to do. But since you are a dentist, you are a doctor, you are a professional, essentially, people look up to you. And when I seen the opportunity as a dental professional myself to involve my industry in such a good cause, teaching young men to be men and good upstanding citizens, I thought it made sense to bring in the Guides with Ties program and make you a sponsor / mentor of the Guides with Ties program. But there's nobody that can explain what this program is better than the founder of Beyond the Game, Devin Jordan himself.
Thanks, Elijah. My name is Devin Jordan. I'm the president of Beyond the Game, assistant football coach at the University of Akron. And we started Beyond the Game in 2016 and adopted the Guides with Ties program. It's a special program for third grade boys. We teach them leadership skills, how to be gentlemen, and just trying to be good in their community. Our motto is look good, feel good, do good. We teach them important subjects, talking about how to tie a tie, how to shake a hand, how to look someone in the eye and introduce yourself, dining etiquette, how to be kind. And like I said, at the end of the day, being leaders in their school and the community. It's been a tremendous program we've started, and we've had tremendous impact on the community in the state of Ohio, growing from in 2016, starting with only 30 boys, and now impacting over 300 boys in Ohio. We have impacted the program starting this year in the states of Kentucky, Florida, and Arizona. So we've had tremendous impact with our program. Boys, we've seen great things, great growth, and we're looking for more help to kind of continue this program to impact the young lives, the foundation of our youth. And like I said, we want to continue to teach our boys look good, feel good, and do good. Okay, all right. What about you?
I want to be you.
You want to be me? Thank you for that.
To me, treatment recall is one of the most important things within the dental industry, because unscheduled treatment is this ginormous pile of opportunity that sometimes is not converted into work. And so you need a system where you're following up on what was supposed to be scheduled but has not been yet. And that's where CallForce comes in. We have a team of dedicated dental professionals who are here to schedule your patients whether they have fear over the appointment or financial concerns. Now, what's cool about what we're doing here is we're calling from 5 to 7:30 your time, when patients are twice as likely to be home. And so what's important is they actually have time to interact, ask questions, and to get scheduled. And so our team does this from your phone number, and we book it into your practice management software according to the doctor's schedule. So when you walk in the next day, a patient is taken care of, and the doctor's production is increased.
My name is Coach Jordan. You can call me Mr. Jordan or Coach Jordan. I run a nonprofit called Beyond the Game, and we wanted to start the Guides with Ties program here at GIVE. So I'm really excited about it, and I really hope you guys are too. Guides with Ties is the leadership group for young men. Okay, we want you guys to strive to be leaders in the school and leaders in the community. We want to teach you guys how to be gentlemen, okay, and understanding that we all are a family. We obviously want to dress for success.
I went over to Asia on a mission trip a few years back. To that trip to take care of people that were medically in need. Be kind to everybody. And random acts of kindness.
Look good, feel good, and do good. Okay, that's our motto. Okay, so as we kind of progress through this Guys with Ties program, we want to make sure you guys are leaders in your school, leaders in your community, all right, and doing good to others to make them feel good so the world's a better place, okay? Are you guys excited about the program? You guys excited about the program? That's cool. We got some really cool things planned for you, all right, in the next couple months.
I'm not a dentist, but real dentists tell me that Casper is the You know what else is the Free giveaways. That's why when you sign up for a Casper demo, you'll be instantly entered into our high-stakes giveaway.
And what are the prizes there, handsome man?
I'm glad you asked. Third place wins a free iPad. Here you go, little boy. Casper loves themselves so much that second prize is going to be 6 months free Casper. That's a $3,000 value.
What? No, we're not.
It's already done. They're no dummies. Casper knows that cash is king. That's why our first place winner is going to walk away with $5,000.
$5,000?
Nobody walks away empty-handed. Just sign up for a Casper demo and we'll give you a $50 Amazon gift card and 1 month free.
No more giveaways! No more giveaways! We're broke!
Roll the thing. Welcome to the team.
This is Dr. Josh Brower, and I'm here to talk to you today briefly about the Smiles at Sea meeting that's coming up in April in Miami. I'm going to be there, and one of the speakers that's going to be there is Legally Mine. I'm talking to you about Legally Mine because I'm actually a customer. I had heard their presentation in San Diego at an implant meeting a couple years ago, and it seemed, like the real deal, but sometimes it's too good to be true. So I waited, and two of my friends, Dr. Sam Lee and Dr. Linda Selby, signed up for their program. I waited about a year to see if it was working for them, and then I called them, and they both said it was very legitimate, and it was working. What Legally Mine is all about is getting rid of frivolous malpractice suits before they happen, keeping your name off the National Practitioners Data Bank, and then also taxing strategies. And I hope that you do come to the Smiles at Sea program in April so you can hear what they have to say, and I can tell you, because I'll be there, what they've been doing for me. Thank you very much.
To be a high-level dental professional, you've got to communicate with two things: clarity and inspiration with your patients, your team members, and audiences. And LionSpeak can help you do just that. If you want to convert more shoppers, insurance callers, and cancellations to appointments without some hokey script, LionSpeak can help you fill your schedule, get better, and be you. And if you're tired of all the gossiping, complaining, and blaming around your office, LionSpeak can help you build a dream team of professionals that are accountable, positive, and in alignment with your vision. And if you're a speaker, a trainer, or a product representative, you just simply can't afford anymore to be boring, nervous, or ineffective. LionSpeak can help you become confident, engaging, and interesting from the stage. You don't need scripts, and you don't need some long, complicated training program. You just need LionSpeak, where we have communications mastered.
Hey everybody, many of you are dental professionals and you're looking for other opportunities to make an income outside of the clinical operatory. Well, here at Life, we're actually bringing on dental professionals to teach the science between CBD and things such as xylitol, essential oils, etc. Now, if you are interested in becoming an educator and going around to offices and giving continuing education, we would love nothing more than to speak to you. Please reach out to us and we would love to bring you on our Life Educator team. Thank you.
Could you use more fee-for-service new patients? Do you want to know how over 5,000 dentists have increased their new patients by an average of 42%, leading to more than $750 million in additional revenues? They attended the MGE New Patient Workshop. This is a live virtual CE course where we give you 20 specific ways to attract high-quality new patients, many of which are low-cost or even cost-free. This is how thousands of dentists have acquired more new patients that want quality dentistry. And these same dentists have been able to drop low-paying insurance plans while adding value to their practices. And now, you can attend online from the comfort of your home or practice. And it has a money-back guarantee for up to 6 months after the workshop date. So if you don't get the results you wanted, you get your money back in full. We're offering Smiles at Sea attendees and those watching this video 50% off the course fee. So go to www.newpatients.net to learn more or call us today at 1-800-640-1140.
At the heart of this holistic experience lies a drive system that was re-engineered from ground up.
With all BIO, we went from a mechanical motor with gears to a frictionless magnetic drive system. This was a real breakthrough for our team. This drive is super quiet, it remains calm in your hand, and at the same time we improve performance. All energy is transferred directly into the tip of the bristles to induce gentle yet effective micro vibrations. They are not only helping with the cleaning action, they also create a surprisingly enjoyable brushing experience.
At Oral-B, we want you to get the most out of your brush. That's why we focused heavily on assisting technologies, such as our smart pressure sensor. The green light shows that you apply optimal pressure, while the red light indicates that you're brushing too hard. This positive reinforcement helps you in achieving cleaner teeth, healthier gums, and of course, a pleasant experience.
We saw a huge opportunity in improving the brushing experience as a whole. But to turn our vision into reality, we knew we had to start completely from scratch. And that's what we did with the new Oral-B IO.
Are you looking to attract new patients now? Are you frustrated by the trickle of new patients that come into your practice? Do you wonder why the money you invest in advertising isn't translating to new patients in the chair? And are you irritated that your competition is attracting more new patients despite having lower quality clinical care? To fix these problems, you must start by knowing your patient attraction score. The higher your score, the more attractive your practice is to new patients, like a magnet to steel. The patient attraction, review, score, and scorecard summary video is often eye-opening and humbling for doctors to watch. We audit your marketing, assign a score, and send you a scorecard summary along with a detailed video explanation that identifies what you are doing well and the opportunities for improvement. For a limited time, request a complimentary, no-obligation review of your practice's marketing and digital performance. Visit newpatientsnow.com/score to request your complimentary patient attractions.
I hope to see you all at the next dental festival put on by Smiles at Sea on land. And you know what? Pretty soon, we'll take the ship off the dock and we'll get back to sea. But for now, we're gonna worry about throwing the best events in the entire industry. And I want you to join us at the next dental festival. Thank you.
Brush better with Plaque HD toothpaste. Plaque HD with Targetol technology is the only toothpaste created by dentists to identify and remove plaque. Using safe, plant-based ingredients, Plaque HD turns harmful plaque green, so you can see where to brush. In a clinical study published in the American Journal of Medicine, Plaque HD was found to be twice as effective at removing plaque as other leading brands. Plaque HD is recommended by over 50,000 offices worldwide and has been featured on CNN, Good Morning America, and many other leading media publications. Attack the plaque with Plaque HD for your most healthy and beautiful smile.
Dentistry's got talent, everybody! Oh man. Dr. Gupta is up here with me on stage as my co-host, and before I even start, I want to say thank you. Thank you at home, thank you in the audience, thank you on Clubhouse for joining in, thank you on YouTube, thank you on Facebook, and thank you on LinkedIn. I want to thank the man above for making this happen as well first. We're so blessed to be here. Here at the Dental Festival in Miami, we are bringing dentistry back. We have 570 people here in Miami right now, and we're going to have thousands of people watching. We have 120 influencers here at this event today. And I'm so honored to share the stage with this man right here, Dr. Gupta. Many of you have seen him all over the internet, through social media, interviewing these amazing influencers. So Gupta, thank you.
You're welcome, Elijah. You know, in October of 2019, prior to that, I spoke a little bit here and there at some dental universities, teaching the D1s, teaching the D4s. Then I came here, and I was totally nervous. You know, Elijah, I'm going to take off the mask. Is that okay with everybody at home? All right.
I'm vaxxed.
So what this did, this conference, back in 2019, I came here, sitting here, not many people knew me, not many people have heard of me. And I gave a talk for 10 minutes, and it completely changed the trajectory of my life. And it's an honor to be up here, able to provide support to one of you who's going to be speaking and chosen as the next Dentistry's Got Talent winner. And so it's an honor to be up here. It's an honor that, Elijah, you asked me to be up here. You changed my life. And so I'm really excited to hear the 10-minute talks from all of you.
And I just want to also give a big shout out to Jamie Amos. He's not here today. But Jamie was a big part of creating Dentistry's Got Talent, and he so graciously helped to get it started and saved the day all the way in Cancun when we broke the internet. I don't know if you all remember that, but we had the largest digital Facebook conference and the internet went down. I'll never forget that day. Just a big shout out to him for all of his contributions, and big shout out to Ideal Practices for doing their thing, and he's focused on that. He's bigger than ever. He's growing, he's soaring over in Puerto Rico, and I just want to, always pay my dues and never forget where I started, and say thank you. Big thank you to my wife, big thank you to my family. Also a huge thank you to the team. We would not be where we're at today at a sold-out event if it was not for my team. The team was so resilient. We do these things on cruise ships, and our cruise was almost sank. And the cruise is on a dock right now. They'll come back in 2022, but it won't be this year, and it wasn't last year. And it was one of the hardest times that I have ever been through in my entire career of dentistry during this pandemic. I'm going to tell you what happened. My team pivoted, and they were resilient, and they stood by me, and I stood by them. Nobody was laid off. Nobody had to go and worry about putting food on the table. And they worked double time for me. And I just thank you guys so much. Everybody on my team, give them a big round of applause. I told myself I wasn't going to break down at all, and there's going to be no tears shed, and I'm going to try to hold that. But if I do, please understand I'm very emotional during this time, and I think vulnerability is important. There's so much that we've all been through during this tough time, and I want to go ahead and give a shout out to the people that are watching online, because you all are first responders. You all are at the front of the line. You all are going through a crisis. You went through a crisis, and you're there, and you're a dental profession, but understand that you are frontline workers. You all are special. You're important, and you showed up. If you're listening right now, I want you to go ahead and comment in the comments below, whether you're looking on Clubhouse, on YouTube, on Facebook, or on LinkedIn. Comment right now, #frontline. #frontline, and here's how we blow this thing up every year. There's this magical button on Facebook, and it's called share. I want you all to, whether you're watching on your phones, on your computers, whether you're walking your dog right now or using the restroom, I want you to click share on this Smiles at Sea Facebook page or the YouTube, etc., and I want you to share it to the dental groups. And I want to also respect these dental groups, if you're listening. Make sure that you know that there's going to be thousands of people sharing this today. And it's okay if you don't allow it, just delete it. But we want to give free CE to the entire industry. We're going to do that with the power of you all, and we're going to share this to the Facebook groups in dentistry and tag your friends. Now, many of you are probably wondering, well, how do I get my CE? I'm sure I didn't even look at the feed, but I'm sure that these feeds are saying, how did I get my continuing education? How do I get it? Well, first off, the time to sign in is not right now. You'll sign in prior to our first course. We will be having 10 hours of free CE between today and tomorrow. But right now, you do not have to worry about signing in. You will be told when you sign in for your CE. Now, many people are probably wondering, they're thinking, man, you got 2 full days. Who's going to be judging these 2 full days? And it's not the same judges as last year, this first round. The first day, we have some amazing new judges, and we'll talk about them here in just a second. How this thing is going to work is that you all get to vote from home on the end of today, and the judges will also be voting for the speakers as well. There'll be a link for you to vote. You will know when to vote. However, what you have to understand is you won't vote until the end. We'll have a viewer's choice from day 1. We'll have a viewer's choice from day 2. And those speakers will make it to the finals. Don't forget to show up for the finals. Now, what you have to also understand is this. Each category of speakers, that means it's a 1-hour course or a 2-hour course, there will be a winner out of each of those categories. Those winners will then speak on the last day in the finals, and that is when we find out who wins this magical belt right here. Also, I want to take this time to thank a couple of our sponsors, but I also want to explain how do you win this big, huge thing of cash that's sitting right here on the stage. Do you see this big thing of cash? Cameras, can we go over there? All right. So that's $5,000 of cash. And you all have the ability to win that big box of cash. Now, how do you win? Well, getcasper.com, meetcasper.com is where you'll go to schedule a demo with Casper. Just for scheduling a demo, you will actually be given a $50 gift card for doing the demo. Now, after the demo is complete and all the demos are wrapped up, there will be a random one dental practice that is selected and be sent this box of cash. That would be something you don't want to get lost in the mail, right? Now, you have to be a dentist or you have to be a team member that brings a dentist with you to qualify. Casper absolutely loves team members, so we didn't want to exclude them, but we wanted to make sure that they brought a team member to the demo. Is there anything else about this demo that people need to know? Okay, they're giving away a free iPad as well for what if you sign up for a demo, and a prize, and 6 months of Casper as well. Remember, this is if you do the demo, they're going to do a drawing for this. It's super exciting. Man, when I seen Kareem's, Dr. Kareem Osman, he's the inventor, the founder of Casper. Let me tell you, one of the best people that I've ever had the pleasure to meet. I'm a people person. I don't really care about the businesses or the products or the services. I care about the people. Immediately, whenever I met Kareem, we had an instant connection, an instant bond because of the human that he is. There's just some really good people that exist. I think you know many of them. I would encourage you to get to know him at some point. You will be so blown away from Kareem. Now, Kareem is a practicing dentist, and he's a dentist also that had success really, really early on. You know, just in his first year as a practicing dentist, I hope it's okay that I say this, you actually were able to create a $2 million dental practice in his first year. Give him a round of applause for that. And I've never also met a dentist that pays his office manager, can I say this out loud? Over $100,000 for the office manager. He believes in taking care of his team and his people. We have these commercial breaks that you'll see. You'll see a lot of commercial breaks in between the speakers. And I don't know if you have ever watched that unicorn poop commercial. Have you ever seen that? Or the purple mattress commercial from the Harmon brothers. Shout out to them. They are the marketing gurus and geniuses of the freaking world. Oh my gosh. Well, he sent over his commercials that you all will see. That will be the first commercial that's played. Thank you to the Emerald sponsor. Is that Emerald or Platinum? You're something up there. You're the top sponsor of the event anyhow. You'll see those commercials, and they are hilarious. If you're watching here in the audience, when we do a commercial break, make sure that you tune in because it is absolutely hilarious. I mean, these are the best commercials. And I said, Kareem, did you go and use the Harmon brothers? And he's like, no, I didn't actually. Who did you use? Can you give him a shout out?
We used John Stampone. He's the creative director on our team. And just like you, Elijah, I've been blessed to really have the best and most amazing team. So it's been amazing, man.
Thank you so much. So, Kareem, if you could go ahead and just talk a little bit, maybe for a few minutes, on who you are, what you do, what you stand for, And you can come on to the stage.
Thank you, man. So I met Elijah, and before I even begin, guys, thank you so much for all being here and for showing up today. Thank you, Elijah, for that amazing introduction. I think he's hyping me up too much. I definitely don't deserve all that credit. I want to speak to you guys today about something that's really important to me, and that is the power of networking, the power of going above and beyond, and the power of putting all your chips, going all in. Tonight's casino night, right? Yes. Going all in on yourself, not on anybody else. You have to go all in on yourself. You have to believe in yourself. A lot of people are going to tell you that you can't make it. A lot of people are going to set the odds so high against you guys, right? It's going to feel like, oh my God, I'm competing against all these people. You're not in competition with anybody but yourself. And I love Elijah's abundancy mindset because it really teaches us that this world has so much. There's so much money to go around. There's so much love to go around. There's so many blessings to go around. Everybody here can have a lot of money. Everybody can here have a lot of blessings. Everybody here can have everything that they dream of and imagine. And what makes me the most excited is I literally met this guy 3 months ago. I called him regarding using his company for implant marketing. Me and him, we scheduled a demo for like 2 weeks. I was like, dude, that is too long. I literally messaged him on Facebook Messenger. I was like, I can't wait that long. I need to meet with you sooner. He's like, what's going on? He's like, I have a schedule. I was like, no, I really got to meet with you. And I told him I'm launching this company, and I want to start implant marketing, through Driven Dental Implant Marketing. And that's not a plug or anything, but I was going to really use him for my office because I wanted to step back and focus on building Casper. And the more he got to know me, I told him I don't have enough money to do both. I can only either sponsor this event or do Driven Dental Implant Marketing, which is double the amount of money that it would cost me to sponsor this event. He told me, based on what you want in your career, the right thing for you is sponsoring this event. So he's making half of the amount of money by me sponsoring this event. But he is doing what is right for me. And to me, that is the most powerful message. So many times we're going to be greeted with opportunities where you have to make a choice. Do I do the right thing, or do I do what's best for me? And I promise you guys, every single time that you do what is the right thing, what's best for you will automatically come with it. You will never put something good out in this world except that goodness will follow. And sometimes that goodness takes a lot of time to come. It doesn't come right away. Sometimes that goodness comes with a lot of struggle. It's hard to do the right thing consistently, day in and day out, every day showing up and doing the right thing. But I can attest to that throughout my entire life. Whenever I give, I get way more in return. So Elijah, thank you so much for setting that example of always doing the right thing. You're always here. You're always talking about motivating people, raising people, inspiring people. You always say it's not about you. So I have so much respect for you, man. I love you so much. I can't wait to share with the world what Casper has. It's not about Casper. We're not even going to talk about Casper right now. You guys can go look up meetcasper.com. I don't care about Casper. What I care about is sending a message to the dental community that a lot of people say that dentistry is dead. I'm on a lot of Facebook groups, and they say that, you know what, I would never send my kids to dental school. I would never go into a dental profession. These kids that are graduating now, they're stupid. They're going to lose all their money. It's a dying profession. And those are laughable comments. Because the reality, people think that the golden era of dentistry passed. I promise you guys, mark my words, I have no research or nothing to back it up, just if you trust me or not, the golden era of dentistry is now. You know why? Because over the next 5 years, we're going to see our older colleagues that have paved the way, that have come out with the most amazing clinical advancements in implant dentistry and 3D dentistry and 3D printing, all these amazing things. They've paved the way for the clinical dentistry to explode. But right now, we're about to see the business side of dentistry explode, where new dentists are going to graduate and they're going to want to open up their own office. They're going to want to become their own bosses and their own entrepreneurs. They're going to want to reach out to each and every single one of you guys for your services. Can you coach me on how to speak better with my patients? How do I sell my cases more efficiently? How do I treat my team better? How do I set up a superstar front desk? I'm not a guru, man. The success that we've had in our practice is all from just treating my team right and treating my patients right and always doing the right thing. If you do a filling that has an open contact and you're running late on time, you open up that filling and you redo it because that's the right thing to do. And patients might not see it. People might not know that you're always showing up and doing the right thing. But remember what I told you guys in the beginning? When you do the right thing, goodness always follows. As long as God is watching, and as long as you're doing the right thing, only good things will come into your life. And Dr. Gupta can attest to that. He literally just said that this event changed his life, blew up his career. And this guy has done the same for me. We've came here, we've met so many amazing people, and it's surreal, man. So thank you so much for putting on an amazing event. I wish all of you guys the best of success. If anybody needs any help, or if anybody needs anything that I can help you with, I'm at your service. I love you guys. I can't wait to see you guys all grow and nourish and become superstars. And I have never been more excited about dentistry than now. So let's do it, guys. Let's bring dentistry back, and let's make dentistry amazing again.
All right. Now, next we have an amazing judge and sponsor. And by the way, I'll be introducing the first two, and my co-host Gupta will be introducing the second two. We have this amazing co-host, or not co-host, but judge. His name is Dr. Bruce Baird. I first met Bruce Baird, and by the way, he's a dental legend, a celebrity. And I first had the pleasure of meeting Bruce in Jamaica at the Delivering Wow conference. Shout out to Nessa Holmes. And I watched him speak. By the way, I don't watch a lot of speakers speak for a long time. I have this thing called ADD. And after about 10, 20 minutes, I'm like checked out. It's something that's wrong, I guess, with me. But I've never watched an entire hour of CE in the longest time and been fully engaged. And I watched him get up on stage and just literally dominate the stage. And you talk to Bruce at first, and you don't realize that he has this ridiculously good personality. But he's like somebody that I would say has some dry humor when you're speaking with him. When he got on stage, he had me cracking up so much it wasn't even funny. And I realized that he's just about 5 years older than me, but we're actually like very similar. We're like, we're very similar people. Bruce is laughing right now. I'm going to take off my mask so you can actually see my age. I'm 33 years old. Bruce is 38. And and I lost my hair like 6 years ago. You got hair still. Yeah, most of it. And anyways, Bruce, you're just an amazing human. Abella, Compassionate Finance, there's two companies that you started, and I have so much respect for you being a dental professional and doing these things that are out of the operatory and very entrepreneur-like. I heard about Compassionate Finance about a few years ago as well, and I actually brought it into some of my dental practices that I work with. And they have had so much amazing success with it. I know Abella came along about a year and a half, 2 years ago, a couple years ago, and I've heard nothing but amazing things about it. And so we've been wanting to work together for quite a long time. Many of you know that we were supposed to go to Bermuda in October. Well, Progressive Dental Academy, right? Productive, yep, Dentist Academy, PDA, was supposed to actually have their event on my cruise ship. Well, the cruise didn't go, and it was very disappointing to the cruise industry, to the organization, and I didn't know how the relationship would go after. I thought, man, this is a complete loss. We won't get a chance to work together again, and sure enough, you're here, you came, you supported, and I just want to tell you, I appreciate you. And it's an honor to have you on the stage.
All right, it's absolutely an honor for me to be able to have the opportunity to listen to these fabulous speakers over the next couple of days. I know what it's like to stand up in front of a group and to have that nervous feeling. I know a lot of the speakers just through my experience in dentistry, and I just can't wait. I can't wait to hear that. And after listening to Kareem, I am absolutely, I believe this is actually, and I've been doing some programs for the dental schools, this is the platinum age of dentistry, not the golden age. I'm 100% certain that this is a time for us to take advantage of the situations that we're in. And I work with a lot of practices. I have for the last few years, and what I've seen are unbelievable results, even under duress, even under this difficult time that we've been in. And I am excited to be here, mainly because I haven't gotten up in front of a group and spoke in almost a year and a half. And so this is, and I've been missing it, and it's something that I enjoy. It's something I love doing. More importantly, it is what we do, and it's working with dentists. I've actually been a dentist now for 41 years, and so it's not my first rodeo. But I will tell you that it feels like it. It feels like we're starting over again. And a lot of the practices and a lot of the people that I've worked with over the years are feeling the same way. And so I hope you guys are feeling that way. As far as being a judge at Dentistry's Got Talent, man, how much fun. I didn't do this last year, obviously because of everything that was going on. But when Elijah asked me, if I'd be interested in doing this, I was like, oh, absolutely. Because I don't know, getting up and speaking in front of people, it's not easy. It's not something that comes natural for most of us. I mean, for me, I'm pretty much full of BS anyway, so I'm good at just getting up and shooting the bull. But to be honest, when you get up here, you're nervous and you're going to feel that way. But what I'm going to say, and Catherine, yesterday, and I came by to say hello to you because we haven't actually met in person, but I just want to tell you what an amazing presentation you gave yesterday, because I literally, I'm sitting there taking notes and I'm going like, oh my gosh, yes, that's it, that's the truth, and that is. And so when she speaks, listen, what I can throw in is just, and it's something that I've always felt comfortable in front of a group, because I just have the philosophy of just tell them what you know. I don't have to make up anything. I don't have to, I don't have to look at notes, basically because you just tell them what you know and you're not making up stuff. So, and I enjoy sharing the trials, the tribulations, the things that happen in dentistry on a day-to-day basis, because, dentistry is not easy. It's a very demanding profession, but it's a very, very rewarding profession, because we get the opportunity to take care of people. We get the opportunity to change lives. It's not about throwing a filling in. It's not about doing that. It's about literally changing people's lives, with a new smile, with a new, whatever it is. And so I got a chance to talk to several of the speakers yesterday that are going to be speaking today and tomorrow. And all I kept telling was, just tell them what you know. And so that's my contribution to dentistry is, you don't have to have tons of notes. You don't have to have all this stuff. Just tell them what you do. And if you take great care of people, I only have two goals in my practice. Is number one is to take great care of our patients. Number two is to reach my goals, whatever those are. And so if I can help in any way, just come to me and I'll visit with you at any time. So thanks so much for having me here. So it's good. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Dr. Baird. Can you all hear me? We have two more judges today, and I'm actually going to ask the two of you to go ahead and come up to the stage. So for those of you from home who don't know what this is about, at 9:05, we're going to start our first round of speakers coming up to give 10-minute TED Talk style presentations. And these presentations are about a whole bunch of different, pretty awesome, pretty compelling topics. And it's up to both the judges that are standing on either side of me and all of you who are watching from home to vote on who's going to be the winner. So thank you, Dr. Osman, thank you, Dr. Baird, for introducing yourself. The next two judges I'd like to introduce. And I'm going to go ahead and start with you, Jim,
Okay.
if you're ready.
Sure.
Jim Gerson, you are the VP of Sales and Marketing for the company CareStack. Let me just tell you about it. For the better part of 19 years, Jim has worked in the dental industry, supporting practices to become more efficient while spending less. He joined CareStack 3 years ago to further his mission. Why should dentists suffer from software subscription fatigue and the high cost of building out a large IT infrastructure when other medical professions have already figured this out? That's so true. CareStack offers a true all-in-one cloud-based solution for the complete management of the dental practice. We are purpose-built for both the independent practice and the multi-location group. Let's connect. Coming up here, Jim.
Sure, thank you. And if you guys think you're nervous, I found out today that I'd be a judge about 33 minutes ago. Supposed to be on the schedule for tomorrow. So I would just recommend, I'll be very succinct. And I just realized I forgot to put deodorant on. So don't get too close to me today when you're competing here. But I really appreciate Dr. Gupta's introduction. I'm thrilled to be here. And this reminds me, I started my career at CareStack 3 years ago. I'm a principal in the company. It's a startup culture. We were founded by Dr. Mark Cusack, who's an orthodontist off the road in Orlando, and a technologist, Abhi Krishna. And now we're over 350 employees. And they're really dedicated to software development and engineering. But it reminds me of my early days at CareStack when I was doing everything and there was always a lot of freneticism. So this morning I apologize if I'm a little bit frazzled, but everyone's here to hear you guys, not hear me. And I'm really honored to be a judge today. So thank you for this opportunity. And for all those of you that are watching online, I think the key thing I just want to drive home to you is why should dentistry suffer from that software subscription fatigue that Dr. Gupta introduced? Like, think about it at home. How many different streaming services do you have? When is enough? And in dentistry, why should you expect to be running your business with 6, 7, 9, 10 subscriptions? There has to be a better way to do it. It's not necessary that you have a closet full of wires, cables. Dentistry is the last part of modern medicine where you as the business owner are expected to house this massive hulking infrastructure on site. No one else is doing it. And so that's what our mission is at CareStack. I don't think we're as altruistic as some of the other companies, but I like to think that we're really trying to bring value for both the independent practice and the multi-location emerging group. So thank you, Dr. Gupta, for this opportunity. And now I'll turn it over to my colleague, Elaine, here.
Thank you, Jim. And Elaine, yeah, you have your mic over here. Elaine is our last judge that I'm going to introduce for today's session. Let's tell you a little bit about Elaine. Elaine, you are the founder and the CEO and the Director of Education for Dental Laser Integrations. And it's the nation's leading resource for combined laser certification and team-oriented technology training for overall practice growth and professional development. You have helped countless offices nationwide see a return on their investment, elevate clinical standards of care, and achieve a higher level of patient satisfaction and clinical success. Tell us about yourself, Elaine.
Well, it's actually the passion in lasers that led me here, and I know that you guys feel passionate about something, and I'm really just excited for the opportunity to hear your stories. Never have I gone to CE before, an event of this magnitude, to see people be able to share and just help us grow and develop as professionals. So I'm so excited for this opportunity. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to get started here pretty soon. The very first educational session is going to start at 9:05. Now, a lot of you who are tuning in, you are very interested in how you're going to get your CE. So listen close. On your social media feed, most of you are probably getting fed this through Facebook. There is going to be a link at one side of your feed that's going to tell you how to register for the CE for the first session. The first session starts promptly at 9:05, and you can register from 9:05 all the way to 9:15. If you're later than 9:15, I'm sorry, you're out of luck, and you have to wait until the next session. You're not out of luck for the whole conference, because this conference is giving 10 free CEs. The only thing you would be out of luck for in terms of CE is just that first hour. So once the link goes up, click on it, make sure you register for the first session, 9:05 to 9:15. So before we introduce our first contestants to Dentistry's Got Talent, we have to introduce a legend in the speaking world. This is Catherine Eitel-Belt. She is the CEO of LionSpeak. And a lot of the speakers that you'll hear today have been coached on speaking by Catherine. She's always a wealth of information. Whenever I hear her speak, I get a ton of great tidbits on how to make my profession, my personal profession, just a little bit better. And so, Catherine, it's an honor to have you up on the stage.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Well, welcome to Dentistry's Got Talent. All of you at home, welcome, welcome. This is an exciting day always at Smiles at Sea and the Dental Festival. Everything we do, everything we want, most of it comes through some level of communication from us to someone else. When most of us, though, are operating by default, communicating by default. I'd like to talk to you about how we might do better, get more of what we want, and influence people at a higher level when we communicate on purpose. My name's Catherine Eitel-Belt, and I am the founder and CEO of LionSpeak. We're a communications coaching company, and we're known for unscripted communications with exceptional practices and businesses and people like you. We do this in 3 different areas because we believe you don't need a script. What you need is a framework in which you can show up authentically you, not Catherine, not a coworker, not anybody else, but just a bigger version of you. We coach in 3 different areas. One is patient-facing or client-facing communications, and that includes telephone skills, mystery shopper call programs, call center development, treatment presentation, and financial conversations. Our second lane is team-facing communications. And in team-facing communications, we tackle things like team development, teamwork, leadership, and something we fondly call courageous conversations. And our third lane that we deliver unscripted communications coaching in is audience-facing communications. We have a Train the Speaker and a Train the Trainer program. In all of those, whether you're speaking to a patient, a client, your team, or an audience, we believe that you becoming a better version of you, having an authentic voice that is on purpose, will serve those clients, serve those audiences better. At LionSpeak, we know you have something important to say, and we just want to help you say it. Thanks for having me here, and thanks for all of the hard work that my coachees have put into this competition. We wish you all so much success. Have a blast, and thanks for letting me be a part of it.
Okay, everyone, thank you, Catherine. You know what? I'm sorry, Catherine. I could have probably let you speak a little bit longer, and I'm sorry for rushing you. All right, so for everybody who is here, we're going to start promptly at 9:05. That's going to be our first session. For everybody who is at home, pretty soon, probably in the next few minutes, that's when you're going to start seeing the link to get your CE through the registration. That link is going to be active all the way up until 9:15. So the first 10 minutes of every session, and this goes for all of you speakers as well. I mean, you should get your CE this way too, okay? And so make sure you pull out your phones, you go on your social media feed, you make sure you register for this first session. That's how you're going to get your actual physical CE certificates for each one of these events. All right, so we have a little bit of time. So speakers, are you nervous? Yeah? Yeah, some of you are. I was nervous. And we're going to have speakers. They're going to be speaking all day today. It's going to go all the way up until 6 o'clock, 6:30? I think so. Judges, do you feel like you can handle that? That much feedback on so many things? We're going to need you because A, you'll be judging, and B, you'll be providing feedback to these speakers. making them feel like they provided something valuable, and also giving them some pointers on how to improve, okay? So everyone who's watching from home, make sure you register. Everyone else, take a break, take a breather. If you have to run to the restroom, go for it. Elijah, do you want to chat? Do you want to say something before we?
Get started, and we will see you all at 9:05 sharp. 9:05 is when we'll start. We'll take a commercial break, and then we'll be right back.
Clear aligners are an effective way to straighten teeth and create beautiful smiles. However, aligners can be a breeding ground for bacteria, yeast, and mold that cause plaque buildup, bad tastes, and unpleasant odors. These germs can be harmful to your health. Other aligner cleaning solutions are available, but they take too long and can be cumbersome. You deserve better. Introducing Steriliner, a totally unique solution to sanitize your aligner in just 3 minutes, while removing 99.9% of germs and bacteria. Steriliner was developed by one of the world's top clear aligner providers to finally offer a solution that tastes great and is fast and easy to use. Steriliner leverages natural essential oil extracts to remove plaque and tartar from clear aligners for healthier teeth and gums. Just drop your aligners and all other removable dental appliances in Steriliner solution while you brush, and by the time you've rinsed, your aligner is ready to go. Try a better way with Steriliner.
Want to do more high-value cosmetic, restorative, or rehabilitative cases in your practice? Using Preview Cosmetic Simulation and Smile Design software, you can subtly uncover cases even if a patient isn't asking. With a Preview Digital Smile Makeover, patients can clearly see and have a better understanding of the dental issues affecting their smile. But education alone will not motivate the patient to accept treatment. The decision to make a significant investment in a new smile is emotional. That's where Preview shines. Patients who can see how their appearance improves and can imagine how their redesigned smile will make them feel are more likely to pay out of pocket for treatment. Use Preview in consults, new patient exams, and regular recare appointments to increase case acceptance and build a pipeline of patients interested in larger value fee-for-service cases. To find out more, visit our vendor table or go to www.previewdental.com and schedule an online demo. That's prevudental.com. Preview software. Improve a smile, improve a life.
Patient Fi, the patient-friendly financing platform. With Patient Fi, there is absolutely no risk to apply. Patients can now see what they qualify for through a fast, simple 100% soft inquiry process. Our transparent application provides patients with clear, understandable terms and customized repayment options tailored to their budget. We give your practice the ability to market procedures on a monthly payment plan. And Patient Fi offers a variety of plans with an early repayment feature of 0% promotional financing with no retroactive interest penalties. Our seamless practice portal allows practice administrators and coordinators to easily manage all applicants. Patient Fi can help. It's time for patients to be as happy with their financing decision as they are with their procedure. Patient Fi, redefining the patient financing experience for good. Enroll today and become a Patient Fi practice.
As group practice dentistry expands across the country, there is another movement of startup practices taking place. It's a movement of clinicians and business owners and leaders that no longer want to do things the same way. They have a vision for something different. The goal of a startup is to bring your dream to life, to bring reality to your vision. It's not enough to say your practice is different, you have to show it. So we understand the importance of bringing a vision to life, of turning a dream into a reality. And so we partner with you because your story is worth it.
What it really comes down to for entrepreneurs is having control over what happens in my business day to day. And without great tools and systems, it's really hard to master that control. PDA allows us to help people discover their why they're doing what they're doing, get really connected to the purpose, and then work the numbers backwards from there.
We're bringing people together, getting them out of their current environment, and just boosting the culture, boosting the productivity, and everyone likes to be productive and efficient and impactful toward their patients.
So that's what we try to do with our PDA docs, get their business house in order. Then we try to get them to where they're increasing their communication skills, their ability to be able to talk to their patients and their team. And when stress is off, all of a sudden you're so much nicer, you have so much more fun doing what you're doing.
Sleep Group Solutions is the world's largest dental sleep medicine company. We educate dentists all over the country every weekend. We have seminars every weekend. They're 2-day seminars. Everything that you need for true success in your practice from beginning to end, including handheld training for you and your staff, is included in this system.
I've learned a lot about how to recognize when someone may have an issue, how to approach that issue, not just as far as the treatment goes, but as far as how to talk to the patient about it.
We currently do sleep apnea screenings on every patient. Our doctor is very passionate about it. I wasn't sure how important it was before we came here, but learning how many comorbidities and things that go along with sleep apnea really entail, and how as dental professionals we are able to screen for that.
So we invite you to come and visit with us, spend some time with us, and learn about the value of adding sleep medicine to your program.
About to kick off Dentistry's Got Talent 2021. Now, I know there's a bunch of you at home, and you have a couple big questions on your mind. Question one is, how do I get CE for this? If you notice next to this live feed, there is a link that's going to be coming up throughout the next 10 minutes. Click on that link and make sure you register for this next hour. This is session one. This is how you get your CE. Click on that link, make sure you register. The second thing that a lot of you are wondering, especially those of you who know some of these speakers, is how do we vote? How do we vote on who's the winner? There is one audience voted winner at the end of every day. So that means that if you see somebody this morning who you absolutely loved, make sure to write their name down so that when it's time to vote this afternoon, you have the opportunity to remember their name and vote for that person that you're hoping might win this year's Dentistry's Got Talent. So we're going to be started pretty soon. Elijah, do you have anything that you want to mention?
Absolutely. It's time to blow this thing up. So right now we're live on LinkedIn, we're live on Clubhouse, we're live on YouTube, and we're live on Facebook. So if you're here in the audience or you're here at home, if you could please share this to your dental community. So any dental groups, please share there and tag any of your friends. We really appreciate you. Also remember, we're gonna be giving out prizes during this event. Casper is gonna be giving out $50 to anybody who signs up for a demo. It's a dentist or a team member and a dentist. And then on top of that, guess what else? You get $50. You get $50 when you sign up, but you also have the ability to get 6 months free Casper. You also have the ability to win an iPad or $5,000. How amazing is that? Also, big shout out to Crescent Oral B for being a sponsor as well. We will be giving out their new IO toothbrush at some point, so make sure that you're listening in and you're active. And then also, go ahead and leave a heart emoji below. The heart emoji below, we're gonna leave because this is a free CE. We wanna give a huge shout out for our day one free CE sponsor, and that's the Dental Mental Network. So thank you, Sue Jeffries and team. We love what you're doing, saving the industry. And what we're going to do now is go ahead and sign in. Everybody can get ready for the first class. What do you think?
Yes, that sounds good. You're the only person I've ever heard who says emoji the way you say it. Emoji. Where do you? Anyway, it's emoji, everyone. So we're going to introduce our speakers for this first session. Now, each one of our sessions is going to follow a particular theme. The theme for this first hour is the healing power within us. You can regulate your reaction and your body, find your style, and learn how to live a healthier, happier, less stressful life. Robin, do you feel ready? Come on up here. You're our first speaker for Dentistry's Got Talent 2021.
Who put this on my schedule? How could she have not known that she owed money today? Did nobody get x-rays on Mr. Martin? No one? Anybody heard these conversations in your dental office? Anyone had these conversations in your dental office? Any doctors out there feel like your team just is not listening? Any team members feel like your doctor isn't hearing you? I'm Robin Ramirez, and I'm here to help you have more effective conversations. And it matters because everything happens through conversation. Think about in your dental office, just on any given day, the different conversations that we have, right? I mean, there's treatment coordination, there's financial coordination, there's team training, there's scheduling, there's financial options, I mean, you name it, right? All day long, we're having conversations. And ultimately, it's the quality of those conversations that are going to decide what's going to get done, how it's going to get done, is it going to get done, including the conversation that all of us are having right here between our own two ears. Everything happens through conversation. But here's the catch. There's always a catch. A Stanford University study came out that said 9 out of 10 conversations miss the mark, meaning that the intent doesn't equal the impact. 90% of the time, when we're talking to somebody, we are misunderstood on some level, from either slightly distorted to completely misconstrued, 90% of the time. Crazy, right? However, it also just means there's a huge opportunity for improvement. I mean, we couldn't really do much worse, could we? So, I'm here to help you figure out how maybe we can do just a little bit better today. I'm going to give you a little bit of insight and then one strategy to take away to help you close that gap for yourself. So, with every conversation that we have, every interaction, we have hormones, chemicals that are being produced. With every look, with every gesture, with every word, our bodies and those of the people that we're talking to are firing neurons, and then we're releasing either feel-good hormones like oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin, or stress hormones like adrenaline and cortisol. And these hormones, they affect everything we do. They affect our judgment, they affect our understanding, they affect our perspective. Ultimately, they're going to affect how we and the people we're interacting with act and react. So the question is, if you can, or the answer is, I guess, if you can learn how to affect that chemistry, then you can also affect how people are going to act and react. So that's a pretty big deal, and that's a pretty powerful thing to be able to do. So let's talk just a little bit about that chemistry, how it works. When we feel good, when we feel like we're in a positive interaction and we're relaxed, our bodies produce feel-good hormones. And those literally help us relax, trust, open up. They also open up the neural pathways to our prefrontal cortex. This is where all the good stuff happens. This is what holds our wisdom, our innovation, our strategy, empathy, compassion, insight, foresight. All of that is held right up here. And if we're relaxed and feel good, then we have access to that. On the other hand, if for whatever reason we feel a little bit of distrust, maybe we feel anxiety or fear, if we feel any sort of a threat, and it doesn't just have to be a physical threat, it can feel like a threat to our comfort zone or a threat to our status. Maybe we're worried about being judged or ostracized or rejected. All of these things are going to have our bodies releasing cortisol, which is a stress hormone. And what that does is it puts us into a protective mode. And to whatever degree that we're feeling into that protective mode, our body puts all of its energy into survival. And so it takes away our access to our prefrontal cortex because we don't need that. That's our higher thinking. Instead, it's just worried about running from whatever the threat is. And so, to whatever degree we're upset, worried, frustrated, confused, or our patients are worried, upset, frustrated, confused, or our team, or our doctors, we're actually losing ability to reason. It clouds our judgment. It affects our perspective. We literally see reality differently when we're stressed and upset. So imagine what that means for the dental industry. We're arguably probably one of the most stressful and feared places to be in the world. Have you ever had, I think we've all had a conversation with somebody who's been on a good dose of cortisol, right? They're saying ridiculous things, or threatening to do crazy things, they're incorrigible, they just literally can't be reasoned with. I mean, I'm sure none of us have ever been that person, but I think we've all probably dealt with that person, right? How about back when you were in school and you were working on a particularly tough math problem, for instance, and you're just trying really hard, you've almost got the answer, you've been working at it, and then all of a sudden something triggers you. Maybe you realize you're up against the clock, you don't have very much time, or maybe the teacher comes up and walks by you. It's a teacher that you've never gotten along with very well before, or you think for whatever reason they don't like you, and they say, hey, you almost done? And for whatever reason, good or right or wrong, you get defensive. Your body shuts out a little bit of cortisol, and what happens? All of a sudden, the math problem that you just almost had becomes a jumbled mass of numbers that you can hardly make hide nor hair of, right? So let's translate that into dentistry. Imagine your patient who's scared or overwhelmed in your chair, and you're trying to give them a treatment plan. How's that working out for them? They probably can't make hide nor hair, or they're up front with you, and you're trying to give them a financial plan, but they're already in a panic zone. How about for a team member? Maybe a new team member that's in your office. They're trying to learn your names, your patients, your systems, your software. They're probably on a constant run of cortisol. So how well are they hearing what's going on and knowing, having good, upbeat responses? They're probably in a state of amygdala hijack a lot of the time. So, speaking of amygdala hijack, this is what it looks like on stage. Let me demonstrate for you. Okay. Sorry, I got to get it. I do have it. I just can't find it. Amygdala hijack. All right. So let's just cut to the chase. What to do? What to do, right? We end up in crazy situations, and so I'm going to give you two things to do. The first and foremost is remember, when you're upset, confused, frustrated with a team, with a patient, with your doctor, remember that in and of itself compromises your higher thinking. that you're already clouding your own judgment and distorting reality. And so you're literally not totally in your right mind. You're at least not in your higher thinking. So know that. You already know that now, so what can you do about it? Get curious. Ask questions. Questions for which you don't have answers. Now you know 9 out of 10 conversations miss the mark. So try to figure out, was there maybe something that was slightly distorted or completely misconstrued? Ask questions to find out, because 9 out of 10 times you're going to be right. Thank you. That was so all over the fucking place.
I mean,
It's
that
over.
was
At least
excellent.
it's over.
And you definitely made me realize what was happening inside my own head, physiologically, throughout this entire process. That was excellent. Thanks for explaining to us how some conversations miss the mark. Now, the rest of the presenters, they're going to be introduced to us by the judges. Our next presenter is Christine Curtis. And Jim?
Sure.
Wait. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're
okay.
so right. I will let the judges tell Robin about how they felt about her presentation.
I first want to tell Robin what a great job she did, and also introduce her, because we didn't have a chance to introduce her. But Robin Ramirez is the founder of Let's Talk Results, a company that works with leaders and teams looking to have more effective communication. She's one of an elite group of coaches globally to earn the certification in conversational intelligence. Robin's husband and 4 grown kids provide daily practice and lots of fun anecdotes to go along with that. But I'm going to throw in my response. Robin, great job. I just love your sincerity. I just love hearing you speak from the heart, and you did a great job.
Sure.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll definitely chime in. Robin, I concur with Dr. Bruce's comments. I think you did a great job, and what I was really the most happy about is you addressing, the stress of the team. It's so easy for the dentist to get frustrated. Why isn't this right? Why isn't that right? Why isn't this set up? Why did you guys forget this? And they forget that there's a million and one things going on at the office at the same time. So this is a message from me as a dentist to all my colleagues. Calm down a little bit. Your team has a million and one things going on. Appreciate them, respect them. And when they, do forget something, talk to them nicely and remind them, and don't belittle them, don't talk down to them, appreciate them. And they're going to want to go above and beyond for you every single time. So thank you, Robin, for talking on such an important and dear topic to me and, my principles. And great job. I mean, that was the first one. So she set the bar pretty high, guys. Let's give her a round of applause.
Yeah.
Actually, Bruce, I think you have all the bios, and you're supposed to introduce everyone for this course.
I probably do.
Okay, so you can go ahead then. Sorry about that.
No worries. Am I going to introduce the next speaker? We ready? Yes, please. Oh my gosh, that's so much fun. I love this. Our next speaker is Christine Curtis. Is committed to enhancing and empowering patients and colleagues alike through her ability to communicate, resourcefulness, positive attitude, focus, flexibility, and motivation to improve lives. Since retiring from clinical dental hygiene, she's looking forward to sharing her experience, knowledge, and skills to empower others to grasp life's miraculous opportunities. Please help me welcome Christine Curtis.
Hello. I'm so excited to be able to follow Robin. That is a message that we need to bring to the dental community. As you can see, I had a little mishap in Snowmass, Colorado. We decided for my husband and my 35th wedding anniversary to make a trip to Snowmass, Colorado to go skiing. We knew that it wasn't actually recommended that we travel, although we decided if we followed the CDC guidelines, we certainly could travel safely. It was the first beautiful day of skiing. That's really what God meant whenever he had the Purple Mountains Majesty. The sky was blue, the snow was falling. It was absolutely beautiful. There were no lift lines because of the coronavirus. The mountain was groomed. It was beautiful skiing. We actually made it down to our first break. We went down to the bottom of the mountain, and there were no lift lines up at the top of the mountain, but down at the bottom of the mountain, I actually was complaining to my husband about how long we had to stand in the lift line. And I said, we are not going to be skiing down here anymore. And he laughed, because normally, whenever you ski, the lift lines could be as much as 30 minutes, and I was complaining about 3 minutes. Are you kidding me? Really? So we got on the lift, and as luck would have it, he dropped his sunglasses. We were on our way up for our Irish coffee, and we decided while we were on the lift that we were going to ski down, and then we were going to retrieve his sunglasses and make it up for our first break for Irish coffee. Except I didn't make it down the mountain. I fell, and I couldn't get up. The good part about that is I did get a trip in the toboggan, and not too many people get to do that. The coronavirus and the pandemic actually gave us a master class in resilience, and that's exactly what that was. I learned from the year before that we needed to be resilient, and we need actually to learn how to deal with all of those changes. Can you remember the moment whenever you knew that life had changed forever because of the pandemic? Can you remember the moment that you knew life had changed forever and that it will not be the same anymore? Think about how the moment that you knew that you or your loved ones could possibly die. That's what I'm here to talk about. The resilience that we need, and how the brain can actually be trained to provide that resilience that we need. Anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress, all of those what they thought was mental illness is not mental illness. It's actually the brain, a chemical imbalance in the brain that actually can be made better through static electricity. That uncertainty, that constant changing, you can make that better. We can live a less painful, more productive life by just using some of the techniques in order to change the brain, in order to feel better. The brain actually needs 6 things to work at its optimum capacity. It's the air that we breathe and how we breathe it. It's the food that we eat and how we eat it. It's the water that we drink and how we drink it. It's the thoughts that we have and how we think them. It's the movements that we make and how we make them. And lastly, it's the words that we use and how we speak them. That all makes the brain create the chemicals in order for us to feel better. Half of all people that make it to 85 are going to exhibit Alzheimer's or dementia symptoms. We can actually make that better. It's been proven, scientifically proven, that inflammation and toxins cause the brain to actually exhibit those symptoms. In the absence of inflammation, people do not exhibit Alzheimer's or dementia symptoms. We can actually help the brain to combat that inflammation and the toxins so that they can live a less painful, more comfortable life. We have that obligation or even maybe that responsibility. There are 4 questions that you need to ask yourself whenever you want to have a healthier brain. The first one is it healthy? Is it good for my brain? Am I doing the right thing? The second one, is it true? Our brains can lie to us. As Robin said, our brains actually make sure that we can function correctly. The third question actually is you need to think about the positive things versus the negative things. You need to aim for a 5-to-1 ratio of thinking positive thoughts rather than negative thoughts. Do I like it or don't I? Make sure that it's 5-to-1. And lastly, is it helping the trajectory of my life? And if it's not, stop doing it. The brain is an amazing thing. And we as dental professionals, we have the opportunity to actually train our brains to feel better, practice those techniques in our own lives, and actually then live those lives and help others learn how to train their brains to get better. Today is the rest of your life. Yesterday is the last day of your past. We need to learn how to feel better. We actually have the power to actually help all of us make a difference.
Christine, thank you. And I live in Colorado, so I can only imagine what that was like to go down the toboggan. Hopefully it wasn't a very expensive ride down.
Well.
I really like your tenor and your pace. I thought your presence was great up there. And I can understand, I think it's a really important, powerful message when you speak about the people that live to age 85, how they're affected by dementia and Alzheimer's. I thought it was really powerful. I love the organization of your presentation. Thank you very much.
I loved what you said. You made beautiful transition statements. You made it relatable to dentistry, and just beautiful job, beautiful poise.
Great job, Christine. I really, concur with everything they said. And I mean, guys, they're really bringing the heat. The first two contestants are really bringing the heat. I think this is going to be a tough competition.
Great job. I just like the calmness in your conversation, and sharing that information with everyone was very valuable. So I really enjoyed it. Enjoyed your talk. Our next speaker is, I'm going to get it here in a sec, Tanya Burns. With over 20 years dental experience, Tanya speaks for and consults with dental teams across the country. Helping practices organize and success is her passion. A leader of thought, you will find Tanya's articles in industry publications, and she's a frequent guest on podcasts. She maintains an active presence as an influencer in social media circles and platforms. Please help me welcome Tanya Burns.
Good morning, everybody. Well, I started my career in dentistry 25 years ago. I know I don't look a day over like I could be here 10, but that's a different story. But I started as a dental assistant, and I was a sponge, and I wanted to learn more. And so I got into the front desk, learned office management, and then met a consultant that changed my life. I was fortunate enough to go work for her, and I was living the dream that I had always wanted to do. I love to help people. So along that time period, I had also worked for a startup pediatric dental practice. My mom said to me, "Why are you going to work with children? You hate them." And I said, "Oh, I'm just taking money from their parents, it's fine." So I was like, only if they're asleep am I assisting these days. So Little did I know that I was going to find another love out there, and it is pediatric dentistry. So as the years went on, I learned that I could take my gift for training, and I used to make everybody cry. I said that yesterday. I think I scared some people. And I made everybody cry because I was so passionate about what I knew, but when I related it to them, they felt like I was demeaning them. And I was making them feel bad about why they had me help them. And that wasn't what I wanted to portray. So I learned that it doesn't matter what I can do, it's what I can teach others to do that are going to help them. So once I got into pediatric dentistry, I realized all the rules were different. You know, it was easy to sell $15,000, $20,000 GP case when I was working in that arena. However, I got into pedo and it was like, there's no cosmetic dentistry. Can't do the rock, sand, water method of scheduling because a kid needs a filling. I can't say you've got to wait 2 months to have that done because that production isn't high enough. So what was I going to do to help this practice grow and thrive? Took every ounce of training that I had in order to teach my team, to teach my parents what they needed to do in order to be successful, and for us to have the greatest relationships with our parents out there. That practice grew into a 3-doctor. We saw 180 kids a day, and those parents felt like they were the only person in the office at the time. They never felt how busy we actually were. So, in order to achieve that level of success in your practice, it takes 3 key factors. 1, you have to have systems. Systems are the foundation of any dental practice. In pedo, due to the volume, it's even more so. You are gonna fall flat or you're gonna run on burnout if you don't have those key things in place to help your teams. Secondly, you need to utilize your technology. I'm gonna go in a little bit deeper on that later, but there's so many things out there these days that can help us deliver what we need to our parents for their children to have the best experience possible. Third, it's people. Let your people do people things. Stop making your teams sit on the phone, verify insurance, sit behind where they're working so hard to predict down to the penny exactly what that financial arrangement should be, and let them form relationships. That's what we need. Catherine said it this morning, even us, we form relationships. In dentistry, you need to get relationships with your parents because there's another doctor that takes their PPO down the road. What's gonna make them stay with you? So we're gonna start with systems. And in the systems that we use, it starts with flow and the schedule. When I work with a practice, the schedule is the first thing I work with to make sure we're making everything move like a fluid stream throughout the office. If I was doing a slide presentation, I'd have a picture of a road with potholes all over the place. Some of Miami's roads could be on there. I was driving around the other day. So we don't want that. We don't want those bumps in the road because bumps in the road mean time, and time is money. And let's face it, nobody gets into pedo because they want to be a millionaire dentist. Go be an orthodontist. But you get into pedo because you love kids and you want to help kids. A lot of times it's taking Medicaid as well. And I have people say, well, how am I going to make money doing that? Well, it's easy. You have to be consistent. Start with that flow. Look at your schedule. I call it an orchestrated dance. So if you're doing the dance with your doctor going in and your assistants coming out, it works beautifully and you can run on time. Imagine if I told you I could schedule you out of 7 chairs, 1 doctor, in an expanded state. You will have an easier, smoother day and you will go home with less burnout. Because that's where we are in dentistry, we're at burnout. It's hard to find team members. Nobody wants to work anymore. Thank you, COVID. Unemployment pays more money than some of the salaries. Thank you, insurance companies, for making the dentist have to pay low salaries. You know, there's so many things against us. So how do we help that? There's volume. So secondly, we're going to talk about technology. Utilize your technology that you have. You have so many tools at your fingertips. You probably have 2 or 3 things in your practice that do the exact same thing, and you're not using one of them. You pay all this money for ways to communicate. You've got to take advantage of that. Text your patients. Pedo, we're dealing with mostly millennials in the parent group in there. They don't answer their phones. They don't want to talk to you on the phone. Text them, okay? Get online, get on social media, send something out. They will respond to you. Look at other ways you can improve things. I work with automation. There's companies out there, we're building robots to let technology and these robots do consistent tasks to free up your team members' time. So imagine having a robot in your practice that can't make a mistake because of the way it's programmed. It could get all your eligibilities for you, even those Medicaid eligibilities, first thing in the morning that you've got to do and you've got to rush in. And they can do other things and service the parents walking in the door. There's so much out there. Lastly, in your people, in you letting people do the people things, outsource. So the DSO model is amazing and it's thriving. Dentists are selling because they want to do clinical dentistry. They don't want to manage a practice. They don't want the headaches of the employees. They don't want to have to look at the P&L and cry because we're not down at 50% where the ADA standards say we should be. You know, some of that's just not a reality. Or maybe we don't have the time, or we don't know how to invest in the training for our team members. Outsource. There are really good companies out there that will take care of your verifications, your billing, help you with your phone calls, different things like that, so your team can form relationships. If you want to grow, if you're going to spend all this money on marketing and getting new patients in, that's what you need to build, is those relationships so you can keep those patients and you keep those parents. Now, because my love is pedo, and I know a lot of this I talked about was all geared towards pedo today, but there's great tips for general dentists in there too. But at the end, relationships are your key. Use that, and you will push forward with a very thriving practice. Okay. Okay.
Tanya, so beautiful, so energetic. I wrote down that I love your energy, humor, and the messaging was so clear and direct. So it's hard to give an informative presentation, but also stay lively and keep their attention. So very, very good. And
Thank you.
Let people do people things. That's really memorable. Very good.
Thank you.
Tanya, I mean, I think you built a relationship with the judges in 10 minutes. So that was really impressive, and that's not easy to do. I love the way you use humor to engage with your audience. And you're right. I took a lot of key takeaways for me. Your millennials are the parents of these children, right? And it's not baby boomers or Gen Xers, and they don't want to pick up the phone. So that really made an impression on me. And then your closing mention about relationships are key. I think just goes back to your presentation style. You built a relationship up here, so well done.
Thank you.
So great job, Tanya.
Thank you.
And systems, technologies, focus on your people, and try to avoid burnout. And I'm glad that you're speaking on burnout, because as a dentist that's practicing myself, the dental profession is really tough, and you do burn out, and you go above and beyond. So I'm glad that you're acknowledging that, and we are, because a lot of times the reps, the companies, the people that are trying to come to us and throw all these things at us, they don't understand that dentistry is a really hard job.
Yeah.
And it's hard work every single day. So you have to show up every day. You have to have great systems. You have to have great technologies. You have to, focus on your people. And all of those things, if you do them right and you have the right coaches like yourself and like everybody else that's here, they can help you avoid burnout. So great job.
Thank you.
Tanya, great content.
Thank you.
I love it. And, it is, one of the things that I think everybody needs to hear over and over and over again is it's really all about relationships. and relationships make the difference. And you did a great job. Great humor, great connection with the audience. I thought you did an awesome job.
Thank you.
So, awesome. Thanks. All right. Our next speaker is Kathleen Carson, DDS, and she is going to reset your nervous system today. Most of us are in sympathetic overdrive. The results in persistent stress, immune suppression, high blood pressure, chronic inflammation, more amplified pain and anxiety, among other things. Teaching ourselves and our patients ways to down-regulate the sympathetic nervous system will improve our clinical results and our overall quality and likely longevity of life. Help me welcome Kathleen Carson.
Thank you. So you can feel your heart pounding, your blood pressure rising. You can't think straight. You can't breathe. You can't move. Or maybe you want to run. Those are common reactions to our fight or flight system, also known as our sympathetic system. And this was great because when we were cavemen, this is what kept us alive. Our stress response, it's what allowed us to survive. You see, the cavemen, they had a much simpler way of living. They were either eating, sleeping, having sex, or hunting and gathering, or maybe running for their lives, but there was not a lot of in between. Today, our lives are much, much different. And this antiquated nervous system, it's the exact same. It hasn't changed. But our lives have changed tremendously. They're full of different degrees of threats and stress. And so, modern man, we're not really made for this because it takes a split second to activate that stress response, but it can take more than an hour to reverse it and turn it around. So if you're feeling that heart pounding, the adrenaline flooding your body, you know, some of the more common things that might be, it could be a phobia, something like glossophobia, the fear of public speaking, or maybe dentophobia, the fear of dentists, people like me. What about anatidophobia? Anatidophobia, anybody know? That's the fear that somewhere, somehow, you are being watched by a duck. But that's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the everyday things in our lives that we encounter. The things from traffic to arguing with a colleague, or maybe it's a tough day at work, or a hard conversation with your teenager. For me, I get home from work and I have a choice. I can either have a relaxing night or I can help my 5th grader with his math homework, but I don't get to do both. And right now during COVID, back in November, a poll came out reporting that over 75% of us are under chronic daily stress. And that's a direct result of us not managing the stresses in our lives well and handling the physiology. So these day-to-day stresses, they're creating this endless cycle it seems unbreakable. But the good news is modern man, we do have a way to break this cycle. And what better time for that than now? We all want to live happier, healthier lives, right? And the thing is that stress has been linked to everything from the common cold to heart disease to cancers and everything in between. It is literally killing us. The system that was once designed to save us, it is now slowly killing us. So how do we break this cycle? I mean, everybody deserves to know how to do this, right? Well, it does come down to breathing. Now, you're probably fully aware that maybe you're getting ready to board that plane or get on this stage or maybe walk by the duck pond. You can slow down your breath and calm your physiology. But that's not what I'm talking about. It's how we're breathing all day, every day, day and night. How we're breathing out of habit. Because you see these stressors, the big stressors, the little stressors, did I tell you that they don't even have to be real stressors? It can be what you're remembering from the past or worried about in the future. It's the same chemical response. They cause us to breathe in a very short, shallow way, using our upper chest only, maybe through our mouths. And what we know now from a 2017 study out of Stanford is that there's a cluster of cells in our brain, and it's their job to monitor how we're breathing all the time and report back to our system, our brains, our bodies, whether we should be fully stressed out or if it's actually safe to relax and heal. That's why you can calm yourself down and you can get on that stage. You can get on the airplane. You can take a picnic by that duck pond. That's why you can do that. But the cells, they're not just monitoring those times when you're under stress and you're thinking about it. They're looking at it all the time. So maybe you're just sitting there watching me up here. I'm under stress. You're calm and relaxed. But maybe you're breathing through your mouth a little faster than you need to, using only your upper chest. Those brain cells see that also. And that's what they see to tell the body, hey, something's not right. It's not okay. We need to keep circulating those stress hormones. And that's what's slowly killing us. So my practice, my dental practice, we specialize in helping people with sleep and breathing disorders and chronic pain such as TMJ. And what I've learned over the last 20 years is that there's a whole lot of different causes and a lot of different treatment tools that I carry around in my belt. But the number one thing that I can teach my patients, and sometimes the only thing they need to understand, is how to monitor their breathing and manage it, not just during times of stress, not just during times of pain, but all the time, all day, and all night. So what I'm going to teach you, it's not only life-changing, but it's literally life-saving. And for the people that understand this and truly get it, they're able to build better relationships. They're able to sleep better, feel better, use their brains and their bodies better, be healthier. And if you need just one more reason, studies show it's going to improve your sex life too. So here it is, the perfect breath. What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to breathe through your nose if you can. Breathing through your nose has a lot of benefits to it, two of which are it automatically will slow down that breath and allow your air to carry further down into your lungs and into your abdomen. And that's exactly what those breath monitoring cells are looking for. Now, some of you may not be able to breathe through your nose, and that's a topic for another day. And it might be a lot easier to fix than you think, okay? So the perfect breath, it starts with your nose. And you're gonna feel it go back to the back of your throat, and you're gonna follow that breath down into your chest and carry it all the way down into your abdomen, inhaling there first and exhaling from there first. The perfect breath, it's also been shown to be on average 5.5 seconds in and 5.5 seconds out for 5.5 breaths per minute. Another thing, if you can, maybe more advanced option, but if you can think that you're inhaling calm as you're breathing in and you're exhaling whatever BS stress you have on your plate out, that is gonna help. So this is arguably the most important thing that I can share with you guys, my fellow healthcare workers. And the reason is as others have already mentioned before, studies show we're reaching record levels of burnouts. Healthcare workers, that means dentists and their teams included, over half of us are officially burnt out. And that is a direct result of the day-to-day stresses we're under and we're not physiologically managing well. So I want you to do this with me. I want you to close your eyes for just a minute. We're gonna take a couple practice breaths and we're gonna inhale for the count of 4 and hold, and then exhale. So do this with me, please. I want you to inhale, 2, 3, 4, and hold. Exhale, 2, 3, 4, hold. Inhale into your belly, 2, 3, 4, hold. Exhale from your belly, 2, 3, 4, hold. I want you to inhale the calm feelings, 2, 3, 4, hold. And exhale that stress, 2, 3, 4, hold. Okay, open your eyes, come back to me. So you've just experienced the power that you have to break that seemingly unbreakable cycle, because by practicing that perfect breath just a few times a day, what you're actually doing is retraining your physiology so that you're teaching those brain cells up in your head to tell your body and your mind that it is safe to relax and heal, get healthier, live a better life, have better relationships. So please just do me one favor. I want you to take a few minutes each day, improve your life, and I want you to think to yourself that you're inhaling the happy and exhaling the crappy. Thank you.
So there's a little change in format. So you're just going to get the feedback of 2 judges at a time. So don't anyone else who's coming up here, just know that that's to get things moving along a little bit, right? It's not that they don't want to say anything. So that was a great tagline at the end there. Inhale the happy, exhale the crappy. I love the academic component of your presentation. That was really relatable. And I just like your poise and presence up there. And thank you for going through the exercise. I could have used that this morning. It's just about an hour and a half too late for me. But thank you. I was really well done.
Do you do yoga and meditation?
I do.
I can tell. Well, and it's very telling that you are a sleep and wellness doctor as well, so it just shows what you stand for. But in giving a presentation that's meant to inspire and motivate, so simple to follow, subtle hints of humor, so I can tell that you're just an amazing and fun person, stress-free person, and I love it. Great way to break the stress cycle. So that's what I'll remember you for. Thank you.
Great job. Our next speaker is Ariel Cornwall. Finding you in what you do. Knowing your why as a dental professional can become more of a question why after the initial thrill of being in the dental field. For most, an immediate change of career or retirement is absolutely out of the question. Learning to amalgamate passion and profession within the same career path can be the solution to creating your own utopia and finding you in what you do. Help me welcome Ariel Cornwall.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing? I'm going to ask you how you're doing, and I want you to say, I was good before, but I'm even better now. How are you doing? I was good before, and I'm even better now. I know that's right. It's the positivity for me. Today we're going to be discussing finding you in what you do. I think some people in here know what I'm talking about. Finding you in itself is a good goal to have. But for professionals like ourselves, finding you in what you do is better and the ultimate goal because it amalgamates our outer with our inner. It takes our learned skills and logic and harmonizes it with our imagination and creativity. And what I found is that when you find you in what you do, you don't have to sacrifice either part of yourself. You ultimately create your own utopia because when you take your education and integrate it with who you are on the inside, it just, wow, it renovates the mind. It creates new pathways that cause you to continuously evolve. And now that you're completely connected, you bypass unfulfillment and stagnation and replace those negative symptoms of unbalance with passion and purpose. Even Oprah Winfrey says the whole point of being alive is to evolve into the complete person you intend to be. So I'm going to get in your business a little bit. Do you want to evolve into the complete person you intended to be? If your answer is yes, then it is time to connect who you are with what you do in order to experience this thing called your own utopia. But first, you have to know your why. Why do you want to evolve? Is it because you want to be at your best? Well, why do you want to be at your best? Is it because you want to be happy? Why do you want to be happy? Is that because you want to be fulfilled in life? Why do you want to be fulfilled in life? Could that be because you want to walk in your destiny? Why do you want to walk in your destiny? Is that because you want to live your life's purpose? Why do you want to live your life's purpose? Is that possibly because you want your life's work to feel complete when life ends? Why is life work? And why does it end? And why is it complete? I think for us, simultaneously, we can say, because patience, right? So, you want to, that exercise that I just shared with you is an example of the 7 levels of why. By asking yourself why 7 times preceding the previous question, you get down to the real root of why. So if you're sitting here or you're on live and you're thinking, I can't find me in what I do, I want you to know that you are capable of doing more than you think you can. I know it doesn't seem like you're in the right position to evolve, but I'm here to help you readjust your mental ergonomics. I had an instructor in hygiene school, and during clinics, she would walk past our stations and observe our ergonomics. And when she'd get to me, if she could explain it, she would probably say I looked as if I was trying to find a single bacterium, only using the naked eye. And she would walk past me and say, hold your head up, Cornwall. I still get teased for that to this day. But I thought I was only learning ergonomics, but it would come to be that those 4 words, hold your head up, would be a pillar in finding you in what you do. Because how many of us know that it's a journey? And in order to get to a connection, you have to get through the journey. You see, I was introduced to my creative side during childhood. By the time I was 10 years old, fun fact, I had sang the national anthem for the Tampa Bay Rays NBL. And by high school, I sang for Walt Disney World. Don't make me sing later. And I had completely written off, I deemed myself a full creative and completely wrote off any possibilities of any careers that would be left brain dominant. So can you imagine how that went for me when I was like, oh, I like dentistry, and grew up and applied for dental hygiene school? I mean, oh my God, as a creative, I couldn't paint my nails for like 3 years. It was ridiculous. No, it was really, really hard for me. I was the first person in my class to get a C on my end of semester reports. I was the student that studied the longest and still got the lowest grade. But can everybody help me say, hold your head up, Cornwall. All right. I'm in the middle of a semester and I'm away from home in a different state going to school, and my grandmother, she passes away in the middle of a semester, and I can't make it to her funeral. Somebody say, hold your head up, Cornwall. I'm trying. Okay. I get to last semester, senior year. My midterm patient for clinic does not show up. Everybody knows how stressful that can be, right? My instructors, they're still worried that I won't be able to graduate with my original class, and they're still worried that I may not be able to pass my board exams on the first go round. But somebody say, hold your head up, Cornwall. All right. I get to finals last semester. That clinic exam, I make 100%. I get to board exams. I pass both, first attempt. I get to graduation, and I walk with my original class. Shout out to Flossie Posse. All right. But what happens next is most important, because I got through that journey, was able to connect. I found me in what I do. I became a self-published children's book author and released my first dental children's book that teaches kids all around the world about oral hygiene. And it's great for the parents. They're like, thank you. But so you can find you in what you do, even if you don't think you can. And if you need any other examples of finding you in what you do, look around you. This conference is the direct manifestation and the epitome of just that. Taking your vocation, adding your avocation, and eventually going on vacation. I read a quote once. It said, good, better, best. Never let it rest until good is better and better is your best. Now, in the beginning of this speech, I asked you how you were doing. And you told me that you were good before, but you're even better now. So the next step is for everyone to go out and be their best by knowing the ultimate goal, which is finding you in what you do, knowing your why, and through your journey, hold your head up, because it is so worth it in the end. I did it, I'm still doing it, and you can do it too. I am grateful for a sharing time today. Thank you.
Great job. Hold your head up. I love it. Evolve into the complete person you want to be. And your stage presence is amazing. You did a wonderful job. Good job. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And I just want to add one more thing quickly too. What comes from the heart penetrates other people's hearts. You know, so I really felt like that came from your heart, and I really felt it in my heart. So great job.
Good job. All right. Our next. All right. Our next speaker is Holly Ann Mitchell, the healing power of touch. From infancy, touch is an essential part of well-being. Recent advances in post-traumatic stress recovery have incorporated touch as an important modality to rewire the brain and heal embedded traumas. Learn how trauma impacts the brain and how to use this healing power of touch to regulate your own nervous system, reducing the effects of anxiety and depression in yourself, your loved ones, and your patients. Help me welcome Holly Ann Mitchell.
Have any of you ever tried to talk yourself out of doing something? That was me, preparing for this talk. No, don't get me wrong. I was really looking forward to sharing with you about the healing power of touch, especially since COVID-19 has left most of us afraid of hugging, me included. But there are two versions of this talk, and two versions of me. The first, let's call her Business Holly. She's professional, composed. She might start this talk with a Virginia Satir quote: 4 hugs a day for survival, 8 hugs a day for maintenance, 12 hugs a day for growth. Or maybe she would wow you with the neuroscience of touch, allowing you to understand that you can heal PTSD by rubbing the outside of a trauma victim's arms. But there's another version of me. This one I like to call Freak Flag. This is the woo-woo version of me, the one that would throw her phone in the river tomorrow if she could run a business without it. This is the curious inner child who prefers to sleep outside, the one who goes crazy on the dance floor, and the musician who writes the songs whispered to her by her dead father. Freak Flag and Business Holly had a talk about this talk that went something like this. Tell the story. Stories help people remember. I am not telling that story. Why? It's interesting. It's weird. People might get uncomfortable. But discomfort means you're growing. Come on, let me tell it. No. Yes, I tell it better. Okay, fine. We'll tell it together, but just don't use that title when you tell it. I won't. This is the story of the time I performed an accidental exorcism in Costa Rica. 2 years ago, I traveled into the jungles of Costa Rica for a weekend life transformation retreat. I had just become single for the first time in a decade, just started my own business, and became a hypnotist a few weeks earlier. I was ready to re-enter the world from a place of soul alignment. I get off the bus, check into my bungalow, turn off my cell phone, slather myself in tea tree oil to keep the bugs at bay, and join a group of self-proclaimed conscious entrepreneurs for a plant-based feast. Our facilitators arrive, a life coaching husband and wife duo. We soon found out that our male guide, let's call him K, was suffering from severe sleep deprivation because of PTSD. He hadn't slept a whole night in 4 months. He apologized and said he would offer what he could, but he was really there for the jungle to heal him too. After dinner, he pulls me aside and asks, will I do some hypnosis sessions with him? Of course, I'm happy to do whatever I can to help. So the next day, I led him in a simple guided meditation to help him relax and make peace with the part of him that was preventing sleep in order to keep him safe. He seemed to feel a little better and told me he was even able to nap a little. The next evening, after dinner, we went on a night hike into the jungle. I remember shining my flashlight along the clay path to look out for scorpions and snakes. We arrive at a platform and light candles in a circle. Our facilitators are seated at the middle of the circle on a yoga mat. And the female guide grabs a candle and holds it to her face like she's about to tell a ghost story. We're going to perform a healing ceremony tonight, she says, and Holly is going to lead us. I find myself nodding, yes, I will lead the healing. First of all, I have no business performing a Costa Rican healing ritual. I had only completed my hypnosis certification a few weeks earlier, but for some outrageous reason, I believed that if I believed and they believed, maybe it would work. But I did know 2 very important things about healing. Number one, when I was growing up in the church in Florida, I had seen people lay hands on each other for healing. And number 2, I knew exactly what was happening inside of his traumatized brain. When trauma encodes itself on the brain, when you look at the surface of the neuron, there are these little soldiers, these AMPA receptors that stand up at attention, and they alert the amygdala to release stress hormones, preparing the body to fight, flight, freeze, or faint. A protein called glutamate acts like a cement, binding these soldiers into place so that they can never go at ease. And the way to heal PTSD is to get these soldiers to go back inside the cell, and that can happen through touch. He lay down in the center of the circle and we gathered around him. I'm kneeling at his head and I instruct the rest of the group to put their hands on him in a sweeping motion and make a sound that sounds like shoo, 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 shoo. I lead him into a trance and he starts to cry. And so I begin humming to him like comforting a small child. Suddenly, his body starts to convulse like something out of The Exorcist, and he starts to cough these deep, raking croup coughs. If you've ever seen The Green Mile, there's a scene where John Coffey resurrects a dead mouse, and he coughs these black beetle things up into the air. That's exactly what it was like. This goes on for an hour, me sweating buckets, holding this man's head in my lap while he's crying and shaking and hacking into my face until finally his body goes silent, still, empty. We carry him back to his room, and I sat on the edge of his bed and prayed over him, and he slept the entire night. His PTSD was gone. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Here's what happened inside of his brain and how our touch healed him. Hugs, touch, pressure on the upper body, head, and hands create delta waves inside of the brain. These slow-moving brainwave patterns open up a calcium channel that releases an enzyme. This enzyme eats the protein cement, freeing the soldiers and sucking them back inside of the cell. The brain literally forgets the trauma ever happened. That night was both science and spiritual for me, reminding me that love, physical, emotional, neurochemical, spiritual, heals. Oxytocin, serotonin, dopamine released when you're hugging reduce inflammation, improve immunity, reduce anxiety, depression, and heal trauma. Hugs heal and rewire the brain. If you're ever having a panic attack or nervous about a speaking engagement, the simple act of self-hugging tells your nervous system that you're safe. Children need hugs to prevent trauma. The first time I heard about adverse childhood experiences, also known as ACEs, I cried because I realized that I had 5 of the 9 most common childhood traumas, adverse childhood experiences. And I finally understood why I had struggled with depression and anxiety my entire life. As ACEs increase, health decreases. Death, divorce, family incarceration, violence in the home are linked to the leading causes of death in this country because as the child enters adulthood, they seek to regulate their dysregulated nervous system by choosing smoking, drugs, alcohol, food, sugar, anything to help them feel better. But safe, loving touch is the antidote. The more you hug a baby, the faster their brains grow. The more you hug a child, the more emotionally resilient they become. As hugging returns post-vaccination, you might want to ask for consent first before going in. Or maybe you can ask if they want an elbow bump, fist bump, or a high five. But if you can't hug safely yet, you can still get the same brain benefits by booking a massage, hugging a pet, or even hugging yourself. Let's do it together toward the end of this talk. Yeah. 4 hugs a day for survival. 8 hugs a day for maintenance. 12 hugs a day for growth. And if you need me, you can find me in the back giving myself a daily dose of growth. Thank you.
You belong on Broadway.
You belong on television. How long did you prepare for this?
I wrote it last weekend, but
Well, the reason why I ask is because in order to deliver a presentation with that level of presence, theatrics, animation, I would guess that you maybe have been an actress or background in theater.
Good call. Yes, I was a musical theater actress for another talk. I'll tell you that story.
Amazing. I felt as if I was with you in Costa Rica, the way you said fine details. And I mean, that's really an amazing telling of a really experienced speaker. So beautiful job. And you trickled in little impactful statements and teachable moments about the physiology, which engages a geek like me. But beautiful job all the way around. Gorgeous.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have similar comments to Elaine. I felt like I was in the jungle with you in Costa Rica. The storytelling was excellence. And obviously, you have a lot of experience with that. But also, you brought it back to the scientific and academic component that you were trying to emphasize. So it wasn't just like an aimless story where you're talking about your personal experience. So I thought that was really powerful. You wove that back in. And it's obvious that I was going to say theater, I've missed theater the last couple of years, so it was nice to be back and see live theater. I really felt like I was part of the play. So thank you.
Thank you. It means a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
So everyone, this is the end of session 1. What we're having next is a social media panel. Elijah, social media panel? All right, so our 3 social media panelists are going to be coming up here in just a moment. It's something you're not going to want to miss because social media is such an incredible way to market what you have to offer. They're going to be coming up here in just a minute.
I think companies can live or die on their culture and their values. And that's something that we were very intentional about from day one.
It literally comes out in what we do. And so when people see our work and they go, wow, really for me it's speaking to our team. This isn't just dental marketing. This is coming alongside of clients, friends, business owners who have this dream and maybe for the first time in their professional career actually representing what they do in a way that's authentic to them. It's like, this is who I am, and we get to do that.
All right, Elijah and Charles back again. Hey everybody, I hope last testimonial of the doctor, we want you to be the next person to be on film getting the next testimonial because we want to bring these big cases to your practice. Thank you, and get ready for the next one.
One of the things I love to see is when somebody understands the virtual consult concept so well that they take that and then take it next level. And that's what Driven Dental's done. They take all the same principles and concepts of connecting virtually with people, driving those leads, but they take it one step further. Using that virtual patient advocate, they're able to not just have like initial conversations with the patient, but they're able to really dive deep and figure out what it is that they can afford. What is it truly they want to do, and what the reservations are, what their hangups are. So that having those live interactive conversations with the patients, yes, to do it virtually, to record the video and send it, that's one thing, but taking it the next step and having live conversations and really digging down deep into what it is that people want is the best way to make sure that when somebody actually shows up in your chair, they're ready. Finances are in place, concerns are resolved, they're ready to go. And so it's been amazing to see what has been able to happen over at Driven Dental, and I'm excited for the rest of the group to see how they can truly impact your practice by using their virtual patient advocate to help you take things next level.
Patient Fi, the patient-friendly financing platform. With Patient Fi, there is absolutely no risk to apply. Patients can now see what they qualify for through a fast, simple 100% soft inquiry process. Our transparent application provides patients with clear, understandable terms and customized repayment options tailored to their budget. We give your practice the ability to market procedures on a monthly payment plan. And Patient Fi offers a variety of plans with an early repayment feature of 0% promotional financing with no retroactive interest penalties. Our seamless practice portal allows practice administrators and coordinators to easily manage all applicants. Patient Fi can help. It's time for patients to be as happy with their financing decision as they are with their procedure. Patient Fi, redefining the patient financing experience for good. Enroll today and become a Patient Fi practice.
So, your first day as a dentist, huh? Are you excited? I remember my first day. It's nothing like this. We didn't have all the gizmos and gadgets. You know, we were... Yeah, it's a money pit, but hey, it's all about impressing the patients. We had to scale back a little bit on the front end tech to afford the place, but I got the best IT guys. They made do. We've got top of the line voice over IP.
Sandy! Pick up on line 4.
Bright smiles.
That's a cup. Oh, and the best part is everything gets uploaded to the cloud instantly.
That's not
amazing, right? The things these tech guys come up with. Oh, hey, come here. Wait till you see our analytics department. What's the forecast, Todd? Hit me.
Better luck next time, sir.
Ah, well, you win some and you lose some, huh, kid? Am I right?
Could I get out of here? You know, I'm kind of claustrophobic.
Oh, and our scheduling system is completely up with the times. Everything's fair. We don't play favorites here.
Red 23. Room 4.
You haven't gone paperless yet?
Nothing like a hard copy.
Don't let your office slide into chaos. Meet Casper, everything your practice needs to run an efficient front end, all in one.
Bright smiles. It's for you.
Three, 2, and 1.
Hey everybody, welcome to the social media panel. I have some amazing social media influencers here on stage, and everybody influences on different things in different groups. So honored to have the privilege of sitting on the same stage with these dental celebrities. And I first want to thank them for coming and being a part of this. The first thing that I want to do is I want to start off by having each one of them introduce themselves, tell you the Facebook groups that they have started, and their big picture with their Facebook groups, and feel free to join. I know we have hundreds of people that are watching, and within the next days, there'll be thousands of people that are watching. Also, if you could do me a favor, share this actually into their Facebook groups and give them a shout out on there. And so the admins of the Facebook group, if you could make sure that you can have them approve the post, that would be fantastic. If there's, it has to be approval before a post is submitted. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll start, we'll start on the left. All right, we'll start with Dr. Brian Harris, if you want to introduce yourself, and then if you want to tell everybody your social media following, how to follow you, and why you got started, and what it does for the industry. In just about a minute intro.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you for having me. So, Brian Harris, I practice in Phoenix, Arizona. So my community would be the Smile Virtual community. Smile Virtual is a community of dentists that is focused on kind of treating patients at a higher level using virtual consults, using technology. So don't have a specific public Facebook group, but just an amazing group of doctors. And I think maybe, you know, my focus is really more about how we treat patients at the highest level, and how you can use social media or this idea of social proof to show people what you do. You know, I believe if you love doing something in dentistry, like, show the world what that is, and the more you show people what you do, the more of that thing you get to do. And so it's just an honor to be here. I hope to be able to provide a little bit of value to the conversation.
And something that Brian left out was he's up here from his Instagram following. How many followers do you have on IG?
I don't know. Actually, I do know it to the number. Just kidding, I don't. Yeah. But no, but I think it's somewhere around 400,000. And one of the things that's interesting, though, I think, is now, as more and more time goes on, the number becomes irrelevant, and the impact you have is really where the value is. And, you know, there was a lot of hype for a long time around numbers and following, how many followers do you have, where now it's almost like, you know, the people with the smaller following and like real impact and real value are who are changing the industry, in my opinion.
Thanks, Brian. All right, Dr. Nacho.
Oh, sure, glad to share. So it was February 2017. Most good ideas come from your wife, so I wanted to start a Facebook group
where dentists would feel less alone, collaborate more, compete less, care more about how we treat each other than our crown prep taper. I kind of call dental school the dental student Hunger Games, and I think we can create our own Mr. Rogers neighborhood of dentists to care more, share more. So I started Dental Nachos in February 2017. Like a lot of happy accidents, Bob Ross, I think I picked the golden retriever puppy of appetizers because people were just posting nachos on the group all day long, which was great because that brought a lot of camaraderie and positivity. But our goal was to have, just like real nachos, share. Sometimes it gets messy, but have a foundation of respect for one another. It's for all dentisting humans, if you have teeth, go to a dentist, are a dentist, or an assistant or hygienist. So my goal is just to create a positive force in the dental world where we can feel less alone. One of the things I said yesterday, and I appreciate Eliza letting me share, is that you can be in a dental office surrounded by people but feel very alone. So my goal with Dental Nachos is to make you feel less that way. We have like 31,000 people in the Facebook group, and then thanks to my awesome team, we are also on Instagram. We have a few less followers than that, just a few, not many less. We're on Dental Nachos Instagram. We've all started Dentist Job Connect, so just trying to be a positive force in the industry.
Thank you. I guess I'll go next. So I created about 10 social media groups. The one that I would say is the most popular is my Facebook group called Trapped in an Op. If you are on Trapped in an Op and you're watching this, go ahead and comment below the words Trapped in an Op. I appreciate you online watching. I know there's hundreds of you watching right now. And Trapped in an Op was created off of a podcast, actually. Mark Frias, who's now one of the writers for my implant marketing company, he interviewed me, and it was, I think the interview was called From the Bus Stop to the BMW. And it was my journey as a dental hygienist and how I broke out of the clinical operatory, and I worked in other capacities, such as being a speaker for Invisalign, then Straumann, then independently, owning multiple businesses. Now this is number 20 that I've started since I graduated in 2009. And basically all of the struggles, being very vulnerable, and just teaching people about the opportunities as a dental professional that this amazing industry has. I did the podcast, and I had about, I want to say, 200 emails in 2 weeks. And I said, man, I want to help all these people, but I want to do it efficiently. So I created the Facebook group Trapped in an Op, where I answered questions one time, not 200 times. It's now 18,000 plus members. I last checked in the past 28 days, there's been over 16,000 of those members that were active. And it's an empowerment group. I'm a motivational speaker for kids, and I brought the positivity and the empowerment into dentistry by creating that group. I watched dental professionals eating their own, being very unkind on social media. And I never wanted to be in an environment like that, so I created my own house. That house was called Trapped in an Op, and that's where we keep positivity and we empower one another. We grow one another as individuals, and that's been the motto, that's been the culture of the group, and I'm super happy to share the same kind of core values as Paul about being kind. Being kind is so important to one another. It's something that is lacking in our industry, and it's something that we both firmly believe is super important, and that's the core values of our group, is always be kind, right? So that's my one group. Yours, Sandy?
So I'm Sandy Lee. I started the group Lighthearted RDH, and I feel like we all have a similar theme. We were tired of seeing the exhaustion, the snarkiness, the very, it was very intense in a bad way. I started the group in January of 2015. I figured I'd get a couple hundred people that want to, have an environment where it's safe for support, to help each other. And within basically the end of the first day, I had over 1,000 people, and I needed help. So I recruited Jeannie and Nicole. They are my co-admins. And it's just a supportive group for hygienists. I'm big about quality over quantity. I capped the group at 5,000. I wanted the environment to be a certain way, and I felt like the more people you add, it's harder to keep that atmosphere. So we've done fundraisers for members. When Hurricane Harvey hit, we raised over $8,000 for members that had lost their homes. We do GoFundMes for members all the time, and it's all about support. It's helping each other when you do feel alone, because a lot of the hygienists said, I'm exhausted with hygiene. I don't want to do it anymore. This group reinvigorated me, and now I enjoy what I do. There are so many people going through the same thing. I can get support. I can post crazy memes. That's probably one of the favorite things is we have meme wars it will brighten your day. I used to post dance videos, which, I don't know if I have good moves or not, but I wasn't afraid to post it because I felt like that was a safe environment for that. And it's also, I have the Off Your Flosser podcast, and it's basically the same thing in a podcast. We wanted lighthearted fun because we all get the education. We have to have CEs. We have to learn. But at the end of the day, when you've been scaling tartar all day long, your wrists hurt, your backs hurt. Let's listen to something funny. Let's go into a group where you can say, you know what, I had the craziest PETA patient today, and then all these people are saying, oh yeah, me too. So it's just the camaraderie, it's the support, but the group is called Lighthearted RDH. It's invite only. I had to do that so current members can invite their friends. And since I did cap it, we have a waiting list of about 70 sitting and waiting. But hopefully we can get them there at some point because, our goal is to support each other.
All right, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah Lawrence. I've been involved with social media since 2015, 2005. My math was bad. So social media has always been something that has been important in my life, but more recently, it's February of 2020, I started a group called COVID-19 Dental Discussion. And it was really just created out of the need to have discussion amongst dental professionals regarding COVID. I started it in the parking lot at my previous job, and I created the group, went to work, and by the time it was lunch, it was like growing like crazy. So we currently have right under 20,000 members. We talk about everything COVID related, and social media used to be a place where we just consumed information prior to COVID, in my opinion, but post-COVID, it really was a place where we developed those relationships. We were all living in isolation for such a long period of time, and we were scared. We were in the middle of a pandemic, and we didn't have a lot of answers. And so it really was a place where we could go to support each other, to discuss the things that were coming up in our daily lives, and just to have the discussions of the things that we were going through emotionally and mentally also. So just like everybody else up here, the relationships are the most important thing. It's not about the numbers. It's really about how you're connecting with the people in your group, and are you showing up to be a good leader? Are you setting a good example? And that's something that we really try to focus on is we don't have to agree. I really don't think we all should agree. I think we should challenge ourselves to see other perspectives and to learn and remain curious. So I'm so grateful to be here.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much. And now we're going to have some questions. How did you build your following or your group? For you it's IG. So how did you get that started? And then we'll pass it on down.
Yeah, I think within the Instagram community, my page is very much more a, it's for patients, and I believe as you're looking at growing a following, whatever following that may be, you got to decide, are you looking to attract more peers, dentists, or are you looking for connecting with more patients? So my brand is geared more towards patients, and I really focus on just helping them see what's possible in our profession, but also just being there to answer their questions, being there to help them when they need anything. And so how I grew that following was just serving people. When they have questions, ask, post informative content that's going to help them know more about cosmetic dentistry and know more about their options. And then we just got done talking, and in this last presentation, there's some real growth strategies. I believe in the fact that you can actually go and create your brand and create your following if you understand how to do it, and it's all about just knowing how the system works. I mean, we could talk for hours about strategies on growth, but at the end of the day, I think being authentic, the common thread that I saw in everybody here, total authenticity in their own environment, in their own field, and what they're passionate about. And I think that's the secret. Find something that you love, focus on that. Don't worry about impressing others. Just get in your lane and go.
Also, great question, Elijah. Made a good point about, having the same questions affect dental professionals, but they don't feel comfortable asking them on a group. So I try to make it that people would feel comfortable at Dental Nachos posting and sharing because they're having the same problems. I talk about dentists early in their career, middle parts of their career. So try to create. I grew it, I believe, by having people's friends invite their friends, kind of like the word of mouth through social media. But I also would encourage you, contribute to other communities. I mean, my two great friends are sitting out there, Chris and Glenn, and I've contributed to their communities with the intention of just adding value to it. And then people find out about you and say, oh, what are you doing? And I just was so inspired by what Elijah said yesterday about his abundance mindset, because there's plenty of groups people can be a part of. You go through different ages and stages of your life where, the business of dentistry is more important to you at this stage of your career, or being trapped in an op. So I would just say contribute great content to all different communities. We talk about on our team JBY, just be yourself. Sometimes you don't have to have a perfect post or comment. It could just be sharing thanks for sharing, or sometimes the most popular polls in Dental Nachos are like, what is your favorite ice cream, or what is your favorite, this is a very good one, what is your favorite TV show? People come out of the woodwork for that one. So social media is about social connections. I think the word is wrong. It's really about connections. So that's what I would say, contribute to other communities, and also just encourage other people to share your group with their friends.
So how did I grow my group? I would call my group a very niche group. It's not for everybody, but I knew that if I niched and did something that I was really passionate about, which is helping dental professionals that have these dreams of doing things within our profession, it would grow. So I started it from that podcast. And we do the same thing. We don't just let anybody in. We make sure we vent them. And one of the first questions is are you able to always stay positive? We have a no negativity rule. Some people say, oh, that's censorship, or I don't care what you call it. It's my house, and we will always stay positive. And the next rule we have is no MLMs, no multi-level marketing. Those can sometimes overrun a group. Nothing wrong with them. Everybody has to, do their own thing, and I'm okay with it. I've actually done a couple myself early on in my career. However, that will overrun a group if you allow them. And so we made it no MLMs are allowed. But anytime that somebody has a business of any sort other than that, I am 100% one to say post. And when they ask me if they can post, I say, this is your host. This is your house. This is not mine. This is ours. It's our community. And don't ask me again. Just post. Now, I think that there is a lot of times, you're not allowed to promote anything in a group, and that's completely okay. Every group has its own rules, and I 100% respect each person's rules. But the way that I grew is through positivity. And I don't actually have to ever block anybody, maybe one time per every other month or something like that. People check each other in the group if it starts to get a little rowdy. And I delete the post immediately, and I don't ask questions, I just hit block. And there's just no conversation, there's nothing to talk about. Enjoy the other groups, essentially. So I've grown it through positivity to 18,000 members. We'd probably be up around Paul's size if we let other people in, but we don't. I remember whenever Paul's group was under 10,000, maybe 7,000 or 8,000, and I said, let's help him get to 10,000. And now he's tripled since then.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Elijah.
Absolutely. We're all about supporting all of the groups and just keeping it positive, and that's how we grew. Sandy?
I believe Lighthearted RDH grew because of my smooth dance moves. I mean, but no, that wasn't it. I feel like it was needed at the time. It was born out of necessity because of groups that were, they allowed people to be very rude, very snarky, and those are not the people that are in Lighthearted. And if they sneak in somehow, we find them out eventually, because the comments reveal themselves. We do support each other. I let people, if they've created a group, I'm like, sure, post it, because somebody in that group is going to need this other group. Not everybody has the same needs, wants, interests, that sort of thing. We've had spin-off groups that were created. Sometimes it got a little spicy and lighthearted, so we started a different group, and that's a secret group. I won't tell you that one. But it was necessity. People needed a place where they could let their hair down and relax a little bit. And I feel like that's exactly why it grew, because it was fun. It was everybody, they have hard days at work, and they just needed a place to kind of chill out, and that's what Lighthearted is.
So I feel like my group grew due to COVID, unfortunately. It was just out of necessity, and it was just all providing content to people, having a place where we could discuss things that were maybe not relevant in other groups at the time, and just creating a place where we could go if we were having questions about PPE, exposure protocols, aerosol reduction, those types of things that were all new to us. And having great help in the group is really important. Elijah is amazing. I really look up to him. He is somebody that I respect, and so I respect the groups that he's created, and so when there's ever a question or when something comes up, I do rely on his perspective, because it does mean a lot to me. So I appreciate him and the other moderators that help with that. So yeah, I just feel like it was just created due to the need. It was something that we hadn't experienced, and so it just filled the gap.
All right, we'll start over with Brian again, and these are going to be some speed answers. We have another 5 minutes left of the panel, and we'll be pretty quick. How do you deal with cyberbullying on social media?
I actually love it. I mean, it doesn't happen all that often, but when a negative comment does come in and it's like out for the public to see, I think you always have the option to like respond or react. And so with those, my rule is like, I always take the high road, no matter how offended I can become, or no matter what the comment is. It's always used as an opportunity to show other people that like you can respond in an okay way without it having to turn into a ton of negativity. So I always, when I get something like that come in, I pause. I kind of try to think about what I would want the world to see and how they'd want me to react, and then I just respond that way, and then just let it go and not let it bug me.
Thank you. Paul?
I don't understand the question. It never happened to me, so no, I'm just joking. Happens on a routine basis. It's kind of part of my life. What I will share is, in my own group, I try really hard to eliminate that, do what you do, don't allow it. I do sometimes go behind the scenes. My wife is an awesome kindergarten teacher, and say, hey, we don't talk like this. I've made progress with people who are just had, maybe spoke too harshly. But then outside my own group, when I don't have control, I just encourage people to like spread more kindness. I think it's never worked to attack a bully back in the same way, but to try to say, hey, that's not cool, knock it off. I think we've all been in a situation in our lives where our mom said, this is why we can't have nice things when we broke something. And I think we all should get together and be like, this is not cool, knock it off. Take it to someone one-on-one. Things people wouldn't say to you in person, they feel emboldened by a keyboard, both in dental Facebook groups and everywhere online. So I just think we can all strive to just create a kinder community. Doesn't mean we always have to agree, but just kind of have this is not cool, knock it off motto.
Thank you. So how do I deal with cyberbullying personally? I don't deal with it. I don't deal with it. I have a positive bubble, and I like to say I bubble bounce someone if they try to enter my positive bubble. The crazy thing is that I'm a motivational speaker for kids, okay, high schoolers. And I didn't realize that we actually could have an industry that acts like they do with cyberbullying. I thought I would only be speaking to kids about it. But unfortunately, it exists in our own industry. And so the way I deal with it is I do just like my mother always taught me. High road, kill them with kindness, right? Take all of the rocks that are thrown and build an empire with those rocks. And build it for other people. And so I feel whenever the cyberbullying happens, I think it's extremely important to know that you have to take the high road, because if you don't, that they will bring you down. And I know what it feels like. It's kind of like having you bite down on the sidewalk with your teeth and somebody kicking your face in again, and again. And when you like a post, when you share a post, when you comment, that means it brings it to the top of the feed, and everybody sees it, thousands of people. And so if you deal with the negativity and the cyberbullying and if you don't deal with it and you let it get to you, it can put you in a dark place. So I would encourage everybody to have that bubble and bubble bounce people out of your positive circle. So, Sandy.
So, cyberbullying, I feel like we've all been victims of that. Personally, when I started the group, it probably was a few years in, and I had somebody that broke off and started this other group, and it was basically Sandy Lee bashing. I've dealt with a lot of trials, ovarian cancer. I went through IVF, and now I live childless, so I've lost babies. And these cyber bullies said things like, I started the group just for people to feel sorry for me. They did a fundraiser for me, and they said that's the only reason I started the group. So all of this, that was horrible. I cried over that. And the thing that I've learned from that, it's not about me, it's about them. The cyber bullies are just unhappy. They have some situation in their lives that they want to project on someone else. And I got to a point where I just couldn't deal with it anymore. So I shut it off. I didn't want to see it anymore. People would send me screenshots of things that they were saying, and I was like, thank you for telling me. I don't care anymore. I couldn't, because it would have destroyed me. So cyberbullying, it's about them, not about me. I just shut it down. I block it out. And in my group, if we have that, they're just blocked. They're gone. It's as simple as that. Das Boot!
So just like everybody else was saying, I've had my own issues with people attacking me, and I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I'm working on that, and I try to think: is there a lesson? Is there something that I can learn from this? Because nobody wants to think that somebody doesn't like you, or it's a difficult thing when you have somebody that is picking on you in such a public way. But like Sandy said, it's about them. Like, I try to surround myself in real life and online with people that I respect and that I know that I can go to when things like this happen and I'm starting to question myself, or you hear some things over and over and you're like, well, is this true about me? And so you start to question. But you need those people in your life that you can go to, the safe place to build you up and to offer the protection that you need in this digital world. But if it's in the group, at first I was a little bit more lenient, but now we just kick them out. So yeah, they're gone.
Thank you all so much. And for those of you who are listening online, if you could please put in the comments below, be kind. Be kind. Put that in the comments below. I think that's extremely important, and that's what I live by, and spread positivity to everyone. So comment below, be kind. We're going to go on a 2-minute commercial break, and we have another set of amazing social media influencers that I welcome to the stage. But I want to say first, thank you all for being yourself and showing up.
Thanks, Elijah.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, this is Chad Duplantis. I'm a restorative dentist in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm a founder and co-host of Dentist in the Know, which is a weekly Facebook group where we talk about the latest and greatest trends in dentistry. We've always considered ourselves to be a very technologically advanced office. We have a lot of technology in our clinical setting. However, we've really started to focus on the technology in the front of the office and bringing new patients in, and how do we capture these new patients, engage with these new patients, and really keep a constant flow of new patients into our practice. Well, over the past several months, we incorporated Swell into our practice, and Swell has done exactly what it claims to do. Our reviews have gone through the roof.
Hello, I'm Dr. Thomas Jackson, a prosthodontist and board-certified periodontist. Over years of clinical practice, I've watched my patients struggle to floss connected dental appliances, such as implant or tooth bridges, braces, and bonded retainers. Current solutions like water flossers and floss threaders have limitations and often don't work. It's why I developed the Auto Flosser. It's a revolution in oral hygiene technology, designed for anyone who literally can't floss. The Auto Flosser system has two components, the handle and the floss. Feed the stiff end of the floss into the handle, point its tip at the area to be flossed, and insert the floss via a simple turn of the wheel. Flossing the most challenging areas becomes a breeze. My patients love the Auto Flosser, and I know you will too. Join me in becoming an Auto Flosser ambassador. As an ambassador, you'll feel great saving smiles while earning rewards. You can explore this opportunity by clicking the Ambassador tab at theautoflosser.com. Thanks everyone, and here's to easy flossing.
Welcome back, everybody. Social media, Facebook, LinkedIn, Clubhouse, and YouTube. First off, if you're watching this and you're loving it, comment below. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. It's such an honor to be on stage again with these amazing social media influencers that I'm so happy to call my friend. If you're watching this and you're wondering, like, what are all these Facebook groups, or you keep on talking about Facebook groups, that's because that's how we all got our run, was Facebook. However, there are things such as Clubhouse, LinkedIn, Instagram, etc., that exist that are amazing, and we're going to talk about those things today. And first, I want to go ahead and congratulate Dr. Anissa Holmes for releasing her book. What's your book called?
Yeah, so we actually this week launched the first book for Clubhouse and Dentistry. So it's called Clubhouse for Dentistry. Actually launched it this week. So if anybody's on Amazon, you're watching right now, you can go and get a free copy until Saturday. We'll have free copies after this, but I'm super excited. I absolutely love Clubhouse, and for those who don't know it, you're going to hear about it today.
Thank you so much. And it probably makes sense just to go ahead and start by telling everybody, in 1 minute what you do, and then also your social media platforms that you have created as well.
Awesome. So I am Anissa Holmes, and my Facebook group is Dental Boss Movement. It was originally the Delivering Well Hangout, started really early 2015, and I actually started that group because I had a podcast, and at the time I was interviewing all of these amazing speakers who I was just like, oh my gosh, they're so amazing. And at the time, we would never, as dentists or dental community, be able to access these speakers. And so as they came on to the podcast, I said, can you please join my group so that dentists can connect with you? And so our group has always been coaches, speakers, consultants, dental hygienists, assistants, dentists. Like, it's a place for us all to come together to connect, collaborate, and communicate. So that is Dental Boss Movement. I'm also the founder of the first club on Clubhouse. We have over 18,000 members now, which is the Dentist Club. So super excited about that as well.
Thanks, Anissa. Chris?
Well, I'm Dr. Christopher Huffpower. If you guys know me online, you know me as Doc. And if I seem a little bit nervous, it's because the last time I was on stage with these four people, I learned, to my horror, that I could not fly, and it was quite a painful lesson. And if you didn't watch it, I think we still have a video somewhere of me falling off the stage. Yeah, Sarah's got it if you want. You can inbox it.
Fell off the stage. Ouch.
I did a good break fall, though.
You came up laughing, so.
So I am the founder of the Business of Dentistry and also the Dear Doc podcast. The Business of Dentistry was founded in February of 2017, and it was founded because I had a great frustration. And that frustration was that as a dental student, as a young practice owner, I was so tired of trying to ask about business information, getting crushed online by these old guys who believed if you build it, it'll come. Now, they're not crushed by $500,000 of student debt. They don't know what it's like to get out and try to start a practice with that kind of an albatross around your neck. And so I was just very passionate about helping other people to get over those same struggles in a positive environment. And, I have to say, I'd love to ask you guys to give a standing ovation to the previous people who are up here, because I'm having a hard time thinking of any content I can actually give you that they didn't cover. That was an amazing group. It really was.
Can we get a standing ovation for them? Let's do it. On Clubhouse, just type in, or on Facebook, just type in standing ovation, and maybe give some claps. All right? I need you to give it up. Come on, stand up. Come on. Give them what they deserve. Let's go. Thank you all so much. And for those of you who are watching, we are live here in Miami, bringing the industry back safely. And we're bringing it back. I'm super happy. We have 570 people here in total, just over 100 and about 120 influencers in some capacity. And we have multiple events happening. We're also doing another event in October that's just like this, and I'm hoping the COVID restrictions are lifted and we can double it. So I'd love for anyone to join us this October. So next up, we have Lee Duke.
Thank you, Elijah, and thank you for having me here. It's great to join such an awesome group on stage, and the group before is amazing. So I'm the founder of Dental Peeps Network. You probably know like Atlanta Dental Peeps, Houston Dental Peeps, Chicago Dental Peeps. There's over 168 localized city groups. We also have role-based forums. So if you're an office manager, there's an office manager's forum. If you're a hygienist, there's a dental hygiene forum. That was started in November 2017. I was sitting in Houston, Texas at a Marriott Courtyard. I had just left a corporate position at Straumann, where at Straumann I had an amazing support system as a sales director. And all of a sudden I found myself in this entrepreneurial space with no support system, right? You have to do everything to yourself. There's no community. If you got a question, you can't ask anybody. It's like, and thankfully for this guy right here, I think in 2016, I didn't know what a Facebook group was. And Elijah, Anessa, a lot of them paved the way for that. And this guy right here was a massive help back in the day. And so I started Houston Dental Peeps. That was the very first group. I quickly learned that, when you look at Facebook groups, I mean, if you look at the marketplace today, everything is unbundling. You got Zoom, Etsy, Amazon. It's all unbundling. It was talked about a little bit earlier, but, the niche, the smaller, is where it's at. These large tech companies, they're finding that it's harder to go big, and you want to build community. So I knew that I wanted to build community, but I also knew that I wanted to give it away very quickly. We have over 300 moderators that are local dental professionals to each group. And so you probably don't see my face around too much in these groups. I wanted to make sure that we turned it over. I'll give a quick shout out. We've got Dr. Ricky Shaffern is also a co-founder of Dental Peeps Network. Nikki Howda, hygienist up in Minneapolis, is the director of Social Network East. Lindsay Bree Lee, you probably see her. She's like all over Facebook, but she's the director of West. And then I could just go on because we've got an amazing team. And that's really our secret sauce is allowing the local people to be your guide, your community leaders to helping build community, support, allowing people to build their own brands, helping businesses build theirs. Because as an entrepreneur, I found, wow, I'm out here on an island all by myself. And it seemed at the time that the community kind of was too. And so we're thrilled to be here. I wish the whole team could fill up the stage, but I'll turn it over to Glenn.
Hey, what's up, everyone? I'm Glenn Vo, Dr. Glenn Vo, and before I go any further, I just want to, again, I know we've been just congratulating and just praising Elijah, but I want to do that again because, Elijah, we went through something just crazy, and you really just stuck your neck out there and did a live event, and I'm so happy to be on stage with all my friends again. Again, like what Dr. Hoppard just said, the last time we were on stage together, he fell off the stage, so again, I'm super happy to be back on here. And Chris, hopefully you don't fall off again. But Elijah, can we give Elijah a round of applause for doing this? Because I was talking to Chris earlier. I was like, man, this event is just so well run. Elijah is just, talking, connecting with everyone. I was so impressed. But it really inspired me. And I'm hoping that everyone who's at home watching, they're inspired to start going out there and start doing those events again. So Elijah, thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
I got connected with Elijah through kind of like my Facebook group, what I was doing. Nifty Thrifty Dentist and Dental Garage Sale. Now, the reason why I bring up Dental Garage Sale is because that's my first group. And it started because my wife was like, why are you collecting so much dental equipment? I have this problem. If I see a good deal, I have to buy it. And I have a storage room full of dental, enough to equip another office. So my wife's like, you got to get rid of this or we're going to have some problems. So I started Dental Garage Sale. And then people started asking me, well, like, hey, can you hook me up with some deals? Vendors started coming in. They started asking me, can I post here? And I'm like, well, you can post if you hook us up with a discount or something, right? And so Nifty Thrifty Dentist was born. And so it started off as a way for us to connect vendors and dental professionals. Hook them up with deals and discounts. I bootstrapped my practice. I was a startup. I paid my way through college. So I was always used to just really trying to save money, really trying to find ways to save money and grow my practice, right? And so I brought that into Nifty Thrifty Dentist. And what has happened now is become more of a community where we help each other level up. And that's what it's all about, leveling up.
All right, so I'm going to start over here with Anissa. And like I said, we'll try to keep it at a minute so everybody gets to talk. What is the next big thing in social media?
So the next big thing, of course, is Clubhouse. How many people are on Clubhouse? Oh my gosh, you're my people. Awesome, good stuff. So you already know the power of Clubhouse, right? Especially what's happened with the pandemic, having us all come together and to be able to connect, to be able to hear each other's voices, to be able to learn, to be able to share. What I love about Clubhouse is it can be any topic. And people are coming together and they're connecting and sharing. And I've not seen the whole cyberbullying thing happen. Like, you hear people's real intention and their real hearts, and you know if they're authentic or not, if they really know what they're talking about. And what's really cool is that there are social media influencers or they're speakers or coaches, but you can get value from anybody in a conversation. And that's what I love about Clubhouse. It allows everybody to be on level playing field, helping each other, connecting, collaborating, and communicating.
Chris?
Well, I hate to follow that. But guys, I'll be honest with you. I agree with her completely. I think Clubhouse is where everything's going in the future. I think we're going to see a proliferation. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Zuckerberg just announced that he was going to create a Clubhouse killer. Well, we'll see if that happens. But I think if they can ever get on the freaking Android, they're going to kill everything out there. Anybody out there an Android user frustrated that they're not on there? Yeah, no doubt.
Has anybody switched to Apple because they wanted to be on Clubhouse? There's somebody out there doing that too. Welcome to the iPhone Club.
So yeah, I think that's where it's going, Elijah. I think a lot of what Anissa said there is absolutely dead on. The internet has done a lot of great stuff for us. These social media groups have done a lot of great stuff for us. But what ends up happening, and I'm going to steal something that I learned from my friend here a long time ago: never live somebody else's outtake reel. What you see on social media, Facebook in particular, is always the best days. No one, unless they're ranting about a patient or something, is going to come out there and say, you know, hey, I screwed up so bad today. I prepped a crown, pulped the tooth. I'm in tears. They don't want to share that with people. But that is, honestly, authenticity. And one of the things that I think Clubhouse is great at, because you can hear people's voices. And it takes away that screen that Facebook has given us a lot, where we've kind of dehumanized each other. And that leads to all these, what I like to call them, life-sucking black holes. People who try to pull everything into their orbit because their sole purpose in life is to destroy everything around them just to try to fill the emptiness that they're composed of.
Thank you. And that's, man, you're right. I mean, I've heard the same thing over and over about, it's a big Clubhouse being transparent and authentic, et cetera. It's connecting people in a totally different way. And, you call them the keyboard warriors out there. They don't exist on Clubhouse, well, at least not yet. Everyone is looking to collaborate and communicate with one another and help. And I think Clubhouse is the game changer. I'm confident that it will be the biggest thing in at least our industry, as far as social media is concerned, that we'll probably see in a long time. Facebook, I was fortunate enough to get on Facebook and when it was young. I think the biggest group may have had 10,000 at the time. It was a hygiene group that I actually got kicked out of for creating Smiles at Sea in it. I said, is anybody interested in going on a cruise and getting CE? And it was like, not kidding, this happened over 200 comments within literally a couple of minutes. And good thing I seen it before it was deleted. And then the admin reached out and said, no promoting businesses. And I said, what do you mean? I don't have a business. I had an idea, but thank you. And here we are today, as an unconventional convention, a judgment-free convention. And Smiles at Sea is how I helped build my brand. But the big thing is, I was at the front of the wave of social media, right alongside with my friend Sandy Lee right here. She was probably the first person I connected with in social media, and I was at the front of that wave way before everything else happened and all these other groups blew up. And I'm confident that Clubhouse is the exact same. It is going to be the exact same wave, and the people that are in it now will be at the front of the wave. And so I'm fortunate enough to get on there, and it is addicting. But man, where was Clubhouse at in April when I was in that dark place? Right? Many of us were in a dark place in April. We lost our jobs, we lost businesses, we had to stay at home and be, quarantined essentially. Where was Clubhouse in April? Right? But it's here, and it's here to stay. So, Lee?
I'll add just a couple layers to that. I believe that now that we've seen Clubhouse, the next, and you're doing it right now here at this event, because this is happening on Facebook, and you're streaming it to Clubhouse, right?
Yes, it's being streamed to Clubhouse. And by the way, if you are on Clubhouse, go to that plus button and ping your friends into the room, now that I think of it. If you're on Clubhouse, literally go on there and ping all your dental professionals into the room, and let's see how big we can grow this Clubhouse. Go ahead, Lee.
And so, Inessa, I think that you've put podcasts on the Clubhouse and vice versa, correct? And so, getting back to that kind of unbundling, we're going to see more cross-platform utilization, where I could do a podcast, film it, I could run live into a Facebook group, be live on Clubhouse, have my podcast audience, and then post it to YouTube, and then tweet that I posted it onto YouTube, and then take a picture of it all and post it to Instagram, right? And so it's this building of this community, right? So that you're not only promoting your own personal brand on Instagram, you're promoting people that you're interviewing on a podcast, but then people in a Facebook group can now talk about it. And they can look at it, they can interact even after Clubhouse is shut down, because that's the one negative, right, to Clubhouse, is that once the room closes, it's hard to capture that. And so you can do that in all of our groups, you can do it in your Instagram, and so I think we're going to see a lot more of that as we move forward.
Thank you. Glenn?
I love that, Lee. I'm actually going to add on to that. And I think what he's talking about is just being omnipresent, right? And what that means is being on multiple platforms there. I was talking to Holly the other day, and she was asking me, like, I really want to get my name out there. I want to, reach more people. And I just told her, well, all you have to do is just be on multiple platforms, right? Come into Nifty Thrifty Dentist. Let me do a Facebook Live with you, right? Go into the Clubhouse room. Again, Clubhouse is big, right? I mean, I can't wait to read Anissa's book, and we're on Clubhouse a lot. But the thing is that if you really want to get your name out there, if you're sitting out there right now, you're thinking, okay, well, how did he do it? I'm not any different from you. I'm not that, I don't have any special skills or anything, but there's 3 things that you need to have. You need to be authentic, which Brian brought up earlier. You got to be consistent, and you got to have content. You have those 3 things, that's all you need. Now, if you just go on Clubhouse once in a while and drop some great pearls and never come back, you're not going to get that same traction. So again, Clubhouse is one of many platforms that you can join. You just got to do those 3 things.
Do you have is it a name on Clubhouse? Is there a username?
You talking about the group?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have the All Things Dentistry group, and then again, we always participate in other groups. So I'm in Anissa's groups a lot too,
Mm-hmm.
and so again, if you want someone to support you, right, you got to support what they're doing. If you want someone to care about what you're doing, You got to care about what they're doing, right? If someone comes up to me and says, man, I just love what you're all about. Okay, but you don't know what my group's called? You don't know what my podcast, you don't know anything about me, but you love what I'm doing? That's not authentic, guys, right? So again, if you want someone to love on your stuff, you got to love on theirs.
Wow, you could drop the mic after that. Next question is do you, and I'll start over here this time, do you feel that it is important to have multiple platforms as a social media influencer, or do you think that you should go deep on one?
So I definitely am deep on many because people consume content and learn in different ways. And so prior to Clubhouse, it was my podcast because some people are at the gym and they want to learn some pearls. They want to be able to hear how they can grow their practice. And so that was where we first started. But now what I do is I actually record a podcast. This is my strategy. I record a podcast. All coaches, speakers, consultants, anyone who are listening, I know there are a lot of you here in this audience. I record a podcast, and then what happens is that we get a transcript of that. And I actually have a writer that writes a script off of that transcript for me to do a YouTube video. And then we also have a writer that takes that podcast and creates an article. So every week we publish an article out to the industry. We have a YouTube video that's now linked into the article. And so you can definitely leverage. And now what I'm doing with Clubhouse is I am recording my podcast. I'm not recording the room, but once the podcast is completed, then now we can have a discussion. And we couldn't do that before. So now we can say, let's all talk about it. Who's had the same experience? Who's learned? And we can experience share. And so that's a nice way that you can look at leverage.
Chris?
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a good non-answer. You ready? I think that we're gonna experience a pendulum swing, much like you were talking about earlier. There's gonna come a time when you've got some external thing like Hootsuite or something like that that can kind of aggregate all of your content and push it out to each other, and they already do that to a limited extent. I think that we're going to reach a point of saturation where someone was talking earlier about the Instagram guy. He was talking about how sometimes it's the smaller groups that are actually more potent, more powerful, and make more change in the industry. I think we're going to see a pendulum swing, but for now, and I think probably for the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to see that you've got to be on as many platforms as possible because, like Anissa said, people learn differently. For those of you who don't have an iPhone and can't get on Clubhouse. So people learn differently and they experience things in different ways and they have different abilities to access that information. So I think we're going to see a pendulum shift.
Thank you. All right, Lee.
Multiple platforms.
Thank you for the short answer.
So yeah, I'm not going to make it as short as Lee, but yeah, I do agree. Multiple platforms, but again, you got to level up beyond that, right? And leveling up beyond that is making sure you make the connections with the right people. Now, again, you can grow your following by the connections and relationships. Elijah's big on relationships. That's why we get along so well. I am too. Everything that I do in Nifty Thrifty Dentist, even in my dental practice, is based on relationships. So let's say, for example, Elijah or Anissa has a podcast, right? And I have something that I feel like needs to be said. I want to connect with them. I want to connect with their audience, right? When Anissa has a new amazing program, we connect because I know that her program is going to help my audience. So again, there's platforms, and then you level up beyond that into relationships.
Awesome. This will be a really quick one. Very fast, because we have a minute left. Do you use LinkedIn, and what do you think about it?
I am now starting to use LinkedIn. I was not on LinkedIn, but I am now discovering the power of LinkedIn.
Same answer, great for making professional relationships.
I have just entered the LinkedIn space about 6 months ago, and it is a sleeping giant. Like, it is so amazing in so many different ways. I didn't realize the power of LinkedIn. I can't believe I've been sleeping on it for all these years. But there is definitely a community. Right now, and my guess is there might be, I don't know, a maximum of 10 people on there, but we have hundreds of people on Facebook. I feel like you essentially have the ability to be active and engage in any platform that you want, and you can grow it just as big as the one that you're most powerful on in the first place. Lee?
It's a different audience, and it's a powerful community. We just made a significant financial and team investment into LinkedIn last week.
Thank you.
So with LinkedIn and Facebook, people kind of stalk your profile to see kind of what you're about, what you like to do. On LinkedIn, they see if you're legit. And so, again, that's very powerful, especially if you're a speaker or have some groups or whatnot, and people are checking you out and say, okay, is this person legit? Is this someone who I want to put money behind? So, like Lee said, it's a different audience.
I just want to add just real quick, a word of caution about LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a more professional environment. I see sometimes people behave as if they're on Facebook or Clubhouse, and I would just caution you as a professional, it is your resume. Be very careful about these healthy debates. It is your brand. Consider that you're in an interview when you're on LinkedIn.
Thank you all so much, and do not forget to get Anissa's book. If somebody could link that book in the comments below. And she actually brought 150 books for free to the conference. That's right, they're free, right?
They are free.
So she's gonna be doing a book signing, I believe during lunch time? Yes. So we're gonna do a book signing, or she'll do a book signing at lunch, and all the influencers that are here, Dental Vault has made a special lounge for you. It's a VIP Dental Vault, and it's just for people that have the VIP passes. There's coffee there. You can charge your phone. You can sit down. You can kind of break away from everybody if you need to. And also, lunch is going to be served there today for the influencers. It's fajitas, actually. I think it would be a perfect opportunity for Anissa to go in there into that VIP vault and go ahead and do a book signing at that point. Does that make sense, Anissa?
Sounds good. What time is that?
Is there time for that?
What time is lunch? 12?
I think it's 12.
Sure.
Yep. All right, so everybody that's watching online, we are going to head into a quick commercial break, and we'll see you back shortly.
Welcome. Grow your business today by eliminating the problem of rejected services due to the lack of client financing. Stop losing money and start increasing your business. With guaranteed payment plans, you will win customers and increase revenue. And if your customer misses a payment, we will make it for them. Create and manage your in-house payment plans with our web-based system. By making it possible to pay for services over time, your business can offer clients greater access to services, upsell package services, and increase revenue. Let's look at it in action. Your proposed services are rejected because your client is unable to pay for the entire cost all at once. You offer a guaranteed payment plan and win the business. Payments are deposited directly to your bank account. Everyone benefits. Your business, your staff, and your clients. Visit our website or call.
I think when you get a story right, it creates a level of human connection that you're just not going to get any other way.
It's the best kind of marketing because it's authentic, it's true, it's you. Yet businesses have kind of put that off to the side as maybe not understanding the return on that investment.
So many dentists don't even realize that they have a story.
Right, like we see something, we're like, oh, that right there, like that's not normal.
Yeah.
Like, not everybody thinks that way or does that, and that's unique to you. Your story is worth telling. Regardless of how big or how small you think that story is, your footprint in the world, your place as a business is worth you telling a story. It's worth you connecting with patients in your community.
Imagine having a practice where your patients are excited to come back to your practice.
What if your patients were so loyal, they would never even consider going anywhere else? And what if it was as simple as this electric toothbrush?
And that's why we created Sauna, the newest way to get your patients coming back by extending your care beyond the chair.
Let's face it, patients do not think about you the second they walk out your door because they're indifferent.
And it's just a matter of time before for an indifferent patient doesn't come back.
Give your patients a reason to care. That's what Zana does.
How? By giving your patient an electric toothbrush, private labeled, so you can stay in front of them 2 times a day, 7 days a week.
And get your patients actually excited to come back to your practice because you're going to give them free toothbrush replacement heads for life.
Stay in front of your patients.
Give them a reason to come back.
Join Zana today, the electric toothbrush program redefined.
And get your patients coming back by extending your care beyond the chair.
Crest Gum Detoxify.
My gums are irritated. I don't have to worry about that. Do I?
Actually, you do. Harmful bacteria lurk just below the gum line, and if you're not taking care of your gums, you're not taking care of your mouth.
Crest Gum Detoxify. It works below the gum line and is clinically proven to neutralize harmful plaque bacteria and help reverse early gum damage. Gum Detoxify from Crest.
Gums are good, so is my checkup.
The #1 toothpaste brand in America, Crest.
FOMO, that's you that's watching. You're gonna have FOMO from this next dentist about their testimonial about the success they've had with Driven Dental Marketing. We want the next testimonial to be you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Patel. I have a practice in North Carolina, Statesville, and I have been working with Driven Dental for almost more than 2 years. We started way before the COVID time, and we have seen a lot of increase in the production, specifically in the implant. And recently, just because of that, we have also seen my office is the highest placing implant placing office in the state of in my region by Implant Direct. That's why I would like to say we have been very thankful for the result we have seen through Driven Dental. Because of Driven Dental, we started building a new office because we have outgrown. Thank you, Elijah and team.
Life. Many of you have seen this all over social media. What is Life? Well, I'll tell you, Life first off was created from a dentist and a dental hygienist. That's me. And we wanted to create something that everyone could use in the industry that had CBD products. Well, here's what we decided to do. We decided to create 3 different products for you to have in your dental practice. And your dental practice is super important, though, to get educated on the science behind the ingredients. So make sure that you reach out to us to get you a lifeline educator to teach you all about CBD, all about dry mouth, the xerostomia, xylitol, essential oils, etc. We would love to educate you more on exactly what Life product could do for your practice. Thank you.
By far the best lecture I've ever attended as a new dentist.
Very practical things that you can incorporate into your everyday life. Really not just business, but it's going to be personal too. He left us.
Take away at least 12 or 13 strategies that I want to incorporate into my practice, and quite a few that I'd like to incorporate into my home. Dr. Gupta is an excellent speaker, and he did a really good job.
I hope to see you all at the next dental festival put on by Smiles at Sea on land. And you know what? Pretty soon, we'll take the ship off the dock and we'll get back to sea. But for now, we're going to worry about throwing the best events in the entire industry. And I want you to join us at the next dental festival. Thank you.
Right now, I'm going to take my Studio 88 hat off. I'm going to take my marketing, speaker, consultant hat off. And I want to tell you, your story is worth it. It's valuable. It's significant. And I know like in the day-to-day that's really hard to see sometimes. But then every now and then I get this glimpse of the movie of my life that plays in front of me. And I go, this is amazing. There's something so significant there. It's special. And I know you see the starts and the stops. You see the dead ends. But I want to tell you today that if you judge it, you'll break it before it turns into something beautiful. Your story is worth it. Your story is valuable. The world needs your story.
Hey everybody, it's Elijah again, and I just wanted to talk to you all about this amazing new CBD product line that we have called Life. For those of you who don't feel comfortable having CBD in your practice yet, we also have an ultra hydrating Life spray. We're super excited to bring it to Dentistry. And here's the really cool thing. Many of you may be out there thinking, you know what, I don't know much about CBD, but I want to learn more. We want to have you get a free hour of continuing education to have one of our educators teach you all about bringing your office into the CBD world. Thank you so much, and please check us out.
And how's it going, everyone? Welcome back. Dentistry's Got Talent, session number 2. I hope you all enjoyed session number 1. I loved you speakers. You did a great job. Now we start the second session of Dentistry's Got Talent. Those of you who are at home, I know you want to get your CE credits, so look for the link. It's somewhere on your screen right now. It's got the link to register for session 2. I know if you've already registered for session 1, you think you're all good. You're not. Make sure you register for session 2. All of you who are here live and you got your phones out, make sure you register for session 2. It's going to be up for the next 10 minutes. That's how you're going to get your actual CE certificate, by registering. Home, register. Everyone here, make sure you register. So now we're going to start session 2. And session 2 is a completely different topic. Like we said earlier, there's going to be a finalist from every session. So session 2 is called Insurance, Investments, and Security. How to make the best of it all. And we have 5 speakers. Judges, you feel ready to introduce each speaker? All right. Crystal, come on up.
All right. Crystal May. The top 5 procedures you should bill to medical insurance. Medical billing is one of the hottest topics in dentistry. If you can decrease the patient's out-of-pocket, you will increase case acceptance. Join Crystal May as she shows you the top 5 dental procedures you should be billing for medical insurance and the simplified process she has created. Help me welcome Crystal May.
Thank you very much. So, I am absolutely passionate about this hot topic of medical billing and dentistry. So I want you to imagine for a second that you're sitting at your consult table and Sue's in front of you. She's just gone back for her exam, and you have the privilege of telling her her treatment plan, and you need to tell her her treatment's going to be $10,000. And we verified dental benefits, and they're going to contribute $1,500. So Sue, we need to collect $8,500 from you in order for you to get the treatment that you need. And Sue loses color in her face, and she might slump back in her chair. She may even have tears in her eyes because Sue came to you because she wanted the treatment that you recommended. Our patients want healthy mouths. Our patients want pain-free chewing. They want beautiful smiles. But Sue doesn't have $8,500, right? We've all been there. So now imagine this. Sue, it's okay. Don't worry, no tears. Because you came to my office and we bill medical insurance, I was able to get them to authorize your treatment. And even with your deductible, your portion's only going to be about $2,500. Would that be a more affordable option for you? And we all know the answer is yes. Our patients could afford $2,500 far easier than they can $8,500. That is what medical billing can do. If we can decrease your patient portion, we can increase case acceptance. When we increase case acceptance, we get patients the care that they need. You will not hear me stand up here and talk about the ROI of medical billing. I will not guarantee you that every dentist will make another $100,000 per year by adding this service. But what I can tell you is that if you can reduce your patient portion by adding this new payment source, you can increase case acceptance and help your patients get the treatment you need, which will fill your schedule. So hopefully you're all thinking, I want to do that. I want to help those patients. I want to schedule those appointments. I want to be that kind of practice. And you're probably asking yourself, what can I bill for? What are my options here? What was Sue's treatment plan? How did you do that? So first of all, I have to start by saying every single procedure we do in dentistry is billable to dental insurance. Every single one, if we can prove medical necessity. So I use a statement often, it's not about what you're doing, it's about why you're doing it. So it's not about the treatment plan, it's not the ADA code. It's why did they need it? What was the reason? If we can prove medical necessity and prove that there was a medical correlation for this treatment, we can get coverage for our patient. So that also means I'm saying that every single dentist in the country is doing one or more procedures that could be billed to medical insurance. So I usually talk about medical billing for a minimum of 2 days, and I barely cover the surface. So how was I going to do this in less than 10 minutes and create enough excitement and value for you that you wanted to learn more? So I decided to pick the top 5 procedures or categories that are often covered by medical insurance. So the first one I picked was bone grafting. And I did that for a couple of reasons. One, it's fairly easy to bill. So there's not a lot of codes to choose from. It's also fairly easy to prove medical necessity because we're treating atrophy. And you can't say the word atrophy and not think medical, right? It's also not commonly covered by dental insurance. So if you're doing a lot of bone grafting, you're probably having to collect a lot of out-of-pocket portion from your patient, right? The other thing about bone that I think is worth noting is the allowable is considerably higher than that of medical. So your allowables on bone and your PPO fee schedules, if you happen to be a practice who takes dental insurance, might be lower than you wish, right? That happens a little bit in PPO fee schedules. When you bill medical insurance, you actually get to bill your full UCR because you'll likely be non-participating. So we not only get our patients reimbursement, but we actually get to bill a higher fee with a higher allowable. So bone's a fantastic place to start. My second is implants, and I chose it for many of the same reasons. It's fairly easy to code. There's not a ton of codes to choose from. When you can prove medical necessity, you do get great coverage. But I really need you to listen to me on this one. So listen to what I say, not what you want to hear. Not all implants are covered by dental or medical insurance, okay? They're just not. Some plans don't cover them. Sometimes even when we make the best case in the world, then we find ourselves unable to have coverage because the plan excludes them. So we can't change coverage, for the plan coverage. We can't control that. We do our best, we prove medical necessity, and we do get coverage on a lot of cases. But I hope, again, you listen to what I said and not what you wanted to hear. Just because you're placing implants does not mean they're going to be covered by medical insurance. The other reason I picked implants is because the cost associated with them. They're a fairly high-priced procedure. Let's say you do get dental benefits for your implant. You just used your patient's entire annual max on a single tooth. How many of your patients need one tooth restored? Very few. So what I'm going to suggest you do is bill medical insurance for the higher priced procedure, the implant, and let's leave those precious dental benefits for your restorative treatment and your basic treatment so we get the patient the best of both worlds. Now, my third category is one of my favorite topics in dentistry, and it is sleep apnea. So I chose billing oral appliances to medical insurance because, one, they are one of the easiest procedures to bill for. And many of you who have attempted this might be thinking she's crazy. No, they're not. They are, okay? One procedure code, one diagnosis code. If you have the proper documentation, medical insurance is paying for sleep appliances. Dental insurance doesn't pay for them. So if you're not billing medical insurance, then what payment options are your patients going to have? And the answer is none. They're going to be paying out of pocket entirely for these oral appliances. The other thing about sleep is there is a fantastic ROI on sleep appliances. The allowables are great. Your lab fees and your cost to do business can be very affordable, and you can really, really generate some fantastic revenue. But I hope you're doing it because sleep changes lives, and you have an opportunity to do this for your patients and really change the lives of every patient in your practice that you can screen and effectively treat. So when I advance tomorrow to the finalists, I'll be talking a little bit more on sleep and why I'm so passionate about it. My fourth category is a little bit easier. It is radiographs. And I chose it because every dentist in the country, well, I shouldn't say that, most dentists in the country are taking x-rays on their patients. But did you know that medical insurance is paying for both 2D and 3D imaging if you're taking the image for a medical reason? So if the patient is presenting with pain, if they have infection, if they have missing teeth and you're looking at atrophy, or maybe you're even planning for a covered surgical procedure, they will actually pay for your panos, your bite wings, your PAs. Then CBCTs. I'm a huge fan of cone beam technology. I think it should be the standard of care. Dental insurances that are covering them aren't allowing enough to even make it make sense. So I have all these customers who've invested in this technology and are either not using it, it's collecting dust, they're charging a ridiculously low fee because that's what's allowed, or they're downgrading it and using it only for panos. So if you have considered investing in CBCT, or you've already invested and you're maybe frustrated with your ROI, definitely look at medical billing as a possibility. And then my fifth category is accidents. And I love dental accidents. But I don't mean that in a way that sounds quite so evil. I never like to see our patients present with that tooth in their hand, but it happens, right? We've all seen it. What you need to know about accidents is it doesn't take a police report or an ER visit or a referral. You can actually bill for an accident just when someone was hit by the knee on the trampoline, okay? Now I want to share with you a story about why I'm so passionate about medical billing. A patient came in to me. He was referred by a local surgeon, and his name was John. He had fallen while walking and hit the anterior surgeries, and we do an exam, and he has non-restorable teeth. He needs an implant-supported upper and lower denture. So John and his wife, Elaine, sit down in front of me, and I present their treatment to him. And it's over $50,000. And Elaine's got tears in her eyes. John's as pale as a ghost. They don't even know what to do. I said, wait. Because you came to my office and we bill medical insurance, I've already authorized your treatment plan. Because you've met your deductible and your out-of-pocket max because of your surgery, they're going to cover 100% of your procedure. We saved this patient $50,000, got them the best care available, completely changed his life. That's why we do this. I was able to change this patient's life, increase my revenue by $50,000. And I did it because I was willing to do a little bit of paperwork. So I would challenge all of you to ask yourselves, do you have patients like that in your practice? Last month, last quarter, last year, how many patients did you see that could have benefited from you being willing to do a little bit of paperwork? Thank you very much. Oh, nice.
Dr. Bruce, I think you would agree, as dentists.
Yes.
I mean, should we drop the mic, both of us? Should we both drop the mic?
Oh, thank you.
As a mic drop, for sure.
Yeah, amazing. And what's awesome is that so many dentists, they don't know. You know, when we go to school, we don't learn these things. And then when you open up, or if you work as an associate somewhere, you don't have time to learn, or maybe you don't have the mentor that will teach you these things, you know? So having a resource like you, Crystal, is really invaluable. And I commend you for being such a great speaker and for delivering. To me, what is important is that you put the patient first about delivering the right treatment, and then the reward for the dentist will also come, and that is the ultimate win-win situation for both the patient and for the dentist. So, great job.
I concur. Doing good while doing good, you know, helping out patients is awesome. I thought your stage presence was fantastic, and I felt like you were knowledgeable on the subject, and you were sharing what you know, and that's the easiest thing to do, and you did a great job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustworthy, that's it. She comes off very trustworthy, so.
You only get the input of two of us.
Oh, okay.
We were very impressed.
Okay, thanks very much.
Great job.
Thank you.
All right.
Bruce, Elaine has the bios for this course.
Oh, good. You do it.
Here we go. The next speaker is Denidra Fletcher. Denidra is a dental superstar. Her career began in 2005. She excelled in dentistry with job titles ranging from dental assistant to management and now dental hygienist. Her administrative and clinical skills are unmatched. Wanting to get out of the op but still keep her passion for dentistry, she has started a consulting firm. Thank you.
Good morning, Miami. I named the title of my speech today, Where the Money Resides. It's unconventional. It's a phenomenon that went on Instagram where a young man was jumping out of the trunk of a car trying to sell cars. So I won't be doing that for you guys today. COVID-19 has caused an impact on the world, but it has been detrimental to the dental community. Myself, coming from an office where I worked for 2 months as a hygienist and I didn't get paid because my boss was financially challenged prior to COVID, so he had to close his doors at the beginning of 2021. So what does that do for new practices? It brings an influx of new patients to your practices. Most practices know how to market to new patients, but retention is an area where they lack. So what I will do today is talk to you guys about how to retain new and existing patients and increase the overall productivity of your practice. New patients, when you get that first initial phone call, you should see what is the chief complaint, what are they coming in for, and you should address that accordingly. As a temp traveling hygienist now, I find that many offices that I go into are understaffed due to COVID. Not many hygienists are coming back, and also they lack staff. So it puts a strain on the amount of time that you allow for new patients. Hygienists mainly see new patients, but I think doctors should see them first, but I'll tell you a little bit more of that reason as to why. When speaking with my new patients or even the existing patients, I use two key things to connect with them. Empathy, that way I can build trust. I see what their needs are, what they're looking to have met. I address that, and that's where the trust comes factor. If they feel like I have their best interests at heart, they can trust me and move forward. After their appointment is over, as a new patient, I'll follow up with a thank you note. Mine is handwritten just because it comes off as more personal. And then I sometimes, if it allows, the schedule allows, for a phone call just to see how their visit was, were their needs met, and did they get everything that they were looking for in our practice. For your existing patients, I always say for a patient to schedule an in-office surprise, whether it's a phone call a gift card, a thank you note, just letting them know that you appreciate them for being an asset to your practice. Also, we should build a social community with our patients. We have patients to write reviews. We often donate to whether it's a football team or a baseball team. But the reviews are big just because it allows you to connect with your patient, and it also comes off as free marketing. Thirdly, with the existing patients, rewards. We often get a lot of free gifts from vendors. I've seen in practices where we do re-grand openings, just going in, inviting our existing patients, inviting our new patients, letting them know that we appreciate who they are and what they bring to the practice. And we raffle off certain things like TVs, iPads. We even done a cruise at one point. And just letting them know that we appreciate them for who they are. The last thing that is very critical for me is listening to patients' complaints. A patient who complains is one that is willing to stay with your practice. No, sometimes we don't like to hear Nancy, who has had this crown to fall off 3 or 4 times, and she's disappointed, but it's been on 15 years. What do you expect, Nancy? But because she's coming to you, she's willing to stay, and she trusts and believes in the service that you're offering. So my suggestion would be to resolve it in Nancy's favor. That way you keep a patient. She most likely has referred someone to your practice, so that's marketing that you don't have to do, and it shows that she still believes in what you do. For the overall success of the practice, I think about the patient seeing the doctor first. And they're like, no, go to hygiene. No, see the doctor first. And I'm going to give you 5 key reasons why. First is perio. The doctor can always have the hygienist come in and do a perio exam. Go over the measurements, tell the patient what he or she needs to have done. Second, the doctor can do a tooth-by-tooth analysis, so he can give the patient an overall view of what they need to have done. Third is cosmetic exam. Every patient wants a Hollywood smile. So it's best for the doctor to go over some of the options, whether it's veneers, or my next key point is implants. Implants is the going thing now. Sometimes they can sell themselves. And the 5th is an occlusal exam. Some patients, even myself, have issues with clenching or grinding, and you can help them close that TMJ case, or if they're a patient who deals with sleep apnea, you can conclude with that. Another big key factor is for growing your practice is hygiene. Hygiene is a big key factor, both preventative as well as therapeutic. Each patient or each practice should have 3 things that will help them grow their hygiene practice: recall, reschedule, and reactivate. With those 3 things in place, a patient should not leave the office without having a next appointment. Thirdly, cross-train your team. I worked at a practice in Texas where everyone was a dental hygienist, but everyone knew how to verify insurance. They knew how to enter in checks. They knew how to run the business. That way, if someone was not there, the office still flowed. 4th, revamp your online profile. Update new pictures of your staff. Let the public know who they're meeting when they're coming into your facility. And last but not leastly, your morning huddle. Revamp your morning huddle. On Monday, it should go like this. We're looking at the week ahead. We're going over the schedule, looking at the appointments. Tuesday is where we do handoffs. Are the lab cases being checked in? Have phone calls been made? Wednesday, we're going in, kind of revamping a little bit from the handoff and just tweaking a few things. Thursday is where the vacancy should be filled in your schedule. There should be no holes in your schedule. And if there are, managing the ASAP list, different things to get those holes filled. Friday, we're gonna look over the whole week, see where we were great at and where we fell short. That way there's always room for improvement. So, because I'm not jumping out of any trunk of the car today, I wanna know, with all of these key things that you learned today, is where the money reside would be in your practice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really like the structure of your program. I think you're very relatable. Like I felt very comfortable with you up here immediately. And I love the suggestion that you give to practices to resolve issues in the patient's favor. That's really, for me, a pearl that I'll take away. And just like great insight, if they're going to complain, that means it's important to them, right? Usually a patient that leaves doesn't say anything. You don't know what they're thinking.
Anything at all.
So thank you for emphasizing that. I love the actionable list of items and the way you structured the presentation. So nice work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great structure, great delivery. You look beautiful. Everybody looks beautiful, by the way, but very relatable. And I love how you said build into your social community. And this, I think the whole premise of this program or this event this year is dentistry is now platinum, and we have to be able to speak to our patients in a different way. And you're a hygienist who's teaching hygienists how to build in a social community, be cross-trained, and again, it's so needed. So thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Next up is Dr. Travis Campbell. What the dental insurance company does not want you to know. Dr. Campbell is a full-time practicing dentist. He has grown his startup practice to be one of the top 1% in the country. He has become well known for his knowledge and experience in dental insurance and business management for efficiency. Dr. Campbell's office management book was released in 2019, and his textbook on understanding dental insurance is scheduled for release in summer of 2021.
Thank you. So, have you ever gone to the auto shop and you need to get your car fixed, and the mechanic is sitting there explaining what's going on, using words you don't understand, and referencing parts of the car you never knew existed? And the whole time, your brain's starting to fog up, you're starting to get confused, and all you really want to know in that entire conversation is, can you fix my car? How long is it going to take me to get it back? And what's it going to cost me? Well, for the car experts out there, maybe reference your CPA, talking about tax law and accounting. Those things I don't love for sure. The challenge with most professionals is that in an effort to be fully honest and forthright with our clients, we tend to overwhelm them with information. We tend to confuse them. And when we're confused, it's really difficult to make a decision. So, have you ever noticed this within your own office, where you talk to patients and yet they don't seem to get it? So, a sobering statistic from dental economics that runs every year is the average treatment acceptance for offices can range anywhere from 20 to 90%. But the offices that take lots of dental insurance are usually on the lower end of that. But how does that make any sense? Because isn't dental insurance here to help our patients get the care that they need, to help them pay for it? Let me give you an example of what tends to happen in offices. Okay, Mrs. Jones, we've got a treatment plan here for you. So let me go through it real quick. You need filling on mesial occlusal number 3, a filling on mesial occlusal number 4. You need a crown on 14 with the buildup. You need sealants on 13, 14, 15, and 19. So let's go over your insurance. You know, your insurance covers 80% of fillings, but you know, yours is going to downgrade amalgam. It covers 50% of crowns, but it's going to downgrade to base metal. And your insurance, by the way, doesn't have any coverage for your sealants. So let me give you a breakdown of that. Your first filling's going to be $90 because of the deductible. The second filling's going to be $40 because that's already covered. You're going to have, the filling or the buildup is going to be $150, your crown's going to be $600. The sealants are $40 a piece. All in total, it's $1,000. Do you have any questions? Mrs. Jones is over here going, was that English? What the hell did you just say? But my insurance isn't covering things. Does that mean they're not necessary? Do I need all of this work? I mean, heck, I'm totally confused. What do I do? And so, those in the audience or online, have you ever noticed a few things that tend to happen that come from this? So online, give me a hashtag if you've ever seen these scenarios. Scenario 1. Well, thank you for that information. That's a lot to absorb. I need to go home and talk to my spouse about it and let me call you back. When I'm really thinking, I'm confused. And I'm probably going to confuse my spouse too. Don't expect that call back. Hashtag spouse if you've ever noticed this. Or in the audience, let's go ahead and stand up if you've ever had this situation happen with you in your office. Thank you. Scenario number 2. Yeah, let me go ahead and book that appointment. By the way, keep standing. Book that appointment, but I'm still going to be confused by the time my appointment arrives. And so I'm probably going to no-show you or last-minute cancel. Stand up or hashtag ghosted if this has ever happened to you. Or scenario number 3. I'm going to sit here and I'm just determined to figure out an answer. But I don't know what questions to ask, so I'm going to ask questions that seem insane to you. And I'm going to argue about my dental insurance because that's all you told me that I need to talk about. And thank you for that. And, I'm going to end up making this entire conversation a vortex of time-sucking misery for both of us. Hashtag vortex if you've had this, or go ahead and stand up. So now I can tell most of the people here that have actually worked in a dental office, go ahead and keep standing for the rest of the time. No, go ahead, sit down. This tends to happen every day because we confuse our patients. And so I'm going to recommend 3 things for you. And since we can't be on the cruise this year, I'm going to bring the C to you. SEA. Simplify the conversation. Eliminate heavy dental language. And avoid insurance itemization. So simplify conversation. Back to the auto shop example, patients just want to hear a few things in most cases. Can you fix me? Is it going to hurt? How long is it going to take? And how much is it going to cost? If you can answer these patients' questions, you will usually get, at that point, a majority of your acceptance right then and there. So the next thing is eliminate the heavy dental language. So I'm a dentist. I love talking about treatment all the time. I'll do it all day long. But our patients don't come in for treatments, do they? They come in for a result. They come in for the outcome. As an example, I like doing veneers. I love making people smile. But patients don't come in for the veneers. They come in for the new smile. I don't know about you. I don't know many patients who want me to extract their tooth or do a root canal. I mean, those just sound so much fun. But what they do come in for is to get out of pain. Patients don't want fillings and crowns. They want to be able to eat without holes in their teeth. So when you frame a conversation with a patient, frame it in the way of what they're going to get out of it, not what we're going to do to them. And the third point is eliminate or avoid insurance itemization. So what happens is a lot of times our teams spend tons of time on breakdowns and forming that treatment plan. They're proud of it. They did a lot of work for it. But what we forget is that information is for us, not usually for the patient. Now, I'm not recommending that you avoid giving them that information. Just don't lead with it. Because when we confuse our patients, the first thing they're going to do if we have an itemized plan is they understand money. They're going to start trying to pull things off that treatment plan because they see itemized fees attached. Just pull them about. And if patients ask, then great, give them the information they want. But you might be surprised, most patients won't ask if you don't lead with it. So let's put this conversation back together for Mrs. Jones. Okay, Mrs. Jones, the treatment plan Dr. Campbell recommended for you, by the way, he and his team are going to take awesome care of you. You're not going to have any pain, and he's going to get you really numb or sedated if you want. And it's going to take 2 hours to do that treatment. And you're going to have a short visit 3 weeks later to go ahead and put in that crown. All in total, after your insurance benefits, it's going to be $1,000 out of pocket. Do you have any other questions before we get you scheduled for that appointment? Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds like a much easier conversation. And let them lead with the rest of the questions. So, a fun little fact from Google is that the negative reviews online, which are usually the reasons that people leave dental offices, the #1 complaint is billing and insurance. If you can simplify that for patients, you'll end up with less negative reviews and less patients leaving you. So, I want you to always remember when creating a treatment plan and talking to patients to think about the C. We all love the C, right? Simplify the conversation, eliminate heavy dental language, and avoid insurance itemization. What you'll find is your treatment acceptance will go up. It did for us quite a bit. You'll find that it's less stressful because you're not having to deal with these confused patients that ask crazy questions. And the patients will be a lot healthier because they'll actually get the treatments that they need. And the office often will be more productive. And if the office has more money to work with, guess what? They might be able to send you on the next dental CE cruise, which I hope to see you there. Thank you very much.
I think you did a great job, Dr. Travis.
Thank you.
Excellent content, really nice organization, lots of valuable information. So, great job, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I concur, and solid gold information. I mean, it really is, it cuts to the truth. And I hope everyone online and everyone here listened to what you said. And I thought you did a great job.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Up next is Victoria Peterson. Designing an investment grade practice. Victoria Peterson elevates business by combining entrepreneurial success with a doctorate in spiritual studies. She co-founded PDA, Productive Dentist Academy, and is a 4-time recipient of the Inc. 5000 Award. That's awarded to the fastest growing companies privately nationwide. Her book, Designing an Investment Grade Practice, releases this summer in 2021.
Building an investment grade company gives you the freedom and the lifestyle that you deserve today while building an asset for tomorrow. It's really simple, but it's not always easy. I think that there are 4 things that you should expect from your business. The first one is that it provides you the opportunity to live your passion, to invite others to serve in your purpose, and bring in the people that you hold dear. The profits always come if you get it in that right order. And it's simple, but it's not easy. If it were easy, then 80% of businesses wouldn't go out of business in their first 5 years. If it were easy, Deandra wouldn't have lost her job because her doctor couldn't afford to keep the doors open. So it's simple, but it's not easy. First, you need to learn how to lead. And to lead well, you have to lead yourself, doctors, business owners. It's your inner authority that guides you through the day. It's the inner net, my head, my heart, my gut instincts, all aligning with my personal authority. Versus the external internet, oh my God, what are they doing? Maybe I should do that too. So I love all of the information that's on the super highway, and if you're old enough, you'll laugh at that. But it doesn't give you the direction and the filter. So leadership is really not about telling others what to do. It's about guiding yourself through your own values. Once you understand your values, though, you need to learn how to expand that so others can come in it. So that's the second key point, is drive. How do you drive the behavior of the team towards congruent action? This is where I think a lot of dentists get tripped up, and they fail to look at value beyond themselves. Because when I look at value beyond myself, I want to empower my team. I want to give them more creative space. So invest first in yourself, then invest in your team. One of my clients, good friend Cheryl Brunell, she said, her friends were saying, Cheryl, you invest so much into team training. What if your team leaves? And her response is, well, what if I don't invest in them and they stay? So building an investment grade business it's simple, but it's not easy because there's people involved. The third is that you need to learn to attract the right type of people and the right type of patients to your practice. Dr. Baird and I have been working with dentists across the nation for 17 years. In 2011, we actually built a marketing group because we believe that telling your authentic story is more important than trying to cast a net and pull people in. So oftentimes when we work with clients, we slow you down to make you more productive. You only need 100 new patients a month if you're in a rapidly growing race to revenue model. So if it's scratch start, terrific. Mid-career, adding an associate, probably. But for most doctors to deliver high quality care, it's about attraction. It's not about netting. It's about becoming magnetic from the inside out. Is this making sense to anyone?
Absolutely, yeah.
So it's not about starting a company. That's really the only two times we think about value. When I buy a practice and when I sell a practice. And it's like there's a bubble. But in between is this long 20-year history, 25-year history. Do you know that the average dental office will see 106,000 patient encounters in their career? 106,000 opportunities to change someone's life. You will have literally $25 to $30 million trickle through your hands. And money is not a thing. Money is an emotion. Money is an energy. It is energy in motion. That's why we call it currency. So the question is not how much will I make, it's how much will I keep and what will I put into circulation, right? So what will I recirculate to my team? What will I recirculate in my community? Someone on my team just 2 days ago said, Victoria, why are you so passionate about this? Lots of reasons, but I can remember one of my early clients, Dr. Mike, and he was limping. And I said, why are you limping? And he goes, oh, it's my hip, no big deal. A few months later, I saw him, he still had that limp. And we developed a relationship, and he sat down and had a cup of coffee, and then he told me the real story. Vicki, you don't understand. My business is in trouble. After 25 years, I can only afford to keep the doors open 1 day a week. And I'm trying to maybe pick up some work with some other doctors. It's embarrassing. I haven't kept up. I don't know what to do. And I said, I don't know what to do either, but I'm in this with you. Let's start by putting together a resume. Now this was a man, he was so compassionate. He was one of the most sincerely loving people I've ever met. He was vigilant with the Dental Society, was all the chairs, you know, secretary to president, up and down, always booking the continuing education, always volunteering and working for others. And his resume confirmed that. And I said the one thing that you can never say to a private practice doctor, I said, Michael, have you ever considered working in public health? His porcupine quills went up and he goes, look, I'm in trouble, but I'm not that bad. And I said, look at what you do though. You volunteer and give away so much. What would it be like to really turn your passion into your purpose? I want you to go and see if public health is hiring. No. Like, finally, he said, you know what, they are. I said, great, you need to practice interviewing anyway. Let's practice there. You don't want the job. You have nothing to lose. He nailed it. He smoked the interview, got the job, and he goes, now what do I do? And I said, you go to work. He goes, but I don't want to. And I said, well, you know what, it's easier to get a job when you have a job. For no other reason, do that. Within a month, they came to him and they said, Dr. Mike, we're starting a new clinic, brand new from the ground up. We want you to choose the equipment and the team, and we want you to run it. So within 30 days, he went from, I'm failing in my business, to I'm starting a brand new one. He had people who believed in him because he was in his purpose. Within a year, They had other clinics coming to visit him because he had the highest production, the highest collection, and the lowest cancellation rate. He goes, can I keep coming to your business classes so I can keep doing this? I can tell you, as Tony Robbins once said, people overestimate what they can do in a year, and they underestimate what they can do in 10. After 10 years, Dr. Mike had a full pension. His credit was restored. He got to do the thing that he loved, and he was giving back to his community. So to build an investment grade practice, it's to build a life that you truly love today. You're passionate, it's freedom because it's on your terms, and you're building assets for tomorrow. It's simple, but it's not easy. If it were easy, we would have more than 4% of dentists retiring and maintaining their lifestyle. The sad truth is 9 out of 10 dentists can never retire. And I'm here to end that. I want to bring education around that. I've launched my new podcast, Investment Grade Practice, this week in conjunction with this, so you can find me on iTunes and Spotify and wherever my people put that stuff. And we'll be writing a book. So we're bringing a lot of new cutting-edge business, working on the business leadership information into dentistry. Thank you so much. Aww. Thank you.
You got a standing ovation from the audience. Beautifully stated. I love how you started with the key points and ended with the key points. And I love how you just really command the stage and with authority, and you kept the attention. So very wonderful, amazing stage presence.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Victoria. I came away from that with purpose as the one word I would use to describe your presentation, is that you're really speaking to purpose and what people find is purposeful in their business and their life. I love the way you introduce the anecdote into the storytelling and this concept of money as an emotion and what I choose to recirculate. So obviously this isn't your first rodeo. You seem like a natural up there, and really well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Humbled. Thank you.
Up next is Amy Wood, HIPAA educator and breach mitigation advisor, CEO, Copper Penny Consulting LLC, CEO, ACS Technologies. On HIPAA, would you think it, click it, or risk it?
Let's see if I don't fall off this thing. So I want to start today with a confession. I love HIPAA compliance, data breaches, cybersecurity. And with that one sentence, I just made 0 friends here today. There's a why behind it. 11 years ago, I made the brave decision to have my jaw corrected surgically. I had a class 3 bite, and it was not fun. And my dentist talked me into it. It'll be fine, he said. Nothing will go wrong. Everybody has this done. It's totally fine. Well, he lied. I rejected my titanium. I became part of an exclusive club of people that had to have this removed. This is not standard of care in the US. I literally had a screw loose. So many jokes from my family. It never ends. This started a conversation in my own home to try to find out what's going on. Why was I rejecting titanium? Turns out, many panos later, I've spent so much time in pano machines, multiple surgeries, gum grafts, about 6 fillings, lots of infection, lots of stuff. I've been in a lot of dental offices, a lot of dental chairs, a lot of specialist offices. After all of that, I thought things were fine. Everything was good. A couple of years later, I get a letter in the mail. Dear Mrs. Wood, at first I thought they sent it to the wrong house, that my mother-in-law was across town, they just sent it to the wrong address. No, it was to me. Dear Mrs. Wood, your x-rays were involved in a data breach, but it's okay, they're just dental x-rays. There's not enough identifiable information to cause concern. So we as patients, we own our records, we own our x-rays. I have copies of my x-rays, so I pulled them out. Sure enough, in plain text on these images, my full name, full birth date, last four of my social security number, and my entire Kaiser medical record number. Not enough identifiable information to cause concern. My left foot, I was mad. I was seeing red at this point. So I called the 800 number on the letter, find out what happened. Also to give them a piece of my mind, because I was really upset and wanted to lash out at someone. It's kind of my thing. I'm told it's a problem. But it turns out that the imaging center had just been acquired by the hospital across the street. The hospital has an IT department. They sent over their geeks. I say that lovingly. I'm married to one. I employ them. I can get away with saying it. They sent over their geeks to transfer all of these x-rays. The imaging center had never worked with an IT department or company in that capacity. They only ever hired a guy to fix things when they were broken. Very common engagement in smaller practices. Turns out the front desk person didn't trust this IT department from the hospital. So she made an unauthorized copy of these x-rays, put them onto a thumb drive, a little USB stick, and then assertedly lost it, supposedly, right? This incident forced us to have a conversation with our clients. Very uncomfortable conversation. Nobody wants to talk about HIPAA. And what I realized is that people fall into two different categories. The, I've got this, I understand it, I embrace it. And then there's the other group. The people that avoid eye contact with you because they don't want to talk to you about it, or they take a step back and say, oh, we don't want to do HIPAA, that sounds expensive. It doesn't have to be. What if I told you that it could be simplified? HIPAA is so confusing. I mean, HIPAA truly sucks. Everybody hates it, right? If I asked for a raise your hand, how many people actually enjoy it, nobody would raise their hand. The reason why is it's written specifically for every type of healthcare practice. Large multi-state hospitals, small solo dental practice, and everything in between. And it's as clear as mud because of that. Every regulation has three things in common, regardless of what the industry is: financial, educational, healthcare, people, process, technology. Start with your people. We all know that your people are your best asset or your worst liability, depending on who they are and how they're trained. But we rely on pre-recorded videos. We rely on generalized HIPAA training. Everybody's taken that class. HIPAA privacy rule says blah, blah, blah. Nobody pays attention. And trust me, I know. I was scrapbooking with a friend of mine. She decided to stop the middle of the conversation and say, hold on a sec, I need to go change my slide. I'm watching my HIPAA video. As my mouth is wide open, staring at her, horrified that she would do this to me in front of me. It was just insulting, right? But no, she decided to do that, and that is what we as an industry have accepted. What if I told you that you could demand more? Having specific training based on your job role. Dentists, hygienists, assistants, or those admin rock stars at the front desk who are, in my mind, basically octopuses with their multitasking abilities. You have to know how it applies to your specific job. Demand more. People, process, technology. Your process. Every office that runs really well is process-minded. They have policies and procedures that are utilized and implemented specifically for every situation. They know what's going to happen every step of the way. That's great. You need that for HIPAA too, by the way. The other part of this category is your risk analysis. And I see people that try to avoid it, they fight it, they say, oh, just hold on, I don't even want to start that until after I do X, Y, and Z. You have to identify your risk. Right now, you have two options for that. You can hire an expert to just do it for you, and they're probably going to be a bit unbiased about your situation and be able to identify more vulnerabilities. Then you have the do-it-yourself approach. And I'm sure many of you have bought these solutions. There's always a checkbox in there, or there's a little tiny box that says, list the location of all of your protected health information. Or it says, list the location of all your PHI. And you hand this book off to someone else in one of your coworkers, and they're sitting there going, well, what's PHI? It's protected health information, in case you didn't know. Or they're looking at it saying, well, I think the patient information is all in the server, or maybe the cloud, or it's in the doctor's warehouse with all the old paper charts. I really don't know. But there's this tiny little box to try to fit all of that information in. You can't assess the risks that you don't know, that you can't identify. People, process, and technology. Let's talk about your technology. I could go on all day about technology, but about 10 seconds in, your eyes would glaze over and you'd tune out because unless you're geek-minded, you just won't understand it all. What you need to understand is that in healthcare, you have this thing called standard of care. We all understand that. Things change over time. You have to adapt to those new changes. Same thing with technology. The difference is it adapts at a much faster pace. Now, the reason I'm focusing a little on security and talking about that right now is because there is a huge push to attack dental offices. The information you have is so much more valuable than you realize. We saw this in the last year with COVID. We saw a 600% increase in hacking attempts on dental practices. The hackers work from home too, by the way, just in case you didn't know that. They were well equipped to handle this situation. So by understanding that you can break this down, it doesn't have to be overwhelming. By looking at it with compartmentalized buckets of people, process, and technology, you can actually make it simple. Now, had the front desk person at the imaging center that made an unauthorized copy of my panos had proper people, process, and technology implemented in the practice, the safeguards would have been in place.
Hi everyone, my name is Martel Koch. I'm the founder of Brown Girl RDH, which is a nonprofit organization promoting cultural diversity within the dental hygiene profession. Each year, Brown Girl RDH awards 12 deserving students with scholarships ranging from uniforms all the way up to tuition. Last year alone, Brown Girl RDH was able to provide students with $50,000 worth of scholarships, and we awarded 16 students. Out of those 16 students, 6 of them got tuition scholarships. This year, we're hoping to kick off this fundraiser right here at Smiles at Sea and to match $50,000 in scholarships for students for 2021. We've already kicked off our scholarship fund with $10,000. I'm super excited. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Thank you for donating, and I'll see you guys around. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hey, I'm Corey Pinniger, and I'm the CEO of Callforce, and we are dental scheduling professionals. One of our services is overdue patient recall. We go into your practice management software and we pull the report of your overdue patients from when they're overdue to 36 months after they're overdue. We then take this list, and from 5 to 7:30 your time, we have a dedicated person who calls on your practice from your phone number and reaches your patients and let them know that the doctor and the staff know they're overdue and that they're concerned and they would love to get them back on the schedule. This is an extension of your office where we are scheduling according to your needs. Website chat is new and interesting within dental. 9% of dental practices in the United States actually have a managed chat on their site. Now the problem is when you install website chat and you add it to your front desk or a team member, they also are wearing 5 to 10 other hats. They may be with a patient or on a phone call when a patient engages with that chat. And so it's important that you have a team that is ready to take these opportunities, give them an amazing experience, and convert them into patients on the schedule. And that's what we do at Callforce. We are your dedicated team that manages your chat, that understands the scripting and the verbiage, and works to get as many opportunities on the schedule as possible.
Over 2,000 dentists and 800 practices have moved to CareStack to simplify, modernize, and digitize their practices.
I am Whitney Weiner, the founder of Whole Dental Wellness. Struggles that we've had has been moving out of historic software. We've purchased 3 existing dental locations that have all been on different softwares, none of which were cloud-based. So really partnering with CareStack, what it's allowed us to do is move to one centralized cloud-based system. The ability to go home in the evening, put the kids to bed, and then really dial in, get the pulse of the day, look at KPIs, and really look at our analytics dashboard, see how we're doing, see where the holes are, and look for simple means to improve. That's been monumental.
Our tribe is growing, and we want you as part of the CareStack family. Schedule a demo today.
It's true, dental CE has grown stale, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Dr. Miles Cohn. Let me introduce you to Catapult Education.
We've got some fresh new young talent doing some things that I know you haven't heard before.
1, 2, 3, listen.
And more can be found at catapulteducation.com, where you can learn to thrive in a dynamic and evolving dental market.
What's going on, guys? My name is Jerem Dastrup, and I'm the Director of Influencer Marketing at Dental Intelligence. For those that don't know who we are, it's really simple. We are the #1 software for tracking, managing, leading, and growing your practice. Now, we're going to have a lot of time together over the next few days, so I invite you and your teams to come visit me and my team at our booth. Give us the opportunity to show you the simple features and applications that will only make your life easier and your patient care better. Come check us out. We look forward to talking to you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Brett Gilbert here for the Dental Mental Network. I'm here to share with you this incredible organization that has been formed to help support the mental emotional wellness of dentists, dental hygienists, and the entire dental team. We realize that our profession is full of stressors, creating anxiety, creating depression in many cases, and we see an uptick in suicide rates in our profession historically, but especially since COVID-19. So we are here to provide a support system, a community, a vessel of safety where dentists can discuss their issues, can learn more about how to help themselves, how to help others that are in their area, in their profession, in their family, and be able to provide this community to create a place of support, of love, and of wellness. So we hope that you'll join our group, but we wanted to make clear that mental emotional wellness is something that we should all be talking about, something we should all be mindful of, and that's why we're here. So thank you so much, and we hope that you'll join our group.
The dental industry deserves a solution that is customer first. A lack of innovation has led to a model that relies on multiple vendors, provides inconsistent customer journey, and disempowers dentists with ineffective tools. This is why we built Orca, a customer-facing platform that centralizes all of Dental Wales solutions. Now, dentists have a singular location from where they can access and manage the business of their practice. Within the Orca platform, customers can easily add or remove services to their practices, giving them complete control. For the first time, a doctor can see the health of their entire practice at a glance, with metrics that truly matter and can guide smarter decision-making. Our platform provides an easy, convenient way for each customer to modify existing services, inquire about new products, and track all their requests. We're even utilizing AI technologies to make practices smarter. Pulling patient intent and calculating missed opportunities, customers now have unparalleled insights into their practices. We've built a robust education platform that provides convenient access to a wide variety of classes and courses, as well as hosting live event feeds. Not only can these resources help dentists earn CE credits, it ensures they remain up to date and well informed about advancements in the industry. An additional feature within Orca is our asset management module. This allows dentists to monitor the health and warranty status of their equipment or request repair services all at the click of a button. And we didn't stop with our existing solutions either. Instead, we made it our mission to solve some of the biggest inefficiencies in the industry by building a new home for all supplies and equipment for our customers. And we're just getting started.
Inspired by the power of the Swiss Alps, Vivardis is a new oral care ritual enriched with revolutionary patented WX formula. WX formula whitens without peroxide and is actually good for your teeth. In combination with fluoride, it helps heal tooth enamel, protect against stains, and soothe sensitivity. Vivardis, for the health of your mouth and yourself. That's good reason to smile. Vivardis, Switzerland.
Introducing the award-winning simple, secure, and free teledentistry solution made by dentists with dental professionals in mind. This is Dentulu, winner of the American Dental Association's Best of Class Technology Cellerant Award. Dentulu consolidates most of the leading digital dental services on a HIPAA-compliant platform accessible on almost any device. Are you tired of turning to 7 different apps to have video conferencing, patient communication, digitized forms, electronic prescriptions, patient education, scheduling, and patient reviews? Dentulu merges all of those services and more, and works seamlessly between all smartphones and the web. Dentulu makes dentistry easier with MouthCam, an affordable line of revolutionary intraoral cameras with hygiene attachments for patients and remote monitoring tools for implants, cosmetics, and orthodontics. Customize your office's own mobile app and join thousands of other dentists ushering in the future of dental software with Dentulu. Register for free at www.dentulu.com or download Dentulu on the App Store.
Hi, my name is Elijah Desmond with Driven Dental Airway Marketing. We are so excited to be working with any of you dentists that are in the airway space or sleep space in dentistry. As a marketing company who has half of my team as dental professionals and the other half of the team as dental marketers, we totally get it. We want to take your brand that is focused around sleep and get you out in your community as literally the authority sleep practice or airway practice in your area. How are we going to do that? Well, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to be coming and actually we're going to be making a video of you talking about and educating about a specific symptom that relates to sleep apnea and airway issues. And we're going to take that video, we're going to turn it into content. They're going to be put on YouTube, on Google. We're going to turn them into blogs. We're going to make newsletters. And what these content pieces do is they're turned into what we call an advertorial. Have you ever been online and been educating yourself and you're reading through the education, and if you want to learn more about it, you then click here for this provider of choice? Well, you are the provider of choice. we build you out a full-blown marketing suite for your airway needs in your practice. We have had amazing success with this, and we're super excited to be your comprehensive marketing company for sleep and airway in dentistry. But there's no better thing to do than show you actual results. Take a listen and hear what some of these doctors, such as Dr. Danner, are saying about our program.
Driven Dental has been very instrumental in growing our practice. They make you think about what you're talking about. That's really part of the big picture as far as communicating with patients and be able to give your 60-second elevator story. They also do a fantastic job getting patients into the office, screen patients, get them ready for you, then it's all up to you. I highly recommend that you contact Driven Dental to make things happen for you. You can bring patients into your office, they can develop a web page for you. They've got the knowledge so they can make it all work.
Hi, my name is Dr. Patel. I have a practice in North Carolina, Statesville, and I have been working with Driven Dental for almost more than 2 years. We started way before the COVID time, and we have seen a lot of increase in the production, specifically in the implant. And recently, just because of that, we have also seen my office is the highest implant placing office in the state of region by Implant Direct. That's why I would like to say we have been very thankful for the result we have seen through Driven Dental. And through Driven Dental, we get a quality care patient that has been already approved for the finance. They know what they are looking for. And what I have seen in the last 24 months is all just the growth. And we are planning to grow into more in the future. And just because of Driven Dental, we started building a new office because we have outgrown. Thank you, Elijah and team.
All right, you heard it from Dr. Danner himself. This program that we have is absolutely robust. There's none like it out of its kind. And here's something else that is super important that I want you to understand is that you're working with other dental professionals, and we're not just a marketing company. We're a company that wants to take you and your brand, take it to the next level, showcase you as the provider of choice in your area. And we would love nothing more than to work with you. So please reach out to us. We would love to schedule a time to speak with you to see if we can be a good fit for each other and work together. I'm looking forward to having me and my team work with you in the future. Thank you so much. All right, now airway marketing. Many of you doctors out there and dental practices, you're focused on airway and sleep apnea. And I think it's super important to first hear from doctors that we've worked with specifically in this niche. I want to go ahead and let you listen to Dr. Danner. He's been working with us for quite some time, and I'd love for you to hear the results that he's been getting with our airway campaigns.
Driven Dental has been very instrumental in growing our practice. They make you think about what you're. That's really part of the big picture as far as communicating with patients and be able to give your 60-second elevator story. They also do a fantastic job getting patients in the office, screen patients, get them ready for you. Then it's all up to you. I highly recommend that you contact Driven Dental to make things happen for you. Bring patients into your office. They can develop a web page for you. They've got the knowledge so they can make it all work.
Hi, I'm Earl Kemper with Path and Pursuit Business Brokerage, and we have been helping businesses for years sell their business. What makes us unique is that when we are working with business owners, we're able to find multiple buyers. This gives you every opportunity to get maximum value for your practice or your dental enterprise. You should grow your business to the maximum value before you sell it. You've worked hard all these years to generate such a great business. You want to get the most for it. And to accomplish that, you have to have multiple buyers looking at your business. That's what we do. If you're interested in selling your business for $2 million, or you have multiple practices, organizations in the dental field, we can help you. You deserve to get the most out of your practice, out of your business. You've worked hard to earn what you've earned. Let us help you by contacting us at pathandpursuit.com.
My name is Elijah Desmond, and I'm the Vice President of Game. And I am super excited to bring what is happening all over into your personal city. I want to introduce an organization Game as an organization that allows you as a dentist, as a dental professional, to be a mentor or sponsor for your local elementary schools with the Guides with Ties program. You will actually get to go into these schools and interact as a male dentist that is giving these young kids a perfect example. You know, some kids, they don't grow up with a father figure. They don't always know the right thing to do. But since you are a dentist, you are a doctor, you are a professional, essentially, people look up to you. And when I seen the opportunity as a dental professional myself to involve my industry in such a good cause, teaching young men to be men and good citizens, I thought it made sense to bring in the Guides with Ties program and make you a sponsor / mentor of the Guides with Ties program. But there's nobody that can explain what this program is better than the founder of Beyond the Game, Devin Jordan himself.
Thanks, Elijah. My name is Devin Jordan. I'm the president of Beyond the Game, assistant football coach at the University of Akron. We started Beyond the Game in 2016, adopted the Guides with Ties program. It's a special program for third grade boys. We teach them leadership skills, how to be gentlemen, and just trying to be good in the community. Our motto is look good, feel good, do good. We teach them important subjects, talking about how to tie a tie, how to shake a hand, how to look someone in the eye and introduce yourself, dining etiquette, how to be kind, and like I said, at the end of the day, being leaders in their school and the community. It's been a tremendous program we've started, and we've had tremendous impact on the community in the state of Ohio, growing from in 2016, starting with only 30 boys, and now impacting over 300 boys in Ohio. We've impacted the program starting this year in the states of Kentucky, Florida, and Arizona. So we've had tremendous impact with our program. Boys, we've seen great things, great growth, and we're looking for more help to kind of continue this program to impact the young lives, the foundation of our youth. And like I said, we want to continue to teach our boys, look good, feel good, and do good. Okay, all right. What about you?
I want to be you.
You want to be me? Thank you for that.
To me, treatment recall is one of the most important things within the dental industry, because unscheduled treatment is this ginormous pile of opportunity that sometimes is not converted into work. And so you need a system where you're following up on what was supposed to be scheduled but has not been yet. And that's where CallForce comes in. We have a team of dedicated dental professionals who are here to schedule your patients whether they have fear over the appointment or financial concerns. Now, what's cool about what we're doing here is we're calling from 5 to 7:30 your time, when patients are twice as likely to be home. And so what's important is they actually have time to interact, ask questions, and to get scheduled. And so our team does this from your phone number, and we book it into your practice management software according to the doctor's schedule. So when you walk in the next day, a patient is taken care of, and the doctor's production is increased.
My name is Coach Jordan. You can call me Mr. Jordan or Coach Jordan. I run a nonprofit called Beyond the Game, and we wanted to start the Guides with Ties program here at GIVE. So I'm really excited about it, and I really hope you guys are too. Guides with Ties is the leadership group for young men. Okay, we want you guys to strive to be leaders in the school and leaders in the community. We want to teach you guys how to be gentlemen, okay, and understanding that we all are a family. We obviously want to dress for success.
mission trip a few years back. To that trip to take care of people that were medically in need. Be kind to everybody. And random acts of kindness.
Look good, feel good, and do good. Okay, that's our motto. Okay, so as we kind of progress through this Guys with Ties program, we want to make sure you guys are leaders in your school, leaders in your community, all right, and doing good to others to make them feel good so the world's a better place, okay? Are you guys excited about the program? You guys excited about the program? That's cool. We got some really cool things planned for you, all right, in the next couple months.
I'm not a dentist, but real dentists tell me that Casper is the sh**. You know what else is the sh**? Free giveaways. That's why when you sign up for a Casper demo, you'll be instantly entered into our high-stakes giveaway.
And what are the prizes there, handsome man?
I'm glad you asked. Third place wins a free iPad. Here you go, little boy. Casper loves themselves so much that second prize is going to be 6 months free Casper. That's a $3,000 value.
What? No.
It's already done. They're no dummies. Casper knows that cash is king. That's why our first place winner is going to walk away with $5,000.
$5,000?
Nobody walks away empty-handed. Just sign up for a Casper demo and we'll give you a $50 Amazon gift card and 1 month.
No more giveaways. No more giveaways. We're broke.
Know the thing. Welcome to the team.
This is Dr. Josh Brower, and I'm here to talk to you today briefly about the Smiles at Sea meeting that's coming up in April in Miami. I'm going to be there, and one of the speakers that's going to be there is Legally Mind. I'm talking to you about Legally Mind because I'm actually a customer. I had heard their presentation in San Diego at an implant meeting a couple years ago, and it seemed, like the real deal, but, sometimes two things it's too good to be true. So I waited, and two of my friends, Dr. Sam Lee and Dr. Linda Selby, signed up for their program. I waited about a year to see if it was working for them, and then I called them, and they both said it was very legitimate, and it was working. What Legally Mind is all about is getting rid of frivolous malpractice suits before they happen, keeping your name off the National Practitioners Data Bank, and then also taxing strategies. And I hope that you do come to the Smiles at Sea program in April so you can hear what they have to say, and I can tell you, because I'll be there, what they've been doing for me. Thank you very much.
To be a high-level dental professional, you've got to communicate with two things: clarity and inspiration, with your patients, your team members, and audiences. And LionSpeak can help you do just that. If you want to convert more shoppers, insurance callers, and cancellations to appointments without some hokey script, LionSpeak can help you fill your schedule, get better, and be you. And if you're tired of all the gossiping, complaining, and blaming around your office, LionSpeak can help you build a dream team of professionals that are accountable, positive, and in alignment with your vision. And if you're a speaker, a trainer, or a product representative, you just simply can't afford anymore to be boring, nervous, or ineffective. LionSpeak can help you become confident, engaging, and interesting on the stage. You don't need scripts, and you don't need some long, complicated training program. You just need LionSpeak, where we have communications mastered.
Hey everybody, many of you are dental professionals and you're looking for other opportunities to make an income outside of the clinical operatory. Well, here at Life, we're actually bringing on dental professionals to teach the science between CBD, and things such as xylitol, essential oils, etc. Now, if you are interested in becoming an educator and going around to offices and giving continuing education, we would love nothing more than to speak to you. Please reach out to us, and we would love to bring you on our Life Educator team. Thank you.
Could you use more patients? However, increase their new by an average of 2% to more than $750 news. Attended the course where we give you specific ways to high quality low cost or cost free. This how thousands of dentists acquired more patients quality dentistry. And these same dentists have to drop low-paying insurance plans while adding value to their practices. And now, attend online for your home or practice, and it has money back for up to 6 months after.
That was re-engineered from ground up.
With all BIO, we went from a mechanical motor with gears to a frictionless magnetic drive system. This was a real breakthrough for our team. This drive is super quiet, it remains calm in your hand, and at the same time we improve performance. All energy is transferred directly into the tip of the bristles to induce gentle yet effective micro vibrations. They are not only helping with the cleaning action, they also create a surprisingly enjoyable brushing experience.
At Oral-B, we want you to get the most out of your brush. That's why we focused heavily on assisting technologies, such as our smart pressure sensor. The green light shows that you apply optimal pressure, while the red light indicates that you're brushing too hard. This positive reinforcement helps you in achieving cleaner teeth, healthier gums, and of course, a pleasant experience.
We saw a huge opportunity in improving the brushing experience as a whole. But to turn our vision into reality, we knew we had to start completely from scratch. And that's what we did with the new Oral-B IO.
Are you looking to attract new patients now? Are you frustrated by the trickle of new patients that come into your practice? Do you wonder why the money you invest in advertising isn't translating to new patients in the chair? And are you irritated that your competition is attracting more new patients despite having lower quality clinical care? To fix these problems, you must start by knowing your patient attraction score. The higher your score, the more attractive your practice is to new patients, like a magnet to steel. The patient attraction, review, score, and scorecard summary video is often eye-opening and humbling for doctors to watch. We audit your marketing, assign a score, and send you a scorecard summary along with a detailed video explanation that identifies what you are doing well and the opportunities for improvement. For a limited time, request a complimentary, no-obligation review of your practice's marketing and digital performance. Visit newpatientsnow.com/score to request your complimentary patient attractions.
hope to see you all at the next dental festival put on by Smiles at Sea on land. And you know what? Pretty soon, we'll take the ship off the dock and we'll get back to sea. But for now, we're gonna worry about throwing the best events in the entire industry. And I want you to join us at the next dental festival. Thank you.
Brush better with Plaque HD toothpaste. Plaque HD with Targetol technology is the only toothpaste created by dentists to identify and remove plaque. Using safe, plant-based ingredients, Plaque HD turns harmful plaque green, so you can see where to brush. In a clinical study published in the American Journal of Medicine, Plaque HD was found to be twice as effective at removing plaque as other leading brands. Plaque HD is recommended by over 50,000 offices worldwide and has been featured on CNN, Good Morning America, and many other leading media publications. Attack the plaque with Plaque HD for your most healthy and beautiful smile. Clear aligners are an effective way to straighten teeth and create beautiful smiles. However, aligners can be a breeding ground for bacteria, yeast, and mold that cause plaque buildup, bad tastes, and unpleasant odors. These germs can be harmful to your health. Other aligner cleaning solutions are available, but they take too long and can be cumbersome. You deserve better. Introducing Steriliner, a totally unique solution to sanitize your aligner in just 3 minutes, while removing 99.9% of germs and bacteria. Steriliner was developed by one of the world's top clear aligner providers to finally offer a solution that tastes great and is fast and easy to use. Steriliner leverages natural essential oil extracts to remove plaque and tartar from clear aligners for healthier teeth and gums. Just drop your aligners and all other removable dental appliances in Steriliner solution while you brush, and by the time you've rinsed, your aligner is ready to go. Try a better way with Steriliner.
Want to do more high-value cosmetic, restorative, or rehabilitative cases in your practice? Using Preview Cosmetic Simulation and Smile Design software, you can subtly uncover cases even if a patient isn't asking. With a Preview Digital Smile Makeover, patients can clearly see and have a better understanding of the dental issues affecting their smile. But education alone will not motivate the patient to accept treatment. The decision to make a significant investment in a new smile is emotional. That's where Preview shines. Patients who can see how their appearance improves and can imagine how their redesigned smile will make them feel are more likely to pay out of pocket for treatment. Use Preview in consults, new patient exams, and regular recare appointments to increase case acceptance and build a pipeline of patients interested in larger value fee-for-service cases. To find out more, visit our vendor table or go to www.previewdental.com and schedule an online demo. That's prevudental.com. Preview software. Improve a smile, improve a life.
Patient Fi, the patient-friendly financing platform. With Patient Fi, there is absolutely no risk to apply. Patients can now see what they qualify for through a fast, simple 100% soft inquiry process. Our transparent application provides patients with clear, understandable terms and customized repayment options tailored to their budget. We give your practice the ability to market procedures on a monthly payment plan. And Patient Fi offers a variety of plans with an early repayment feature of 0% promotional financing with no retroactive interest penalties. Our seamless practice portal allows practice administrators and coordinators to easily manage all applicants. Patient Fi can help. It's time for patients to be as happy with their financing decision as they are with their procedure. Patient Fi, redefining the patient financing experience for good. Enroll today and become a Patient Fi practice.
As group practice dentistry expands across the country, there is another movement of startup practices taking place. It's a movement of clinicians and business owners and leaders that no longer want to do things the same way. They have a vision for something different. The goal of a startup is to bring your dream to life, to bring reality to your vision. It's not enough to say your practice is different, you have to show it. So we understand the importance of bringing a vision to life, of turning a dream into a reality. And so we partner with you because your story is worth it.
What it really comes down to for entrepreneurs is having control over what happens in my business day to day. And without great tools and systems, it's really hard to master that control. PDA allows us to help people discover their why they're doing what they're doing, get really connected to the purpose, and then work the numbers backwards from there.
We're bringing people together, getting them out of their current environment, and just boosting the culture, boosting the productivity, and everyone likes to be productive and efficient and impactful toward their patients.
So that's what we try to do with our PDA docs, get their business house in order. Then we try to get them to where they're increasing their communication skills, their ability to be able to talk to their patients and their team. And when stress is off, all of a sudden you're so much nicer, you have so much more fun doing what you're doing.
Sleep Group Solutions is the world's largest dental sleep medicine company. We educate dentists all over the country every weekend. We have seminars every weekend. They're 2-day seminars. Everything that you need for true success in your practice from beginning to end, including handheld training for you and your staff, is included in this system.
I've learned a lot about how to recognize when someone may have an issue, how to approach that issue, not just as far as the treatment goes, but as far as how to talk to the patient about it.
We currently do sleep apnea screenings on every patient. Our doctor is very passionate about it. I wasn't sure how important it was before we came here, but learning how many comorbidities and things that go along with sleep apnea really entail, and how as dental professionals we are able to screen for that.
So we invite you to come and visit with us, spend some time with us, and learn about the value of adding sleep medicine to your program.
I hope to see you all at the next dental festival put on by Smiles at Sea on land. And you know what? Pretty soon, we'll take the ship off the dock and we'll get back to sea. But for now, we're gonna worry about throwing the best events in the entire industry. And I want you to join us at the next dental festival. Thank you.
I think companies can live or die on their culture and their values. And that's something that we were very intentional about from day one.
It literally comes out in what we do. And so when people see our work and they go, wow, really for me it's speaking to our team. This isn't just dental marketing. This is coming alongside of clients, friends, business owners who have this dream. And maybe for the first time in their professional career, actually representing what they do in a way that's authentic to them. It's like, this is who I am, and we get to do that.
All right, Elijah and Charles back again. Hey everybody, I hope you enjoyed the last testimony of the doctor. We want you to be the next person to be on film getting the next testimonial, because we want to bring these big cases to your practice. Thank you, and get ready for the next one.
One of the things I love to see is when somebody understands the virtual consult concept so well that they take that and then take it next level. And that's what Driven Dental's done. They take all the same principles and concepts of connecting virtually with people, driving those leads, but they take it one step further. Using that virtual patient advocate, they're able to not just have like initial conversations with the patient, but they're able to really dive deep and figure out what it is that they can afford.
what is it truly they want to do, and what the reservations are, what their hangups are. So that having those live interactive conversations with the patients, yes, to do it virtually, to record the video and send it, that's one thing, but taking it the next step and having live conversations and really digging down deep into what it is that people want is the best way to make sure that when somebody actually shows up in your chair, they're ready. Finances are in place, concerns are resolved, they're ready to go. And so it's been amazing to see what has been able to happen over at Driven Dental, and I'm excited for the rest of the group to see how they can truly impact your practice by using their virtual patient advocate to help you take things next level.
Patient Fi, the patient-friendly financing platform. With Patient Fi, there is absolutely no risk to apply. Patients can now see what they qualify for through a fast, simple 100% soft inquiry process. Our transparent application provides patients with clear, understandable terms and customized repayment options tailored to their budget. We give your practice the ability to market procedures on a monthly payment plan. And Patient Fi offers a variety of plans with an early repayment feature of 0% promotional financing with no retroactive interest penalties. Our seamless practice portal allows practice administrators and coordinators to easily manage all applicants. Patient Fi can help. It's time for patients to be as happy with their financing decision as they are with their procedure. Patient Fi, redefining the patient financing experience for good. Enroll today and become a Patient Fi practice.
So, your first day as a dentist, huh? Are you excited? Definitely. I remember my first day. It's nothing like this. We didn't have all the gizmos and gadgets. We were... Yeah, it's a money pit, but hey, it's all about impressing the patients. We had to scale back a little bit on the front end tech to afford the place, but I got the best IT guys. They made do. We've got top of the line voice over IP.
Sandy! Pick up on line 4. Bright smiles.
That's a cup. Oh, and the best part is everything gets uploaded to the cloud instantly.
That's not
amazing, right? The things these tech guys come up with. Oh, hey, come here. Wait till you see our analytics department. What's the forecast, Todd? Hit me!
Better luck next time, sir.
Ah, well, you win some and you lose some, huh, kid? Am I right?
Could I get out of here? You know, I'm kind of claustrophobic.
Oh, and our scheduling system is completely up with the times. Everything's fair. We don't play favorites here.
Red 23. Room 4.
You haven't gone paperless yet?
Nothing like a hard copy.
Don't let your office slide into chaos. Meet Casper, everything your practice needs to run an efficient front end all in one.
2, and 1.
Hey everyone, welcome back from lunch. Hopefully your bellies are full. Now we have Vendors Got Talent. So the starting of this show was all about the dental speakers giving their talent, talking about their expertise. But the entire reason we're here is because we have a ton of vendors that are here that sponsored this event. And this portion of the competition is giving the vendors an opportunity to showcase their particular products, their services, and also to show a little bit of your talent. So our first speaker is Danny Lineri. You're with Swell, but I want to introduce all the speakers now because I'll just have you hand off the mics when you're all done. So we have Danny Lineri with Swell. We have, with For Sale, Tyler with For Sale. Then we have Charles over there with Driven. Then now I'm starting to forget. I got the. Next, we have Crazy Dental Price Club with Jake Glazer. Then the Dental Supply Clinic with Jacob. And a company called Zana. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Zana with Sean and Shauna. Sean and Shauna. Shawnee and Sean representing Zana. You got it. All right. Danny, it's all yours.
Go, Danny. Thank you. The gathering of the individuals in this room and here at the conference in Miami, coupled with thousands and thousands of our friends who are streaming and watching this online, is incredibly powerful. Collectively, we serve, communicate with, and do business with tens of thousands of practices. Some of the greats of dentistry are here. And I'd love to spend some time name calling and dropping you, but you know who you are. You're literally connecting with tens of thousands of dental professionals, connecting practices in a way than ever before as we look at growing dentistry as a whole. What does it take to maintain mental health? What are the softwares that our practices should use? Which laser should we buy? Should we be introducing Botox and Juvederm into our practices? All of us collectively are trying to grow dentistry and figure out the ideal for dentistry. One thing that we know as we figure out this ideal is that convenience is a commodity. Convenience is a commodity that matters most, and the case in point is Amazon. How many of you remember when we used to get out of bed and put our cargo shorts on one leg at a time with a pager, a grocery list, take a physical key and turn it into a car, fight traffic to drive across town, where we aimlessly walk up and down aisles and waste hours of our time just to enjoy a few cantaloupes, a bag of Cheez-Its, and then I actually might find a Yoda costume for my dog on the way out. Now with a click of a button, and in a few steps with all of our personalized information, thanks to the 6 billion smartphones in circulation, with the touch of a button in the sweatpants from the comfort of our home, we can have all of this on our doorstep within a day. Think about the way that Amazon has changed the way that you shop, Netflix, the way that you consume and watch television, DoorDash, the way that we order food on a lazy night staying in. Even Tinder has proven to show that it is actually convenient to find your soulmate with the right technology in place. Patient expectations have changed. We are no longer in an age where patients are going to respond to our mailers as much, our yellow page ads, call in, call out practices only. But right now, patients are expecting to find practices online. It starts with a search. Dentist near me, affordable dentist, cosmetic dentist. We're on our smartphones and we are looking. There's a patient exodus about to return to practices right now. And I promise you they're online considering if the practice that they're with is the practice they want to stay with, or who's out there and what's out there. And it's a simple search on a phone. And the very first thing that we're here to do is to help practices stand out online. There are many of you here in the room that recently we've plugged Swell into your practices and accomplished that very first thing, helping you stand out online. If someone searched dentist near me, we want you showing up in that map pack. We want you receiving fresh, recent reviews from your patients to your Google My Business page daily so that your search engine rankings are taken care of, because reviews affect your algorithms. But most importantly, as patients are searching for practices in a contemporary way, that you're found and then that you can easily connect with those practices. We have tools that instead of making someone call and spend an 8-minute call verifying their insurance, or if they're a patient of record, they can submit, "Do you take Delta Dental?" through a quick chat bot on your website and be connected in a two-way text conversation through automation. We want to change the way that practices are connecting, open up additional channels, integrating Facebook into your daily use, two-way text message, a web chat, online appointment requests, and funnel that all into one inbox so that convenience is a factor for the practice as well as the patient. No one's re-explaining themselves as histories of all conversations from all different channels are logged in one central place. Now, as patients are finding you online, connecting through social, through email lists, two-way text campaigns, all of this is in one convenient place for the practice. So essentially, you are standing out online, dominating local search results, standing out over local competition because you're showing patient reviews front and center, then connecting conveniently. Open up those additional channels. Connect more conveniently and more contemporary than ever before. We know what our expectations are because think about what our day consists of and how often and frequently we're interacting with convenient experiences with other businesses. Swell aims to bring those convenient communication experiences to dentistry. And I'm honored to have partnered with so many of you. Congratulations to Elijah and friends for pulling this off. We've got the dentists in the know, Chad Duplantis, the Nachos, Goodman, Glenn Vo, Doc Hoffpower. Hundreds of thousands of people have eyes on what is going on right now. Let's grow dentistry together. Each one of us plays our part. Convenience, personalization, and an ideal as we move forward, and Swell would love to be a part. Please take the time to visit with us. We want that spot in your practice, in your ideal practice, and we'll work to make convenience a key factor in growing your patient experience and, in improving your patient experience and growing your practice. Thank you.
Hey, this is Chad Duplantis. I'm a restorative dentist in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm a founder and co-host of Dentist in the Know, which is a weekly Facebook group where we talk about the latest and greatest trends in dentistry. We've always considered ourselves to be a very technologically advanced office. You know, we have a lot of technology in our clinical setting. However, we've really started to focus on the technology in the front of the office and bringing new patients in. And how do we capture these new patients, engage with these new patients, and really keep a constant flow of new patients into our practice? Well, over the past several months, we incorporated Swell into our practice, and Swell has done exactly what it claims to do. Our reviews have gone through the roof.
In the world of dentistry. For those of you that are streaming live, and I'm watching you in the comments talk about how to register and get your CE, my team has been working with Elijah to do all of those automations so that you get your CE and you get your credits for attending events. So we've been working with the team for the last few years because we believe a lot in marketing automations, in sales funnels, and these kind of things. But business owners, one of the biggest challenges that I'm seeing as a business owner is that business owners are feeling overwhelmed because with technology comes so many more options to every answer. And it seems like every answer you get just creates 2 or 3 more questions. So one of the things that we have built is a framework of 3 very simple pillars of marketing. And the first one that we try to help businesses with is to dominate the basics. So we just talked about how important reviews are, and I totally agree with that. Reviews are everything. And he talked about Google My Business. But here's the thing.
I just looked up the data. Over 60% of the US is on iPhone. Most of them, when they go to look for a dentist in their area, aren't going to Google. They're opening up Maps, which is Apple. And if your business is on Google My Business, but it's not on Apple Maps, and they search for dentist in your area, you don't exist if you didn't set up your Apple Maps Connect. And it's amazing. 60% of the country's there, and I would say, based on our last estimation, over 60% of local businesses aren't on Apple Maps. So 60% of businesses are missing 60% of the market. So dominating the basics is just laying a great foundation. Then in marketing, our job is to help you amplify your aces. There is a lot of competition in every business, but there's a lot of opportunity in every space too. And there might be a lot of dentists in your city. There might be a ton of them, but there's only one you. So what is it that you do that's unique? What is it that you do that's amazing? How do we get you in front of the patients that resonate, that are the right people for you? So what is it? What's your ace? What makes you amazing? And let's amplify that. Let's let the community see that. We do that through 5 core things, right? We do it through organic Facebook and Instagram, paid Facebook, Instagram, Google, Bing, paid search, right? And then email marketing follow-up. And one of the big things I'm so excited to talk about is automations. That's our 3rd core pillar. I'm going to tell you a really quick story about my grandpa. So my grandpa was a chicken farmer. And as he was that guy that always just did everything himself, right? He was like the Paul Bunyan, right? Just did everything. He didn't need a tool or a machine. He was the tool. He was the machine. And one day as he was getting older, my dad said, I love my dad. I'm going to buy him a garage door opener. And as he opened it, he was insulted. Why do I need a garage door opener? I can open my own garage. About a year later, he finally pulled it out of the garage and installed it because he realized I don't have to do that task anymore. I can just sit in my truck, press a button, and pull in the garage. So as business owners, sometimes we're a crabby grandpa. Sometimes we want to hold on to the things that we used to do, that we used to know were the way. But we have automations. We have these amazing ways that we can take the mundane and boring off of your front desk staff, off of your plate, and allow your front desk staff and you to just focus on quality of care. So we use text message automations, and we use email automations. We do all these things so that a patient can go for being a stranger, finding you on Apple Maps, right, for the first time, requesting a consult or requesting your first visit, and then actually showing up, and by the time they get there, they already feel like they know you. They already feel like they know their office. They've already seen a picture of the reception desk. They know where they're going. They don't feel lost or scared or worried. We can automate all of that. So your front desk staff just focuses on making sure they have an amazing experience once they get there. So our 3 things again, right? Dominate the basics. Do that one time really, really well so you can set it and forget it. There's a saying that in the factory of the future, there will be a man and a dog. The man will be there to feed the dog. The dog will be there to make sure the man doesn't touch anything, right? So we can set up all these automations because you don't need to be doing those things anymore. Technology has solved those problems. And it's okay to embrace technology and allow it so you can focus on the things that only humans can do and building deeper human relationships with your patients. Dominate the basics. Amplify your aces. What is it that your business does better than anybody else? Let's make sure people know about that. Let's make sure that that's what's being communicated. Okay. Then automations. Embrace technology. There are so many wonderful vendors here at the event that are talking about closing and all the back office things and all the fancy technologies and things that have to happen, but none of those things matter if people aren't showing up. So we do those 3 things to help your business grow. We love helping businesses scale. We love helping business practice owners and dentists really transition to thinking like a business owner. I appreciate your time. I'm Tyler Jorgensen with For Sale.
Hey, this is Michelle Simpson. I am a dentist in Wilmington, North Carolina, and I wanted to talk a little bit about my experience working with Driven Dental. I've been working with Driven Dental for about 3.5 months now, and I just want to share how it's been working for me and what the company's been able to do. So far, it's been a really positive experience. We've really had some great patients come in and some really good case acceptance. I definitely have had a history of working with other companies. I'm sure you've probably tried other companies as well. We've had basic web management, managing Facebook ads, Google ads, SEO, you know, all of that. And it was always really hard for me to figure out if we were really getting a return on the investment. And then we tried another company. In this company, we were strictly going after, we were doing an Invisalign campaign. And with that company, it was, we were paying per patient that came in the office. So that also sounded really good. We did that for a while, and it ended up, we did have a lot of response with that ad campaign. A lot of patients were coming in the office, but the problem was a lot of patients were coming in, but they didn't have money. They didn't really know what the cost was going to be to start with. And so we spent a lot of time working with these people, trying to get them financed, trying to figure out how to get them to proceed with treatment. And in the end, we were just spinning our wheels, and we got burned out seeing a lot of patients and not really getting any closure with cases. So we signed up and started with Driven Dental in January, and been working with Elijah and Katie and Michelle, and everything has been going so well. The difference with this company that's worked really well for us is that they have a really good system where they are doing the marketing, obviously, but then when the patients are responding to the ad, they have a whole team behind the scenes that's really working with the patient, educating them on what the possible treatment could be, letting them know ahead of time basically what the cost would be, and then they're even going beyond that and helping them get financing, which it's been such a time saver. We've had several patients get booked. They come in the office, they already know what they want, they already know about what that cost is going to be, and they've already got financing. So that's cut out a lot of the legwork that we were doing in some of the other ad campaigns. So since January, I feel like we've really done a good job working as a team when the patients come in, and we've actually closed $103,000 in treatment since January. So I think that's absolutely incredible. We've had 7 patients come in, so we've had a case closed for $10,500, a case closed for $12,500, 2 cases for $27,500, and then a $25,000 case. So that's not really happened to me in my career before. So it's super, super exciting, and I would definitely recommend that you give Driven Dental a chance and try them out, because they do a lot of the work ahead of time. So it's been totally worth it, and we've really loved it. So anyway, feel free to get my contact from Elijah or Katie or Michelle. I'd be happy to talk to you one-on-one if you have any questions, okay? All right.
That's awesome. I never get tired of hearing those amazing testimonials. It's what we do. It's what drives us. Hey, everybody. I'm so blessed to be with you live and in person. The last year or so has been a roller coaster for all of us. And, you know, some of us gone through a lot just to be here in the room. My voice is a little scratchy and hoarse just because I've had such an amazing time connecting with everybody in person. And, you know, it's been such a blessing, and I'm happy to count myself among, I think, the dental professionals that are actually leading the industry back, and it's just so exciting to be here. So Driven Dental implant marketing has had to be more driven than ever. That's relentlessly compelled to achieve a goal, and our goal, our real value proposition for the practices is to help them not just survive this crazy tumultuous time, but actually thrive by growing their practice, by focusing on dental implants, these high-value cases. And what we really do, what we excel at, is attracting and converting patients that are actively searching for implant treatment. And we do that specifically with a patient-focused marketing system that not just creates opportunity, but also supports you in converting those conversations, those patient interactions into closed cases. And I'll just walk through the details real quick just so everybody has an understanding of what we do. It starts with targeted ads, and we put them on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube, and especially our primary channel is Google search, because that's the real key to a successful campaign, is getting your message in front of patients who are actively searching for implant treatment. And then we build out a specialized website that makes you look like a rock star, the provider of choice. and helps turn these clicks into conversations. And then all those get funneled into an automated software system that helps you manage these conversations. You can text, you can call, inbound and outbound, you can send emails, you can live chat, all in the same place, and really work with these patients and figure out who's the best to get onto your schedule. Now, just as Dr. Simpson said, if you don't have the skill set or the bandwidth to manage these leads, we can actually pair you up with what we call a virtual patient advocate. This is a whole new team member. Their only job is to manage these leads. They'll educate, they'll qualify, and they'll even get them financially qualified so they walk into the practice with the right expectations and ready to say yes to your treatment plans. I'll tell you this, if I can be real, implant marketing is hard. This is not something where you can just throw out a cookie cutter campaign or have, just some standard ads. This is a system that you have to have your marketing and your internal systems work together. And you need a marketing partner that can actually help guide your patients from click to case acceptance. It's so difficult because implant patients are unique. They have a unique set of challenges, a unique set of decision criteria, unique budgets and concerns. And this is a complex decision for them. There's a lot of scary things that they've got to consider, and most importantly and obviously the cost is a big barrier. Whether they're considering a single dental implant or multiple implants or an alternative to dentures or even a full arch case. In some cases it can go from $5,000 to $50,000, and that could be more than someone's annual income. This is a big decision, and they really need all the support they need to get to the finish line. And Driven Dental Marketing is a partner that can help you do that. And even though it's difficult, it's totally worth it. These are high-value, high-impact cases that you're attracting to your practice. These are the patients that become evangelists for your practice because you're transforming their lives. They're walking in one person and walking out someone totally different. For the doctors that want to do something more with your dentistry, you want to challenge yourself, you want to put your skills to work and really change lives, this is an opportunity to do that. You can inspire your team by focusing on these really high-value cases. And obviously the financial impact is there for your practice as well. So who you need is a partner that gets this. We understand the complexities of implant marketing. We've designed a system to deal with all these unique patient challenges and the unique practice challenges of implementing this, and we'll support you every step of the way. So if this sounds like something that's interesting to you, go to our website, drivendentalmarketing.com, drivendentalmarketing.com, book a strategy call with myself or any one of my team members. I'm happy to find out if we're a good fit for each other. Thanks for listening.
Good afternoon. I must admit, that was a great commercial. I never saw it before, and they did a great job. So, Kara, if you're watching, great job. Kudos. All right. Today is pajama day here at Smiles at Sea, and I was going to walk around with nothing on, but I felt that was probably inappropriate online and in front of everybody here, so I apologize. But in short, Crazy Dental. Oh, we even have our customers. Oh, they're taking pictures of me. Oh, I'm in trouble now. I'm finished. If I'm lucky if I have my plane ticket home. So Crazy Dental, we'll start with customer service. We have them here, coming from Minnesota. And we take pride in that. It's obviously a supply company that goes ahead, 40,000 products. We guarantee to be the least expensive in the industry. We take all of our competitors. Everything's transparent. You go online, crazydental.com. Like, she drives me crazy. And you go, everything's free. It's a free buying club under the DC Dental flagship. And we guarantee, again, to be the least expensive. So you go ahead, everything's transparent. You type in a product, whatever the product it is. Our competitors' prices are there, and then ours. We guarantee to match the lowest of all of our competitors. So that's who we are. We take care of everything from start to finish. We'll ship the stuff like we saw distribution. We'll go ahead. You can go online later that evening. You click on once either UPS or FedEx scans the box. You know when you're going to get it. You'll receive an email that night that tells you when you're actually the traction. Can't think straight. I drank too much last night. That's what happened. Sorry. It's yeah. Anyway, so you'll go ahead and you're the tracking. It's a better word. And you'll receive it later that night. You'll find out where your products are. If there's an issue, we go back. Everything, our warehouse is Amazonian style. So we have 50 people there 24/7 working. And then we have machines that are, which we call, automated. So we have both. And we could find everything, track everything. If there's an issue, we'll take care of you right away. More likely, you're going to have a free product coming to you next day if there's an issue. It happens, I think, less than 0.1% of the time. So 99.9% of the time, you're going to have your stuff right away. Great people. We have a division of reps that can talk to you one-on-one, and then we have you just go online, take care of what you need. And that's really us. That's who we are. If you're a solo practitioner, you have a couple offices, and you're like, oh my God, how am I going to compete with the DSOs? They're huge. I'll never be able to compete with those guys, gals, whatever they are, right? What do? Boom, you come to us, we'll take care of you, because we want to find a way to save you guys money, take care of you. And it's not only about the money, it's about the experience, the customer service. And you'll be able to say, oh, wow, I'm actually saving myself some money for my honey. So that's us. That's Crazy Dental. I don't want to take any more of your time. But we love what we do because the end user, the doctor, the professional, the hygienist, the assistant, whoever's working at the office, that's who we're here to take care of. And that's what we do. And if you're able to save some money using us, you can come to a place like Smiles at Sea. You can go to Barbados. You can go to Hawaii. You can do whatever you want. Or you can go to the casino and just spend it there. But without further ado, I just want to give a shout out to Jess and to Kim who are here. Angie, I know, is in the back by the booth. Crazy Dental. And never forget it. Just make it crazy. That's when we do podcasts all the time. That's how I end off. Just live crazy, man. That's what life's all about. So thank you again. www.crazydental.com. And that's what we do. We save you money for your honey. And great service. An automated system with people working in the warehouse. And we work with people we're national. So we work with everybody across the country. We got people from Alaska calling, Hawaii. Now we got Puerto Rico. And sometimes I like to tell people in the office, hey, I should make a trip down there just to visit you guys. But Puerto Rico, right? It's nice. Barbados, it's great. Everybody have a great weekend. God bless. Thank Elijah and company for this great production show that's put on here. We're loving it. Again, I'm sorry if I drink too much, but it happens. And everybody have a beautiful day, beautiful weekend. Vote. I don't know how you vote. I don't know how you guys watch to vote it, but just don't forget. Vote Crazy Dental. And if you do that, I guarantee you'll have a crazy day. Thanks so much.
Hi, I'm Scott, periodontist and founder of SupplyClinic.com. What is SupplyClinic.com? It's the website for shopping dental supplies, where you can price compare over 100 sellers and save on over 70,000 products. You shop around for everything else online: clothes, plane tickets, dates, either kind. Now you can do the same for dental supplies. On SupplyClinic.com, you can browse around for what you want, generic or brand specific. And on every single item page, we'll show you who sells it and at what price. I'll take the least expensive, please. 30% off. Not bad. But do we allow secondhand and gray market product like some other sites do? Hell no. Only authorized sellers are allowed on Supply Clinic. And when you're ready to check out, done. And to make a return, free.
When he was switching from dental school to residency, apparently residency programs don't like to provide their students with supplies. So instead they give them a list and have them buy it for themselves. And so, of course, he was pointed in the direction of the sales reps of the big box distributors that we all know and love. And the sales reps told him, oh, this is amazing. You're a new dentist. We're going to give you a new dentist discount. Don't worry, we're going to treat you right. And he got the pricing back from them and checked online and found every single product for about half the cost online. So he purchased it from a number of different places. One of them may very well have been Crazy Dental. But he quickly found that he was spending too much time shopping around. You know, it's great for a resident, save plenty of money, but it's not a scalable model. It doesn't work for a dental office. Nobody can really devote their lunch hour every day to shopping for supplies. It's not going to work. And so we put our heads together and we figured we could build something to make the system better. We were young and naive, even more young and naive than we are now. And so we built it. We set up Supply Clinic, an online marketplace for dental supplies. So we have over 150 different sellers on our site selling over 50,000 products. One of them is DC Dental. Thank you, Jay. And we allow them to compete. They list the products that they have in stock. We get stock level updates from them on an automated real-time basis. They list the prices that they have, the products that they want, and we let customers go on our site, compare different products side by side, and when they find the product that they're looking for, they find exactly the brand they want, they can see all the sellers that sell that product and the price that they sell it at and the stock level that they have on hand and the shipping, both time and cost, et cetera, et cetera. And so we let a dental office buy from a dozen different sellers in a single checkout online. Essentially, it's combining the best of both worlds. They've got the price savings of shopping around with the efficiency of shopping from one source. But we didn't stop there. We've actually been building out an additional set of tools sitting on top of the marketplace to make it even easier to manage supplies, not only before you order, but after you order as well. So of course, we've got tracking information, favorites, order history, one-click reorder, all of the features that you know and love from e-commerce. But we also started to run into situations where when a dental office succeeds and it grows well, and they open up a second office, then supply purchasing becomes that much more complex. How do you manage it? Is it two folks doing the ordering? Is it one person? Is it the same products? Are there different preferences, et cetera? And DSOs have elaborate tools to help them with it, and we felt strongly we wanted to build these tools for the everyday dentist, for dentists that have one location, 2 locations, 5, 10 locations, and so that's what we did. We started with linked accounts to allow multiple locations to be together under the same corporate umbrella, under the same company. And we added approval systems so the company can assign an administrator to approve, reject, or modify those orders before they're placed live. And they can line item veto items, they can leave comments and explain and make sure that everything goes smoothly, make sure that the offices are ordering what they should be ordering. And of course, we've folded in budgeting so that they can set a per location budget based on production, based on previous spend, whatever it may be. They can set a formulary, a list of pre-approved items that they want their offices to order. And of course, if they don't want to necessarily approve every purchase order request that comes in, they can set settings so that certain orders below a certain size or of certain products just get automatically approved. And so we let customers, we let dental offices access this full marketplace and browse around and compare and be able to buy from multiple sources in a single checkout, while also giving them the tools that they need to really manage procurement on a granular basis. And we have data reporting and visualization so that every office knows, at minimum, what do you spend on supplies? Right now, if you ask most dentists, what did you spend on supplies this year? They'll have no idea. And it's really important that they know what they're spending. They know what products, what categories they're spending on. They know which sellers they're buying from, because everyone buys from multiple sellers. They just don't realize it. You've got your primary distributor. Maybe you're buying ortho supplies elsewhere, or implants elsewhere, or office supplies elsewhere. Everyone's buying from multiple places. And so one of the cool tools that we've added is centralized accounts payable. As an office, as a group of offices, you only pay Supply Clinic. We take the financing, we are able to separate it out and pay out sellers only once they've shipped that product to you. And so we're able to ensure that you get your products in a timely manner, and you have these efficiencies, you have these tools in place so that you don't need to spend too much time or too much money purchasing supplies. If you'd like to learn more, please check it out at supplyclinic.com. Thank you all so much, really appreciate it, and have an awesome weekend.
Imagine having a practice where your patients are excited to come back to your practice.
What if your patients were so loyal, they would never even consider going anywhere else? And what if it was as simple as this electric toothbrush?
And that's why we created Zana, the newest way to get your patients coming back by extending your care beyond the chair.
Let's face it, patients do not think about you the second they walk out your door because they're indifferent.
And it's just a matter of time before an indifferent patient doesn't come back.
Give your patients a reason to care. That's what Zana does.
How? By giving your patient an electric toothbrush, private labeled, so you can stay in front of them 2 times a day, 7 days a week.
And get your patients actually excited to come back to your practice because you're going to give them free toothbrush replacement heads for life.
Stay in front of your patients.
Give them a reason to come back.
Join Zana today, the electric toothbrush program redefined.
And get your patients coming back by extending your care beyond the chair.
Hi, I'm Sean.
I'm Shawnee.
We are Zana. We're an electric toothbrush company that today is telling you to stop selling electric toothbrushes. And when you do, not only will it be the best thing for your patients, but also your practice and the profession. And it's as simple as care beyond the chair.
Okay, you guys, I have a guilty confession to make today. Back when I was working as a clinical hygienist, of course, I wanted the very best for my patients, so I would always recommend that they brush with an electric toothbrush. But every single time my patients would actually buy the brush from my practice, I would cringe. Because you guys, I'm the queen of Amazon. I knew that the patient could buy the same exact brush online for way cheaper. I was so tired of feeling like I was ripping my patients off. I just couldn't take it anymore. So don't judge me here, but here's what I ended up telling my patients. Susie, yes, okay, for sure, I want you to buy this brush, but honestly, don't buy it from our practice. You could get it online for way cheaper. Because the last thing I wanted was for my patient to be walking down the aisles at Costco, shopping online at Amazon, and realize for herself that it was our practice that sold her the overpriced brush. Couldn't you guys just hear my patient, sweet, sweet Susie, turn into Psycho Susie? Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Dr. Ripoff just sold me this overpriced brush. I am never going back to that practice again. So stop selling electric toothbrushes the old school way.
The reality is, no dentist is staying awake late at night wondering, what electric toothbrush am I going to offer in my practice? But what is keeping dentists up at night is which patients are coming back. And that's why we created Zana. At Zana, we believe a brush can be more than a brush. We believe a brush can be a way for you to extend your care beyond the chair. How? By selling electric toothbrushes? No. By enrolling your patients in your own care program, Care Beyond the Chair.
So my first day of dental hygiene school, it was a day I would never forget. I had just moved to Phoenix from the little small cow town of Arlington, Washington. I didn't know anybody. I had no idea if I was going to fit in. And so on that first day of class, I was so nervous. I was shaking. I had butterflies. I went to the way very back of class, and I took a seat next to 4 girls. Little did I know these 4 girls, the dental divas, would completely change my hygiene school experience. Fast forward 10 years later, we've all been in each other's weddings, baby showers, bridal showers, all had kids at the same time. What was it about the dental divas that made my school experience? Well, from day one, they completely accepted me. From day one, they made me feel like I belonged. And it was the first time living in Arizona that it actually felt like home. Care Beyond the Chair gives your patients that feeling that they belong.
So let me tell you about a company that did just that. So way back when I was in college at ASU, this is before the 5 kids and the gray hair, Tom Shoes was founded. And they did something so disruptive. You see, every time you purchased a pair of shoes, they donated a pair to children in need in Argentina. And it spread like wildfire. But what was it What was it about the tribe that made them so committed, so loyal? You see, every shoe had on it this little white and blue flag, the flag of Argentina. It made it more than a shoe. It was a symbol of care. This is a symbol of care.
So all day long, you guys are providing the most amazing care to your patients in the chair. But what happens the second a patient leaves your practice and they enter the world beyond the chair? How are you staying connected with them in between their appointments? Zana gives you the ability to take that care in the chair and to extend it beyond the chair. Now, we've been telling you to stop selling electric toothbrushes the old school way and to instead enroll your patients into a care program, but what does that actually mean? When your patient enrolls, they will receive the Z-Sonic Pro. It will be private labeled with your practice name, phone number, and website, so that 2 times a day, 7 days a week, every single time your patient brushes, your flag is front and center, your symbol of care. And to top it off, you get to give them free brush head replacements for life, but only when they come back to your practice. This incentivizes your patients to come back. It gets them excited for their appointment, all because you're extending your care beyond the chair. And that is how Zana is not only a win for your patients, but also for your practice.
So let me tell you about one of my favorite dentists, Coach K. You see, this guy is a rock star. I actually met him at a Smiles at Sea cruise, and the second I shared with him about Zana, it just clicked. And it wasn't until recently he told me why. He's like, Sean, I was the guy. I would go to trade shows, and I would find those electric toothbrush company reps, and I would give them hell. You want me to spend my money inventorying your brush that doesn't have my name on it, and then I have to sell it to my patients at a value or at a price that's not even a good deal? Why? He's like, but Sean, with Zana, I love that I get the credit. I love that my name's on it. My patients have to come back to me. I'm the tooth fairy. I have the replacement heads. Those are his words exactly. You see, Coach K was a real rock star because he's a true pioneer of positive change in the profession. Speaking of the profession, this last year has been tough, right, with the pandemic. And that's a massive understatement. But if I think of any industry that could have gotten completely taken out by COVID, it would have been dentistry. Now, you should ask Elijah. I'm sure he'd have a lot to say about the cruise industry. But I believe COVID gave each and every one of you a gift. That as you discovered you are so much more adaptive, innovative, and resilient than you ever knew. You guys know that, you feel that. And that is why the future of dentistry is great because of you guys. You are committed to pioneering positive change. Zana is part of that change. You see, there's been a shift. It's no longer about simply looking at it as a transaction with your patient, but about lifetime value. It is no longer simply about selling electric toothbrushes, but enrolling your patients in care so you can extend your care. And it's no longer about the brush simply being about the technology, but about it being more than a brush, a symbol of your care, so that ultimately, as a profession, we can raise the standard of care.
So stop selling electric toothbrushes the old school way
Join Zana today and get your patients coming back.
by extending your care beyond the chair.
Thank you. Okay, this is number 8. Oh man, it's really sweaty. I'm gonna get another one. All right, I'm gonna take number 5. Okay. Is commercials? Doing? You good? All right. So we have, it starts at 2:25? Oh, great. Okay. All right. So if it starts at 2:25, you all can relax, chill. We'll wait for the judges to get back in. And yeah, just mingle, get to know each other, enjoy each other's company. Yeah, talk amongst yourselves. All right, thanks. Go visit the vendors.
Very practical things that you can incorporate into your everyday life. Really not just business, but it's going to be personal too. He left us.
I will take away at least 12 or 13 strategies that I want to incorporate into my practice, and quite a few that I'd like to incorporate into my home. Dr. Gupta is an excellent speaker, and he did a really good job.
I hope to see you all at the next dental festival put on by Smiles at Sea on land. And you know what? Pretty soon, we'll take the ship off the dock and we'll get back to sea. But for now, we're gonna worry about throwing the best events in the entire industry. And I want you to join us at the next dental festival. Thank you.
Right now, I'm going to take my Studio 88 hat off. I'm going to take my marketing, speaker, consultant hat off. And I want to tell you, your story is worth it. It's valuable. It's significant. And I know like in the day-to-day that's really hard to see sometimes. But then every now and then I get this glimpse of the movie of my life that plays in front of me. And I go, this is amazing. There's something so significant there. It's special. And I know you see the starts and the stops. You see the dead ends. But I want to tell you today that if you judge it, you'll break it before it turns into something beautiful. Your story is worth it. Your story is valuable. The world needs your story.
Hey, this is Michelle Simpson. I am a dentist in Wilmington, North Carolina, and I wanted to talk a little bit about my experience working with Driven Dental. I've been working with Driven Dental for about 3.5 months now, and I just want to share how it's been working for me and what the company's been able to do. So far, it's been a really positive experience. We've really had some great patients come in and some really good case acceptance. I definitely have had a history of working with other companies. I'm sure you've probably tried other companies as well. We've had basic web management, managing Facebook ads, Google ads, SEO, all of that. And it was always really hard for me to figure out if we were really getting a return on the investment. And then we tried another company. In this company, we were strictly going after, we were doing an Invisalign campaign. And with that company, it was, we were paying per patient that came in the office. So that also sounded really good. We did that for a while, and it ended up, we did have a lot of response with that ad campaign. A lot of patients were coming in the office, but the problem was a lot of patients were coming in, but they didn't have money. They didn't really know what the cost was going to be to start with. And so we spent a lot of time working with these people, trying to get them financed, trying to figure out how to get them to proceed with treatment. And in the end, we were just spinning our wheels, and we got burned out seeing a lot of patients and not really getting any closure with cases. So we signed up and started with Driven Dental in January, and been working with Elijah and Katie and Michelle, and everything has been going so well. The difference with this company that's worked really well for us is that they have a really good system where they are doing the marketing, obviously, but then when the patients are responding to the ad, they have a whole team behind the scenes that's really working with the patient, educating them on what the possible treatment could be, letting them know ahead of time basically what the cost would be, and then they're even going beyond that and helping them get financing, which it's been such a time saver. We've had several patients get booked. They come in the office, they already know what they want, they already know about what that cost is going to be, and they've already got financing. So that's cut out a lot of the legwork that we were doing in some of the other ad campaigns. So since January, I feel like we've really done a good job working as a team when the patients come in, and we've actually closed $103,000 in treatment since January. So I think that's absolutely incredible. We've had 7 patients come in, so we've had a case closed for $10,500, a case closed for $12,500, 2 cases for $27,500, and then a $25,000 case. So that's not really happened to me in my career before. So it's super, super exciting, and I would definitely recommend that you give Driven Dental a chance and try them out, because they do a lot of the work ahead of time. So it's been totally worth it, and we've really loved it. So anyway, feel free to get my contact from Elijah or Katie or Michelle. I'd be happy to talk to you one-on-one if you have any questions, okay? All right.
Hey everybody, it's Elijah again, and I just wanted to talk to you all about this amazing new CBD product line that we have called Life. For those of you who don't feel comfortable having CBD in your practice yet, we also have an ultra hydrating Life spray. We're super excited to bring it to Dentistry. And here's the really cool thing. Many of you may be out there thinking, you know what, I don't know much about CBD, but I want to learn more. We want to have you get a free hour of continuing education to have one of our educators teach you all about bringing your office into the CBD world. Thank you so much, and please check us out.
They said it couldn't be done.
Run your own practice? And manage your front office? Impossible.
But they are fools.
Begin!
It took years of training.
No shows! Cancellations! Do not file the form! Be the form! Send me a message with your mind! They can hear it when you smile!
But it all led here to become the ultimate dental professional.
Dude, you could have just got Casper.
Or you could just get Casper. Finally, your dental management all in one.
Hello?
Doctors, are you ready to have FOMO? That's fear of missing out. If you're ready, I want you to watch this testimonial. And the next testimonial, it should be you.
Hey everybody, I want to give a quick shout out to Driven Dental Implant Marketing and the whole team there. Just closed an upper and lower full arch case. 1 month into the brand new VPA program. So patient walked in, $53,000 personal check today. It's a hell of a Wednesday, let me tell you. I've been with Driven Marketing for 3 years now, and I'm telling you, I am loving the new VPA program and the way it integrates with Smile Virtual. Between Smile Virtual and the VPA program, and just doing this for a month, I've closed over $100,000 in dentistry. So I cannot thank you all enough.
You say that I'm wasting my time, 'cause I don't wanna have the life that you do. You tell me I'm crossing the line, 'cause I don't wanna fall in line with your views. No, I won't sit here looking pretty for the photo. Won't wait for you to save me while you tell me I'm lost and confused, 'cause I'm not listening to all of your rules. We might be young, we might be reckless, when really you're just out of touch. We might be young, we might be too much, but we're not gonna shut up and smile for the camera.
Hi, all you dental peeps out there at Smiles at Sea. It's Ann Duffy, and I'm here to say congratulations to all of you that entered the contest for Dental Tank. I wish you all the best. I want to honor you by giving you a spread in our fall edition of Dental Entrepreneur Magazine. 12 of you will have 125 words to talk about your business, share your logo, your vision, and your dreams. And then second thing I want to say is to all of you women out there, all of you females in dentistry, please check out Dental Entrepreneur Woman. We're fab, we're for you, we're about you, and we are by you. Check out our new website, dew.life. Join our membership. Know that we are here to inspire, empower, connect, and highlight all women in dentistry. You are welcome here. Have a great time, everybody. I love you with all my heart, and I'll see you in October.
I hope to see you all at the next dental festival put on by Smiles at Sea on land. And you know what? Pretty soon, we'll take the ship off the dock and we'll get back to sea. But for now, we're gonna worry about throwing the best events in the entire industry. And I want you to join us at the next dental festival. Thank you.
Meet Abella, your dental practice's new best friend. Abella helps you collect more past due balances faster by offering patients a superior experience to paying online, giving practice owners, office managers, and patients another reason to smile. Abella, the accounts receivable solution.
Patient Fi, the patient-friendly financing platform. With Patient Fi, there is absolutely no risk to apply. Patients can now see what they qualify for through a fast, simple 100% soft inquiry process. Our transparent application provides patients with clear, understandable terms and customized repayment options tailored to their budget. We give your practice the ability to market procedures on a monthly payment plan. And Patient Fi offers a variety of plans with an early repayment feature of 0% promotional financing with no retroactive interest penalties. Our seamless practice portal allows practice administrators and coordinators to easily manage all applicants. Patient Fi can help. It's time for patients to be as happy with their financing decision as they are with their procedure. Patient Fi, redefining the patient financing experience for good. Enroll today and become a Patient Fi practice.
Protect your dental practice with the Aerosol Assist. The #1 reason dental professionals miss work is due to respiratory infections. It is important now, more than ever, that all procedures have aerosol suppression in place to not only protect you, but your staff, family, and patients. The Aerosol Assist provides up to a 90% reduction of aerosols in every chair. Any procedure where standard HVE is used can be upgraded to include aerosol reduction. The Aerosol Assist is autoclavable and fits into a standard sterilization pouch. It can be used in any operatory with a standard saliva ejector. With integrated comfort features, it is compatible with patients who have TMJ, missing teeth, malocclusion, and severe gag reflex. The Aerosol Assist leverages both dedicated aerosol suppression and saliva evacuation. Protect your dental practice with the Aerosol Assist.
Hi everyone, my name is Martel Koch. I'm the founder of Brown Girl RDH, which is a nonprofit organization promoting cultural diversity within the dental hygiene profession. Each year, Brown Girl RDH awards 12 deserving students with scholarships ranging from uniforms all the way up to tuition. Last year alone, Brown Girl RDH was able to provide students with $50,000 worth of scholarships, and we awarded 16 students. Out of those 16 students, 6 of them got tuition scholarships. This year, we're hoping to kick off this fundraiser right here at Smiles at Sea and to match $50,000 in scholarships for students for 2021. We've already kicked off our scholarship fund with $10,000. I'm super excited. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Thank you for donating, and I'll see you guys around. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hey, I'm Corey Pinniger, and I'm the CEO of Callforce, and we are dental scheduling professionals. One of our services is overdue patient recall. We go into your practice management software and we pull the report of your overdue patients from when they're overdue to 36 months after they're overdue. We then take this list, and from 5 to 7:30 your time, we have a dedicated person who calls on your practice from your phone number and reaches your patients and let them know that the doctor and the staff know they're overdue and that they're concerned and they would love to get them back on the schedule. This is an extension of your office where we are scheduling according to your needs. Website chat is new and interesting within dental. 9% of dental practices in the United States actually have a managed chat on their site. Now the problem is when you install website chat and you add it to your front desk or a team member, they also are wearing 5 to 10 other hats. They may be with a patient or on a phone call when a patient engages with that chat. And so it's important that you have a team that is ready to take these opportunities, give them an amazing experience, and convert them into patients on the schedule. And that's what we do at Callforce. We are your dedicated team that manages your chat, that understands the scripting and the verbiage, and works to get as many opportunities on the schedule as possible.
Over 2,000 dentists and 800 practices have moved to CareStack to simplify, modernize, and digitize their practices.
I am Whitney Weiner, the founder of Whole Dental Wellness. Struggles that we've had has been moving out of historic software. We've purchased 3 existing dental locations that have all been on different softwares, none of which were cloud-based. So really partnering with CareStack, what it's allowed us to do is move to one centralized cloud-based system. The ability to go home in the evening, put the kids to bed, and then really dial in, get the pulse of the day, look at KPIs, and really look at our analytics dashboard, see how we're doing, see where the holes are, and look for simple means to improve. That's been monumental.
Our tribe is growing, and we want you as part of the CareStack family. Schedule a demo today.
It's true, dental CE has grown stale, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Dr. Miles Cohn. Let me introduce you to Catapult Education.
We've got some fresh new young talent doing some things that I know you haven't heard before.
1, 2, 3, listen.
He's currently a fellow at CTOR in Hoboken, New Jersey, in orthodontics and craniofacial orthopedics. He has committed the rest of his career to treating sleep-disordered breathing problems.
Thank you.
Like a big boss.
So, imagine getting a call that your 40-year-old patient just died. I don't have to imagine it. I got that call a month ago. And that patient didn't die in a car accident or from cancer. He died from the comorbidities related to obstructive sleep apnea. When that patient presented to my office initially, he had all the signs and symptoms of obstructive sleep apnea. Large neck circumference, BMI greater than 35, hypertension, acid reflux, broken teeth, severe wear, decreased vertical dimension of occlusion. At the time, I restored his teeth, I restored his vertical. I treated his symptoms, and I missed this problem, his airway. My goal in the next 10 minutes is to make all of you create the paradigm shift to look at airway first and not teeth. The fact is, I made the mistakes, right? I was wrong. And that's really the theme of my talk today. I was wrong. And I made the paradigm shift in a big way. I'm 48 years old, and I'm in an orthodontic residency, right? So now the question, why is this guy 48 years old and back in school? And why at 45 did I sell my restorative dental practice? Let me tell you my story and take you on my journey. I received a scholarship from the US Navy for dental school. Had a great career in the military, loved being in. Got out, had an opportunity to train with Larry Rosenthal at Aesthetic Advantage. I learned a ton about cosmetic dentistry and smile design. Things were great. I was doing veneers, crowns, working with some great specialists. One specialist in particular, Jim Jacobs, not only became a mentor, but one of my best friends. And Jim saw something special in me, and he wanted me to take my skills to the next level. The fact is, I thought I was already at the next level. But he flew me out to Seattle to train with John Coyce at the Coyce Center. At that point, I was 35 years old. I thought I was hot shit and knew it all. And that first day at the Coyce Center was the most humbling experience I had to date. I realized just how little I knew. I ended up finishing the Coyce Continuum in just under 2 years, became a mentor out at the center. I then was invited to join a very prestigious prosthodontic practice in Manhattan, New York. Things were great. I was doing full mouth rehab cases, veneers, crowns, deprogramming every patient. I had the confidence to tackle anything that walked through the door. I also had the privilege of joining a Coyce study group in Manhattan for mentors in the New York area, and this is where my story takes an interesting twist. One of the dentists in the group, Vic Avis, who's an amazing dentist out of Staten Island, every time we would discuss a full mouth rehab case or a case with severe wear or a collapsed vertical, Vic would always inquire about an airway or sleep issue. Initially, I blew it off. However, after the 50th time of hearing Vic talk about it, I said, you know what, maybe there's some validity in this airway sleep thing. So I picked Vic's brain, and he taught me so much about airway and sleep. He also told me he trained with an airway orthodontist, Barry Raphael, who ran an airway residency program, and Vic suggested I do the same. So I took the plunge. I went to train with Barry, and I learned about all the signs and symptoms of obstructive sleep apnea and realized they're the things we see every day in our practice. Abfractions, broken teeth, severe wear, narrow buccal corridors, crossbites. They're all signs and symptoms of a bigger problem, an airway and sleep issue. Listen, you don't know what you don't know, and I sure as heck did not know. And I made those mistakes and I was wrong. And standing on this stage saying I was wrong, for me, is pretty profound. Fast forward to 2018, I want to learn how to fix the problems and not the symptoms anymore. The more I dug deeper, I realized that orthodontics was really a way to fix the problem, grow the airway, and really improve the anatomy in relation to snoring and sleep apnea. However, the aha moment for me was when I watched the Finding Connor Deegan video. It's a video about a young boy who was diagnosed with oppositional defiant disorder and ADD. This kid was getting shuffled around from doctor to doctor, put on multiple meds. Everyone gave up on this kid except his dentist. His dentist recognized that Connor's tonsils and adenoids as well as his anatomy, was preventing him from getting the proper oxygen to his brain, thus affecting his neurocognitive behavior. Connor had his tonsils and adenoids removed, eventually orthodontics and expansion. The dentist saved this kid. Listen, ADD and ADHD can no longer be the default diagnosis for every kid that comes in with a behavior problem or a cognitive issue. Listen, we need to do better. We all do, as a society, for all these kids. So I decided at that point, I was 45, I'm going to sell my practice and go and do an orthodontic residency. It sounds pretty crazy saying it out loud, by the way. So fast forward, I find out about a new orthodontic program in Hoboken, New Jersey called CTOR, which stands for Consortium for Translational Orthodontic Research. The director, Manny Alicani, is really a pioneer in orthodontics and craniofacial orthopedics. So I emailed Dr. Alicani, I send him my CV and essay, and we schedule an interview for June of 2018. Prior to the interview, I reach out to my best friend who's an orthodontist to get his advice for the interview. He says, Lane, just be yourself, you'll do great. Just don't bring up that airway and sleep crap. Great, Dave, this is the whole reason I'm doing ortho. He's like, listen, it's controversial, I wouldn't bring it up. I'm like, fine, I'll wing it. I end up going to meet Dr. Alicani. We're sitting there talking. He brings up the airway residency. And I'm completely transparent. And I tell him my story like I'm telling all of you. He takes his glasses off, says, I love your story. Could you start in 12 weeks? I was in shock. Long story short, I sold my restorative dental practice and I started the orthodontic program. Things were great. I was on my way to becoming an airway orthodontist. However, in 2019, I found out that a patient at our old office passed away, Ron. He was 55, and he died of heart failure. Obviously, I was saddened by this. Ron really became part of our family. The bigger issue, in 2017, I broached the subject with Ron about his airway and sleep. I knew he had sleep apnea. He had all the signs and symptoms similar to the 40-year-old I discussed at the start, right? We talked about it: large neck circumference, BMI greater than 35, hypertension, acid reflux, broken teeth, severe wear, collapsed vertical. What did I do? I restored his teeth. I restored his vertical. I even made him an upper night guard to protect the beautiful veneers I did. The fact is, I probably made his airway and sleep worse. Listen, it was a better response than 2 years prior. At least I broached the subject. But I should have and could have done better. I decided at this point, you know what? I'm going to become a diplomate of the American Board of Dental Sleep Medicine and not only help myself, but help every dentist recognize and treat the signs and symptoms of obstructive sleep apnea. So I did the Tufts residency. I basically took the sleep boards last year. I passed, and now I'm a diplomat of the American Board of Dental Sleep Medicine. Listen, it's great I have those credentials and letters behind my name. However, you all don't need to be diplomats or orthodontists to recognize the signs and symptoms of sleep apnea. We see it every day, right? Like I said before, abfractions, broken teeth, severe wear. I can never unsee these things. You know, a perfect example is this, the FedEx logo. We see it every day. Yet someone pointed out to me between the E and the X is a white arrow. You know what? I can never unsee the white arrow, and I never want any of you to unsee the broken tooth, the wear, the cross bites. They're all signs of a bigger problem. I was wrong and I made those mistakes. There's a great quote by Eleanor Roosevelt: learn from the mistakes of others. You can't live long enough to make them all yourself. Before I finish, I want to leave you with 3 things. First, the next time someone comes in with broken teeth, severe wear, crossbite, be curious. Ask questions about snoring and sleep apnea. Questions are our best tools. Second, start treating the problems and not the symptoms. And lastly, you can't unsee what you already see. Just see it differently, treat it differently. You could save a life. Thank you.
Yeah. Is it our side? Okay. Lane, great job.
Thank you.
I mean, it's so timely what you're talking about. You were comfortable, and you just told us what you know. And, you know, you did an awesome job. I really enjoyed it.
And what I want to also add too is it's nothing to be ashamed that starting over at 45. Actually, Zara, one of the world's richest billionaires, he was homeless up until he was 55 years old. And now he's one of like the top 5 billionaires in the world. So if it's your passion, if it's your dream, age is in the heart, my man.
Yeah, listen, this is the happiest I've been since I was in the military.
That's awesome.
Doing good stuff. Thanks, guys.
Great job.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was so good I forgot to introduce the next person. So now we have, sorry guys, 1 second. Who's next? Doc? Yes, I don't have yours here for some reason. Let me see. Okay, I got it. So now we have Jen Kirkham coming up. So Jen has been the backbone of successful education programs and driver for professional excellence in and out of dentistry. She is a keystone member of the dental community, having served in a variety of capacities in sales, clinical education, business development, digital product development, masterminds, and now executive leadership in airway implementation. So can everybody please give her another warm round of applause?
Thank you so much. I feel like I'm in the presence of friends, and I look around, there's a lot of diversity among us, and those listening virtually, I can only imagine the diversity of over 5,000 listeners, right? Anytime that you look at each other and see that there's differences and unique abilities, I recognize those differences and like to find the collective things that all make us one. You know, in all of the things that I've done in my career or sports, I've tried to do my best, and I bet that each one of us in this room and listening is the same way. We just strive to do our very best with what we know and what we can do. And probably, like me, I like to study the masters, those who have gone before. What did they do? What was their path of success? And I find that there's 2 things that they're obsessed with: basics and fundamentals. So I've taken the simplicity approach in everything that I do. And I've got 18 years of all of those things and 1,000 stories. But there's really only one story to be told. It's not about me. You see, I was working at Next Level Practice, building programs, and we had just finished outlining the $1 Million Airway program, training doctors and teams to implement airway. We'd gone through the course outline, and I was in a final content interview with Dr. Michael Gill. And we were discussing the curriculum around identifying sleep-related breathing disorders in children. It was all awesome. I was geeking out on all the material until we started going over the signs and symptoms in the mouth of the age of a child that was the age of my daughter. And I stopped for a second. It's like I'd been slapped in the face with information and answers that I've actually been looking for and didn't realize the answer would come like destiny on that day. You see, my daughter was off the charts, off the growth charts. And look at me, I'm 5 feet tall. Okay, I claim that I'm 5'1" on my driver's license, but my daughter was off the growth charts, and I'm not talking off the growth charts, I'm talking off the growth chart. She stopped growing, and we didn't know why. She was taking DNA tests and bone age tests to figure out what was going on, hormone levels, you name it. At the same time, she was having uncontrolled asthma to the point where we would literally wake up in the middle of the night and check on her to make sure she was still breathing because we've literally almost lost her. She was struggling in school. Our nights were filled with frustration, helping her with her homework. And I was banging my head against the wall, wondering what was I doing wrong as a mother, because I didn't know why my child couldn't read the word little at her age. But the worst thing is that her confidence was shot, and that killed me as a parent because I didn't know what was happening. I took a big sigh of relief. I had the answers. I knew that there was a pathway, and I got to give myself a little bit of break, not beating myself up as a mother. You know that all of us mothers do that, right? But the thing that really kicked in is that I was a licensed dental professional. I've been looking in mouths for at the time 16 years. Why hadn't I seen this before? And I didn't feel like I was a, just out of school fresh hygienist. I was teaching classes on oral systemic health. I was speaking case acceptance. I was going through advanced curriculum, but I didn't see that. And if I missed it in my own family, how many other licensed dental professionals, dental assistant, and even office team members haven't recognized those simple things we just needed to pay attention to? So this up here is a call to action of all of the hygiene departments that are building their programs just around perio. I love managing periodontal disease and the programs. That was my passion for a long time. But until I saw a new light of restricting the focus of hygiene programs in dental practice is just not acceptable anymore. That the role of the dental hygienist as a natural investigator is really the only way to go at this point. Because if I was to get my daughter care, I not only had to figure out in my area who could treat her on that pathway, I had to become the level of professional like a PA is to an MD. I had to talk to the doctors in a partnership and discuss her care and identify what are the anatomical things happening and what treatment pathways should we take at what phase. Because I did that and because I had the confidence in my own knowledge and my own abilities, and I didn't think that I needed to know how to do everything, I just needed to know what was the next conversation and what was the next step. To go to a doctor and say, this is what I observed that's going on, and these are the dots that I'm putting together. What do you think? Together in partnership, we got her into treatment and therapy. Within 6 months, she grew 4 inches. Her education continued. Yeah, we still had some table discussions, a little bit of frustration. We worked through it, and her academics soared. Her asthma became under control, but best of all, man, the emotion's gonna kick in here, guys. I saw her stand on stage in confidence and sing beautifully an Italian aria in an audience of 500 people at the elementary school because she knew she could do that. To stand there and watch your child go from not even being able to speak and communicate with friends to stand on stage like that, priceless. So here we are as licensed dental professionals, working on our businesses, working on our professions, having families, and trying to find balance in all of that. Look, anytime that there's kids involved, or like we heard from Dr. Martin, the statistics are telling us that 6 out of 10 patients that we see have some type of sleep-related breathing disorder. That's teens, that's adults, and that's children. So when hygienists are going through the periodontal exam and seeing bilateral recession, seeing mandibular torus, seeing a thickened alveolar arch, macroglossia, scalloped tongue, fissured tongue, what does that tell you? That tells you that you can stand in confidence and that you are elevated to the role of chief investigator for the practice and to manage that case in partnership with a dentist and also with the physician. Best of all, you get to observe the case as the patient comes back time after time again and be a keystone player in the efficacy of the case. That is the key, the efficacy and following the case. The hygienist's role in airway management is not solely in myofunctional therapy. Yes, a huge role, but within the operatory, You're not chained to that operatory and the procedures anymore. You're not. I'm not here to have my story be so unique, because the truth is, and the reason why all the letters after my name are not included in my bio, is because my story should be like every other story that is told. We need to hear more stories just like mine, and it'll be so commonplace that it would become the new norm to have a hygienist elevated, practicing at the level in partnership with a dentist, just like a PA and an MD. It's time. Thank you. Oh, 100? Very kind, thank you. Thank you.
So
this
beautiful. So from the delivery perspective, it sounded like a storytelling and so well organized. So some of my notes were great control. You evoked emotion, which is highly important when you're speaking to a crowd and you're trying to not just educate, but also motivate them to a better practice. Very super informative, and you're really creating a call to action, which is asking hygienists to think beyond perio, and it's so impactful. I love that in the beginning you established your credibility. You did. So even though you didn't say you were a dental hygienist, you were well known that you're on the research and doing advanced things in your profession. Then you made it relatable as a mother, which really spoke to me, because how many mothers come into our practice and don't know why their kids are having trouble. It's startling to know that people are being diagnosed with ADHD as young as 3 and 5. It's like, how do you know? And again, call to action, then you added statistics. So all the components of a wonderful speech and delivery. So very well done.
Oh, Jen, you're leaving me hanging here. Come on. Like, what am I, chopped liver over here? I don't know. Maybe I need to change my review.
I apologize.
No. I just was going to, Elaine, it was so thorough and comprehensive. I just loved how genuine you were about sharing your journey and really emphasizing this simplicity approach that stuck with me and resonated with me. And bringing real focus to the treatment and the importance of the airway. So thank you for doing a really stellar job in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that so much.
Great job.
Can I just add something really quick? Guys, the best talks are the ones that come from the heart. And that really came from your heart. You know, in the beginning, you were trying to be super professional, and you were throughout the whole thing. But then at the end, you got real and emotional. And that is the best way to connect with anybody on a stage or when you're talking to somebody. Just let it come from your heart. You know, we're not here to judge you. You guys are all amazing. And that's just my personal thing. Whatever comes from the heart always reaches the heart. So great job. Keep it up, guys. You guys are doing great. All right, I'm not going to take any more, I'm not going to go off task anymore. So next up, we have Dr. Michael Gelb. Can we welcome Dr. Michael Gelb up to the stage, please? So Dr. Gelb has pioneered airway-centric dentistry and its role in brain health and development. After writing GASP, he co-founded 2 nonprofits dedicated to airway disorder awareness and recognition. Michael helps dentists integrate TMJ, airway, and orthodontics.
It's good to be here with everyone. I want you to open your minds and use your imagination. I've been in this profession for about 37 years, and I want to maybe talk to you about the future of the profession. What if dentistry was really about getting rid of inflammation? What would that be like first day of dental school? Well, we'd be prepping ourselves to do everything we could as a profession to lower inflammation. We'd be working with cardiologists and internists like Brad Bale, like Bale and Deneen. We'd be doing salivary testing to rid out P. gingivalis, the high-risk pathogens, and our whole focus would be different. What if dentistry was about reversing Alzheimer's and dementia? And we've heard some great speakers. I believe that dentistry is about lowering inflammation, and I think our major role in dentistry is trying to reverse things like Alzheimer's and dementia. We'd be doing home sleep testing on people in their 30s and their 40s because dementia doesn't start at 65, dementia doesn't start at 70. Dementia, what's your name? You look familiar. Bruce, I knew you once. If you think about it, where did I put my keys? Where did I park my car? Why did I come into this room? That starts in your 30s and your 40s. Dentistry is a main player in preventing Alzheimer's and dementia. What if we as a profession could help rid anxiety, depression, and panic attacks? I'm here to tell you today that I think we can because I do it every day in my practice. Imagine a man is coming into your room and he's going to choke you. He's going to put his hands around your neck and strangle you, choke you. He's going to do it 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 times a night. And if he doesn't choke you, he's going to come in. He's not going to tell you when he's going to break into your room, and he's going to hold his hand over your nose, and he's going to pinch your nose. I would have anxiety. That's what happens every night when you have breathing issues, when you have sleep apnea. So we play a huge role in anxiety. What if in hygiene school, Jen, they told you that you could get 50% of all children off of ADD medications? We know now we can. We've got to start early because the brain is largely developed by age 5 or 6. We can't start orthodontics at 11 or 12. So we are advocating you start at age 2.5, age 3, 3.5. I want all kids to be mainstreamed, if possible, by kindergarten. That means we really have to start early. How do you do all this? How do you get into you're already in a profession, how do you get to being able to transform lives? Dr. Gupta, how do you do it? Well, we've invented a method called the Tao method. The Tao, the Tao, the path, the journey. And that journey starts very simply, and what is Tao? TMJ, airway, and orthodontics. The path can start on Monday with your night guard. Did you know that 50%, and I think the number is really like 90% of the night guards that are worn every night in this country are actually closing the airway? Didn't we sign an oath to do no harm? It's a Harvey Weinstein moment in dentistry. We've drawn a line in the sand. You're not allowed anymore to close an airway. So if I'm making a flat plane appliance like I learned in dental school, like I had to do to pass my boards, I'm telling you that if you're just using a flat plane appliance, cuspid guidance, beautifully made, great contacts, there's at least a 50% chance that it's closing someone's airway every night. Those are the night guards that we're putting in as a profession. It's very easy to become an airway-centric dentist and modify that bite plate just a little bit, bring it a little bit more forward, and now you've begun your pathway. Now you've begun your journey, and it's very easy to do that. I came up with the promises. Like in a 12-step program, there are promises, happy, joyous, and free. Well, I came up with the airway promises. If you'll go back on Monday, and this could be an assistant who's here, a hygienist, if you'll just make a different type of night guard, your patients can wake up refreshed, no snoring, no clicking or popping. You can get rid of their airway and in a better mood. That's a pretty nice set of promises to make. That's the way to get into it initially. How do you recognize these people? Lane and I and Jen, and I'm very lucky to be working with them, we can see the patient from across the room. Retruded jaws. And you know, our faces have changed. Did you know that over the last 200 years, really over the last 10,000 years, but more so over the last 200 years, our faces have gotten narrower. There's not room for all 32 teeth. Our teeth are more crooked every generation if you look at the work of Weston Price. It's related to epigenetic factors. It's related to pollution. It's related to plastics. It's related to everything, preservatives in our food, glyphosates, pesticides. So that, what would you do if I told you that the jaws are getting smaller with every generation? We look in the mouth, we see high vaulted palates, we see big tonsils, large adenoids. This is the beginning of the path. So what do we do? What do we do about it? What else can we do about it? Well, men are in denial and women speak in code. Men are in denial. Do you snore? I don't snore. It's my wife who snores. I don't have a problem. She has a problem. You ask a woman, women speak in code. Do you snore? Are you tired? No. Could you be more refreshed? Oh yeah, I could be more refreshed. So it's how you say it. We want to start treating the person. We don't want to treat the teeth in the person. We want to treat the person who has the teeth. Okay, we want to start treating the person. So this is a shift that we all can make. What I'd like you to do is go back, like Lane suggested, and ask yourself, what if? What if? Am I ready to make this shift? Am I ready to transform people's lives? Is it something that I think I'm ready to do? And if you are ready, join us on the journey, join us on the path. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great job, Dr. Gelb. Really good job.
Great job.
Thank you.
I love the way you present. I really love that it comes from the heart, just like the first two speakers. There's a lot of passion when it comes to sleep apnea. You know, I've been there, and we do change lives, and it's amazing, and it's a call to action. And I loved your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks, Bruce.
Excellent. Definitely concur with Dr. Bruce. Great job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So next up, we have Allison Lecoussier. So everybody, Allison grew up, or Allison, with over a decade of dental experience practice. So okay, I have to learn how to read. I'm sorry. With over a decade of dental practice experience, Allison is a sought-after coach and speaker. She helps dental teams improve culture, increase production, and grow into their full potential by specializing in clear aligner coaching and Instagram marketing. She is a certified coach through IPEC and has other ACC through the ICF, a certified office manager through U of T, and is on the faculty for Align Technology and the Dental Speakers Institute. Everybody, please give another warm welcome to Allison Lecoussier.
You are a dentist that has just gone through one of the hardest times dentistry has ever seen, a global pandemic. Practice closures, loss of team, loss of revenue, and even now, the predictions of the economy seem grim. You're feeling a bit afraid, and you're not sure what to do. I'm going to take you on a journey into the future of dentistry and your potential future, and teach you the one clinical offering that if you focus on today, could potentially change your practice and your life. In 2020, clear aligners were the future. In 2021, today, they are the now. I want to tell you what is possible. I'm going to tell you the story of Dr. Peggy. She found me during the middle of the global pandemic. Her practice was closed, her team was laid off. She had no idea what to do. She was so afraid. And she found me while I was teaching a free webinar on how to help take care of your clear aligner patients even when your practice is closed. After the webinar, she realized she needed more support. She didn't want to do this alone. So I created a custom coaching package for her, focusing on Instagram and clear aligners, and we got to work. We created Zoom meetings for her team to pull them together, to ignite them for a common goal. We showed up on Instagram every single day to remind her patients that she's still there for them. and that she cares. We delivered care packages to her community, bringing clear aligners, oral hygiene packages, and we decided to set a new mission statement. And we declared, we are coming back into practice better than before. So things started to go really well, and we decided to push the boundary a little bit and host an Invisalign promotion even when the practice was closed. 2 weeks later, we had a down payment for 32 Invisalign cases. We had a schedule coming back into practice with 15 patients a day to scan them and get started with clear aligners. And we did this booked directly through Instagram and virtual consults. This dentist was coming back from a practice closure with a team that was engaged, ready to go, on board, with a new system to meet her patients where they are virtually, and almost $200,000 in revenue when the doors were closed. Now you might be thinking, okay, Allison, that sounds like a fluke promotion. Maybe, but we didn't stop there. When we got back into practice, we decided to set our sights even higher and shoot for platinum when this doctor had only ever achieved Gold Plus. The team rallied, the virtual consults continued, and we hit platinum well before the deadline. So now you might be thinking, this doctor obviously has an ideal patient base and a lucky location. Think again. This dentist is located in rural Eastern Canada with a lower income status and a small city. So are you curious? What did it really take to achieve this level of success in one of the hardest times dentistry has ever seen? And I want you to know, this practice is just like you. You might even have a leg up on this practice considering their challenging demographic. So I will share with you 3 of my 10-step process for being successful with clear aligners in today's world. Number 1, combating your limiting beliefs of what is possible. It is easy to say, no one is going to purchase right now. No one is going to spend money on dentistry in the middle of a pandemic. There's a recession coming. No one is going to purchase. And I want you to ask yourself, how true is that? Invisalign grew 20% last year when the entire world's dental practices closed. And nearly all of my clients that I coached moved up a status in their Invisalign. So the truth is that consumers are still and always will purchase what they value. So are you offering them that education and that opportunity? Number 2, if there was ever a time to bring your team together, it was during the middle of a global pandemic. The fear, the stress, the loss, they were so real. Many teams fell apart during this time. Maybe yours did. But the truth is that fear, stress, and uncertainty are not saved for global pandemics in this industry. Our teams face that every single day. So we have to learn to bring our teams together and treat them like people first and professionals second. Create a family culture. Give them reason to be excited about work. Train them, invest in them, give them a common goal. And when you do that, you are going to create a practice that is unforgettable and unstoppable. Number 3, meeting the consumer exactly where they are in today's world. Our world has changed. You and I have changed. We want things faster, easier, and safer than ever before. So we have to meet our patients where they are, virtually. Setting up the marketing systems, the technology that will allow our patients to say yes sooner is going to allow you to stay ahead of the practices that are going to be left in the past. So what is the true result of focusing on these 3 critical things? Pandemic-proofing your practice, recession-proofing your practice, and ultimately giving you more joy and sustained happiness in your day-to-day. Our future is right now, and it is changing. And I'm asking you to step into it. So before I wrap up, I'm going to offer you a choice. You can choose to stay with the same systems that brought you to your level of success but no further, or you can pivot, adapt, change, and grow and reach new levels of success that you've never reached before. Greater levels of success require different tools and a more resilient mindset, but you don't have to do this alone. Your team is there to support you, and I am there to support you. And if you can get ahead of what people want and need right now, and focus on the one clinical offering that even when practices were closed, patients were still purchasing. Even when practices were closed, dentists were taking care of their patients and helping them be healthier. Your team is gonna smile more, your patients are gonna smile more, and you, most importantly, are going to be smiling more. Dr. Peggy could have taken her foot off the gas, but she didn't. So don't take your foot off yours. We are talking about the future of dentistry, the future of your practice. And our future is right now. And your future can be so bright. So are you ready to step into it?
Take my money.
Say that again.
Thank you, Allison. I think the story you told was very inspirational about Dr. Peggy, so thank you for sharing that. I really like the emphasis on virtual dentistry. I think like virtual dentistry and teledentistry are kind of like a four-letter word sometimes. And you emphasize the importance of meeting the patients on their journey and not always necessarily where you want to go, but where they want to go. So thank you for emphasizing those things. And Elaine, I'll turn it over to you, please.
Beautiful job.
Thank you.
Just my notes were tone, enthusiasm, clarity, and excellent delivery of your points. It's not easy to come up and speak with so much emphasis without feeling like you're yelling at your audience. So you did a beautiful job of that. It showed the right amount of enthusiasm and motivation versus, feeling like you're yelling at them. So it sounded very beautiful. And you did start with your main point and ended with it. And the main emphasis was meet your patients where they are. It's a huge call to action and compelling us to learn Instagram. Don't feel like we're helpless in a time of hopelessness. And you guys rocked it. So that's amazing.
Thank you.
Beautiful job.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Janet Simpson. Can everybody welcome Janet Simpson up, please? So Janet combines the curiosity of an investigative journalist with the heart of a teacher. As the founder of Dental Fundamentals Continuing Education, she is an enthusiastic speaker and consultant specializing in dental radiography. Highly innovative, she has been recognized as an exemplary online instructor by San Diego Mesa College. Welcome to Janet.
Thank you. Digital radiography has some tremendous advantages compared to traditional film. First of all, no more chemicals, no more real estate devoted to storing chemicals, no more lead waste. We get instant feedback, amazing images, and, well, see, that's just the thing. The technology's amazing. The images could be amazing, but for some reason, we're having a difficult time getting diagnostic quality radiographs with the wired sensor. We're seeing a lot of foreshortening and cone cuts, and all too often, missing apices. And we have to ask ourselves, why? It's a wonderful feeling to take a great set of x-rays. And it's a crummy feeling when you keep making the same mistakes over and over again. As an instructor at the community college level, I saw my students struggling, and I did everything I could do to help them overcome these problems. Before I get started, I do want to review with you what I mean by diagnostic quality radiographs. What I mean by that is we want to present to the dentist images of the teeth that are as close to the natural shape and size of the tooth as possible. The images need to be complete. So we want to see the crown of the tooth on a periapical. We want to see all the way down past the apices, even 2 millimeters. Human beings, right? So I love taking x-rays on a big mouth, don't we all? I love those wide arches on a relaxed patient who's cooperative. But we all know that's only a small percentage of our patient population. Very often we find people coming in who have a shallow palate, who have crowded arches with malposed and rotated teeth. They've got pushy tongues and chubby cheeks and a touchy gag reflex. and it's just not easy to take x-rays. To top it off, what color is this? Exactly. What color are most wired sensors? Black or dark blue? So hello, manufacturers. We work in a black hole, okay? It is dark in there and it's crowded. And when I'm trying to place a sensor, a black sensor in a black hole and get it distal to the second premolar, it's challenging. And then when my patient closes down and the cheeks cover it, it's really challenging to see as compared to a nice white, crisp, clear film. So I can't condense not 2 semesters of information into 10 minutes of time. But what I can give you is a few tips to go along with you. When it comes to being able to visualize your where to aim your PID, we need to be really familiar with our external landmarks, our anatomical landmarks. So if everyone would please put their fingers on the outer canthus of your eye and then lightly trace down until just about the middle of your cheek with your chin, with the Frankfurt plane parallel to the floor. So place your right to the middle of the cheek and press in. What tooth do you feel? It's your second molar. So when you're lining up the PID, or when you're placing your x-rays and you're lining up the PID, that central ray should be aligned with the outer canthus of your eye. So if you're taking your bite wings or especially your maxillary molar images, that's a great landmark and that will help you. Another difference between the wired sensor and film is these slick, slippery barriers. These don't have that. And then when you place them into ineffective and unreliable sensor holding devices and submerge it into slippery saliva, it's really challenging. So I don't know if you've ever had this experience, but if you've ever placed the sensor, you get it past the lips, you get it past the teeth, you slip it down into the sulcus, the patient bites down and, right, it slips out of the sensor holder. And that is not a confidence booster. So here's tip number 2. I would highly suggest that you throw away your obsolete and ineffective sensor holding devices and invest in equipment that really works for you, that holds the sensor securely right where you placed it. So another difference between the sensor and film is that the film is pliable. It's softer. And we used to be able to massage the edges when we placed it in the patient's mouth. Not with this, baby. It's smaller, but it's harder, and it's bulkier, and a lot more uncomfortable for our patients. So what can we do about that? Well, for that, it's important to understand the principles of shadow casting. It's probably been a long time since you played with a flashlight to make shadows, but I have a great reason to do it. You see, X radiation and visible light are part of the electromagnetic spectrum. They both travel in straight but divergent lines, and they both cast shadows. At its essence, taking an X-ray is creating a shadow with X radiation onto your image receptor. And when I say image receptor, what I mean is film, phosphor plate, or the wired sensor. So I'd like you to watch the role that distance plays in creating an excellent X-ray. Watch as I move the light source closer to the teeth. And as I pull it away again, do you see that the images become more crisp and clear? It's hard to tell with these lights. Put it forward again, and you see the magnification. And now you see again, it's gone crisp and clear as we pull the light source back from the teeth. Now watch as I move the sensor farther into the mouth. Again, we have the magnification. Again, we pull it closer, and it's crisp and clear. So what does that mean? What does that tell us? When you place your sensor as close to the patient's teeth as possible, you're going to get a crisper, cleaner image. And those XEP ring holders, those aiming devices, those aiming rings, you don't want to shove that up to the patient's face, actually. If you've placed it correctly in the mouth and you back it up down the stem a little ways, it'll create some distance, it will guide you as you aim, and you'll get a crisper, cleaner X-ray. Another thing, I would just like you to watch the interplay between the light and the teeth and the image receptor. So I can get 4 different images as I adjust my light source. Now, we're not going to make radical swings like that, but it can be practical for you in these ways. Do you ever have a difficult time taking the first premolar? It's very challenging because the sensor bonks into the mandible. And so what we can do, and what I would recommend, my 4th tip, is that you rotate your sensor slightly, the anterior edge toward the midline as you place it in there. Bring your PID forward and angle back, and you'll be able to capture the mesial aspect of your first premolar. And another way that this is practical is, have you ever taken a 3rd molar and you prefer not to see the patient's breakfast? Well, place the sensor back as far as you can, tilt the distal edge of that sensor into the patient's mouth slightly, bring your PID back, drop it, and cast your shadow up, and you'll get the distal aspect of those molars. Taking X-rays with the wired digital sensor is challenging. I've been in offices before where I've seen dental assistants wince when they make the same mistakes over and over again, and it subjects them to this awful feeling of everyone wants to do their job well. We get a sense of significance when we do our job well. So I would encourage you to get a flashlight, get a few objects, maybe some salt shakers, maybe some water bottles, and a notebook or something that you can project onto, and play with the principles of shadow casting. I hope this helps.
Great job. Can you come to our office and teach? We need help because it is difficult. And what I loved is I loved your stage presence. I love your smile. And it's like Catherine was saying, smile, and you did, and that makes everybody feel good. So great job. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
100%. And I definitely appreciated, too, the fact that she came up with models, which means she put in time to prepare and go above and beyond. And it's always good to go above and beyond. You did a great job, Janet.
Thank you.
Great job.
Dr. Gupta, there's only one belt, right? There's only one belt? What are we going to do with all these amazing speakers and there's only one belt?
There's only one belt. That's your problem.
Wow.
You gotta pick one.
That's a big problem.
Starts at 3:35. Could you all look at your schedules and just confirm that I'm correct there? Session 4 is 3:35. Now, for everybody that's online right now, one thing that I didn't make clear at the start of session 3 is that you all need to register in order to get your CE certificates, okay? So, of course, you registered for this event, and that allows you to watch it streaming on all your digital all your digital media platforms. However, in order to get the actual CE, and this goes for all of you as well, at the beginning of every session, make sure to get on your phone and register with that link that comes, you know, below or to the side or whatever of that live video, okay? So just to ask, is the registration for session 4 all the way up, Sandra? Okay. Got it. Okay, I'll call it a sign-in link. I'm sorry. Okay, so the sign-in link for session number 4, it'll show up at 3:25. What time is it right now? 3:22. 3 minutes. Okay. Then when that sign-in link comes up, you have 20 minutes to sign in. Okay. So the 10 minutes before that first speaker, and then the 10 minutes after that first speaker starts. So I don't want anybody to lose out on your CE opportunities. Okay, for everybody else though, you have 3 + 10 minutes to just chill out and relax before our next speaker, session 4. Angela, I see you're mic'd up and ready. Just chill for a little bit, okay? We'll start at 3:35.
It's true, dental CE has grown stale, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Dr. Miles Cohn. Let me introduce you to Catapult Education.
We've got some fresh new young talent doing some things that I know you haven't heard before.
1, 2, 3. Listen.
And more can be found at catapulteducation.com, where you can learn to thrive in a dynamic and evolving dental market.
What's going on?
To be a high-level dental professional, you've got to communicate with 2 things: clarity and inspiration, with your patients, your team members, and audiences. And LionSpeak can help you do just that. If you want to convert more shoppers, insurance callers, and cancellations to appointments without some hokey script, LionSpeak can help you fill your schedule, get better, and be you. And if you're tired of all the gossiping, complaining, and blaming around your office, LionSpeak can help you build a dream team of professionals that are accountable, positive, and in alignment with your vision. And if you're a speaker, a trainer, or a product representative, you just simply can't afford anymore to be boring, nervous, or ineffective. LionSpeak can help you become confident, engaging, and interesting from the stage. You don't need scripts, and you don't need some long, complicated training program. You just need LionSpeak, where we have communications mastered.
Hey everybody, many of you are dental professionals and you're looking for other opportunities to make an income outside of the clinical operatory. Well, here at Life, we're actually bringing on dental professionals to teach the science between CBD and things such as xylitol, essential oils, etc. Now, if you are interested in becoming an educator and going around to offices and giving continuing education, we would love nothing more than to speak to you. Please reach out to us and we would love to bring you on our Life Educator team. Thank you.
Could you use more fee-for-service new patients? Do you want to know how over 5,000 dentists have increased their new patients by an average of 42%, leading to more than $750 million in additional revenues? They attended the MGE New Patient Workshop. This is a live virtual CE course where we give you 20 specific ways to attract high-quality new patients, many of which are low-cost or even cost-free. This is how thousands of dentists have acquired more new patients that want quality dentistry. And these same dentists have been able to drop low-paying insurance plans while adding value to their practices. And now, you can attend online from the comfort of your home or practice. And it has a money-back guarantee for up to 6 months after the workshop date. So if you don't get the results you wanted, you get your money back in full. We're offering Smiles at Sea attendees and those watching this video 50% off the course fee. So go to www.newpatients.net to learn more or call us today at 1-800-640-1140.
At the heart of this holistic experience lies a drive system that was re-engineered from ground up.
With all BIO, we went from a mechanical motor with gears to a frictionless magnetic drive system. This was a real breakthrough for our team. This drive is super quiet, it remains calm in your hand, and at the same time we improve performance. All energy is transferred directly into the tip of the bristles to induce gentle yet effective micro vibrations. They are not only helping with the cleaning action, they also create a surprisingly enjoyable brushing experience.
At Oral-B, we want you to get the most out of your brush. That's why we focused heavily on assisting technologies, such as our smart pressure sensor. The green light shows that you apply optimal pressure, while the red light indicates that you're brushing too hard. This positive reinforcement helps you in achieving cleaner teeth, healthier gums, and of course, a pleasant experience.
We saw a huge opportunity in improving the brushing experience as a whole. But to turn our vision into reality, we knew we had to start completely from scratch. And that's what we did with the new Oral-B IO.
Are you looking to attract new patients now? Are you frustrated by the trickle of new patients that come into your practice? Do you wonder why the money you invest in advertising isn't translated to new patients in the chair? And are you irritated that your competition is attracting more new patients despite having lower quality clinical care? To fix these problems, you must start by knowing your patient attraction score. The higher your score, the more attractive your practice is to new patients, like a magnet to steel. The patient attraction, review, score, and scorecard summary video is often eye-opening and humbling for doctors to watch. We audit your marketing, assign a score, and send you a scorecard summary along with a detailed video explanation that identifies what you are doing well and the opportunities for improvement. For a limited time, request a complimentary, no-obligation review of your practice's marketing and digital performance. Visit newpatientsnow.com/score to request your complimentary patient attractions.
I hope to see you all at the next dental festival put on by Smiles at Sea on land. And you know what? Pretty soon, we'll take the ship off the dock and we'll get back to sea. But for now, we're gonna worry about throwing the best events in the entire industry. And I want you to join us at the next dental festival. Thank you.
Brush better with Plaque HD toothpaste. Plaque HD with Targetol technology is the only toothpaste created by dentists to identify and remove plaque. Using safe, plant-based ingredients, Plaque HD turns harmful plaque green, so you can see where to brush. In a clinical study published in the American Journal of Medicine, Plaque HD was found to be twice as effective at removing plaque as other leading brands. Plaque HD is recommended by over 50,000 offices worldwide and has been featured on CNN, Good Morning America, and many other leading media publications. Attack the plaque with Plaque HD for your most healthy and beautiful smile. Clear aligners are an effective way to straighten teeth and create beautiful smiles. However, aligners can be a breeding ground for bacteria, yeast, and mold that cause plaque buildup, bad tastes, and unpleasant odors. These germs can be harmful to your health. Other aligner cleaning solutions are available, but they take too long and can be cumbersome. You deserve better. Introducing Steriliner, a totally unique solution to sanitize your aligner in just 3 minutes, while removing 99.9% of germs and bacteria. Steriliner was developed by one of the world's top clear aligner providers to finally offer a solution that tastes great and is fast and easy to use. Steriliner leverages natural essential oil extracts to remove plaque and tartar from clear aligners for healthier teeth and gums. Just drop your aligners and all other removable dental appliances in Steriliner solution while you brush, and by the time you've rinsed, your aligner is ready to go. Try a better way with Steriliner.
Want to do more high-value cosmetic, restorative, or rehabilitative cases in your practice? Using Preview Cosmetic Simulation and Smile Design software, you can subtly uncover cases even if a patient isn't asking. With a Preview Digital Smile Makeover, patients can clearly see and have a better understanding of the dental issues affecting their smile. But education alone will not motivate the patient to accept treatment. The decision to make a significant investment in a new smile is emotional. That's where Preview shines. Patients who can see how their appearance improves and can imagine how their redesigned smile will make them feel are more likely to pay out of pocket for treatment. Use Preview in consults, new patient exams, and regular recare appointments to increase case acceptance and build a pipeline of patients interested in larger value fee-for-service cases. To find out more, visit our vendor table or go to www.previewdental.com and schedule an online demo. That's prevudental.com. Preview software. Improve a smile, improve a life.
Patient Fi, the patient-friendly financing platform. With Patient Fi, there is absolutely no risk to apply. Patients can now see what they qualify for through a fast, simple 100% soft inquiry process. Our transparent application provides patients with clear, understandable terms and customized repayment options tailored to their budget. We give your practice the ability to market procedures on a monthly payment plan. And Patient Fi offers a variety of plans with an early repayment feature of 0% promotional financing with no retroactive interest penalties. Our seamless practice portal allows practice administrators and coordinators to easily manage all applicants. Patient Fi can help. It's time for patients to be as happy with their financing decision as they are with their procedure. Patient Fi, redefining the patient financing experience for good. Enroll today and become a Patient Fi practice.
Okay, now sit down. Okay, do you feel just a little bit better? All right, so it does work. How many of you are just mad at me? Oh, there's one. That's not bad, okay. All right, judges are back. Round 4, session 5, right? 4. This is the wrong one. Thank you, sir. All right, session 4. This is about leadership, communication, and diplomacy. Factors needed to excel. We have 4 speakers for this session. It's Angela Davis-Sullivan, Danielle Steen, Sarah Varney, and Christine Deal. Now, all of you who have your phones out and you have this on your social media feed, make sure that you sign in so you can get the CE certificate. Those of you who are at home and you want to make sure you get your CE, sign in so you can get your CE certificate for this 1 hour CE, this particular session. Without further ado, Angela, you ready?
Ready.
All right. Somebody who's going to, Jim is going to introduce
him.
him.
Not broadcasting yet. You're all in greens.
I'm all greens?
That's green there. These all are, right?
Well, let's see. Are we broadcasting? Now we're broadcasting. Okay, sweet. No, but it's still green.
I think I earned a bonus just from calling that out there.
I know. You did earn a bonus.
Okay, get a bonus.
A bonus hug.
Okay, sure, I'll take it.
All right. It's healing. So, okay, for those of you who are online, so people are online, yeah? Okay. All right, sweet. Make sure you sign in, and without further ado, are you going to be the one introducing Angela?
Yes, I am.
All right. Good luck.
Okay. So please welcome Angela Davis-Sullivan. Angela's topic today is takeaways for better listening, provide tips to grow your leadership muscles, discover how leaders leave a legacy. A little bit about Angela. Angela brings over 30 years of hands-on experience while helping doctors and teams reach their full potential. Angela has a special passion and skill for bringing out the best in team members and developing outstanding office managers, as well as helping dentists become better leaders.
Played spin the bottle with your dental team? No? You guys are really missing out. But that was the kind of culture and leadership we had with Dr. John. First, we created this circle of trust that we were all a part of. And when Dr. John would spin that bottle, we'd all wait. And if it landed on you, it was your turn to share an idea, share a thought, share a challenge, talk about something that's going well, maybe address a challenge. We knew as a team it was our turn to be heard. And it was that leadership and that culture that got our office on our first CE trip. Now, it's been 20 years for that trip, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. We were super excited to be there, so we were sitting on the second row, center stage, because we didn't want to miss anything. We had our matching t-shirts on, looking pretty cute, and we knew that when today ended for CE, we still had 3 days left. See, Dr. John had a great philosophy of work hard and play hard. And we'd worked really hard to get here. So we were ready to play hard. Y'all, we were to Bermuda for CE and team building. Okay, mostly team building, but the point is we got there. And you know what? It wasn't by accident. It wasn't by chance that we got on this trip. It took hard work and focus on our part. You see, we thought we were a good practice. I mean, we had good production, good collections, healthy new patient flow, good reputation. Dr. John was a good leader. He certainly wasn't one of the bad ones. Heck, as a team, we got along 90% of the time. How much better could it be? What we realized, we didn't know what we didn't know. We could not see what was missing. But you know what? Dr. John did. He wanted to become a better leader. He wanted to take better care of patients and better care of his team. So what did he do? Well, the only thing you can do, you hire a coach. So as a coach came in and started working with Dr. John and working with us as a team, amazing things happened. We grew. We transformed. Things were different. Dr. John started listening to his patients differently. He started listening to us differently. He started making decisions and choices that would help create a legacy for him. And as we watched that and got to be a part of that process, it was amazing. And I now know, as a practice management coach, there's 5 things I always work on with leadership. And I said, okay, I've got 10 minutes at Dentistry's Got Talent. What can I share with you that's going to make you better tomorrow than you are today? So I picked my top 2. Ready? You want to be an extraordinary leader? You've got to become a listener. A listener means we've got to really listen. And hey, I know, we're busy. We listen like we are going to answer. True? Hard habit to break. But the extraordinary leaders listen with the intent to understand what's being said by that person. That's the difference. And look, we hear it multitasking is a great skill. Certainly, I can listen and do something else at the same time, right? Like I can look at my phone, my computer, type my notes, look at the TV. Dare I say, be in the operatory and have my back to the patient when they're speaking to me? I've seen it. No, extraordinary leaders put everything down. They turn around, they make eye contact, and they listen. They listen. There's an old Chinese proverb that says, if you listen to the whispers, you won't have to hear the screams. So as leaders in our practices, we hear a lot of things coming at us. And some of them seem little, right? And they're just little grumblings, or there's that quiet team member that if you don't handle her comment right now, she's not going to pitch a fit, so it'll be fine. And we keep going through the motions, and everything's good for a while. And then something happens one day, and it's like, boom, what the heck? What is she getting her panties in a wad about? That was nothing. Somebody else sees it and goes, oh yeah, I saw that coming a mile away. So if you want to be an extraordinary leader, you've got to listen to it all. The second piece of that is creating legacy. You think legacy now? Well, yeah. If you know where you want to land, you can be super intentional right now and make choices and decisions that help create what you want to be remembered for. You don't have to wait. What do you want your patients to say about you? What do you want your team to say about you? Your community, your family? When you know what those things are now, that helps us get super focused on the choices, the decisions that we make now with our patients and our team to help create that legacy on the front end. See, I think Dr. John did a great job with this. See, one of our team members went back to school and became a dentist. One went back and became a hygienist. One became a lead assistant in a huge dental practice. One of them became a practice management consultant. So I think that's the stuff, right? So how do you know if you're on that right path for legacy? What will be your signs? See, when you become an extraordinary leader, it's hard to keep it in the box, right? Because leadership is about influence. And when you become so good at it, your influence spills over to the other people, which is just what happened to our team. People that are ready to receive it are ready for that next step of leadership themselves. That's the amazing part. Look, 10,000 people. 10,000. Stats tell us that's the number of people in our lifetime we're going to have the opportunity to lead or influence. How do you want to use it? How will you know if you did it? Well, what if you're retired and you have a nice little picture frame on your wall, and in that picture frame, there's a napkin from a hotel in Bermuda with a sweet little poem on it from a young team that wanted to say thank you. Thank you for the leadership, the influence, and the impact you had on us. It mattered. And I know if you do these 2 small things, listen with the intent to understand, and start creating your legacy today, you're going to have more followers. You're going to have more influence. Your team will follow you. Your team will believe in you. Your team will push you and pull you when you need it. And your team is going to rise up and meet their fullest potential and possibly help you meet your fullest potential as well. That's leadership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll go, son. Angela, thank you. I think it's our turn over here, guys, so we'll start over here. I wasn't sure where you're going to go with that spin the bottle reference at the beginning. I was getting kind of nervous, but I'm glad to see you brought it back, and it's great to hear success stories like that. And you talked a lot about like leaders creating a legacy, like leaving a legacy. That really resonated with me. And making intentional decisions and focusing on listening. There's so many great takeaways, and obviously your stage presence and your command, your voice inflection, like all super strong. So really well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, I love echoing everything that Jim just said. Great engagement. I love how you started with engaging with the audience first. You really grasp our attention with that story of Spin the Bottle, and that is exciting. It's taboo, it's fun, and it just keeps us on the edge of our seats, so to speak. And you used a quote, and really the takeaway was encouraging us to be better leaders so that we can get the better engagement and following of the team. And when that happens, you do end up in places like Bermuda. So huge takeaway. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Great job.
Okay, our next contributor is Daniela Skeen. Daniela Skeen, that's you? All right, so Daniela is going to speak on developing the art of communication. Communication is an art. It is a vital in every facet of your dental practice, and there's much that you can do to develop this art. The challenges of leading an office staff and influencing patient behavior requires daily leadership and communication. And a few quick words on Daniela. Daniela is a dental practice manager, CDA, and coach who helps small dental practices implement systems and accountability for practice growth.
Did you know that we spend 70% of our activity communicating? And yet no one has taught us how to effectively communicate to produce results. I'd like us all to do a very quick exercise. And what I'm gonna ask you to do is to rate yourself from 1 to 10, with 1 being not effective at communicating and 10 being exceptionally effective at communicating. Okay, does everyone have a number? Yes. Okay, good. I want you to remember that number. Now, I want you to pay close attention to what I'm about to do next, because I'm about to ask you a few questions, and after I'm done, I want us all to take a quick moment to think about whether or not you would give yourself the same rating. The first question is, what are your verbal and nonverbal communication skills like? How articulate are you? Do you answer your questions or your answers well? Explain your answers well, excuse me. And do you listen closely to your patients and staff, or do you interrupt and try to dominate the conversation? I want you guys to be brutally honest with yourself. Would you give yourself the same rating? Communication between us and our patients, as well as how effectively we communicate, can mean the difference between a good day and a bad day. The difference between a returning patient or a negative review posted online where it will live longer than Cher or Betty White. This might sound like a funny question, but we have to ask ourselves, is there any 21st century skill more important than being able to sustain coherent, confident conversations? So today, I'm going to challenge you, each and every one of you here, to start seeing each other as well as our patients and really think about what you are saying, not only through your words, but tone of voice and body language. A popular statistic tells us that communication is 93% nonverbal. That means that people are paying more attention to your facial expressions, gestures, and body position than your words. Like many of you here today, my passion is dentistry, and I believe dentistry is truly a profession that we are all blessed to interact with every single demographic there is, well, because, and I'm sure this is going to be groundbreaking info here. Everyone has teeth at some point in their lives. Although this certainly keeps things from getting boring, this also offers a very unique challenge in effectively communicating, because it requires us to be sort of a chameleon, and that's if we do it right. And this is when the blinders need to come off, and we need to look at the person attached to the teeth. Why are they here? What led them to us? How do they feel about visiting the dentist? What can I do to help them feel more comfortable, confident, and healthy? So today, one of the things you're probably thinking, you know, Danny, that sounds really great, but I really don't have time for all of that. Well, I'm here to tell you that if you do, you will see the direct results in higher case acceptance, patient loyalty, and satisfaction. The last time that I checked, feeling heard and accepted ranked pretty high on the human need hierarchy, and this rings doubly true for anyone who might be in pain, had a bad experience, or if they're embarrassed of their situation, or if they're just flat out afraid of the dentist. So, for the next 5 minutes or so, I want us to review 4 ways or 4 reasons why a patient might not, that's right, might not want to return to the practice, even when we think everything is just fine. Have you guys ever heard of that word? Everything's fine, everything's just fine. Friends, that is the worst, the second worst F word. It's never a good thing in dentistry or in your marriage. Number 1, embarrassment. Often, we don't know what has caused someone to come to their poor oral health, but chances are, if they're here now, it means things have gotten so bad that it trumps any shame they're experiencing. We have the ability to turn that around by asking the right questions, displaying positive body language going forward, and helping them to come up with a plan to make the patient feel hopeful and supported. If we are on autopilot or offering an impersonal clinical assessment, this just affirms those negative feelings, potentially alienating a returning patient. Number 2, thank you for that. Number 2, absence of professionalism. What does the patient hear when they call the office? Are they tossed in a never-ending automated loop? Is the phone answered in a cheerful, non-threatening way? And this might sound funny, like, Danny, how in the world can "thank you for calling Dental World" sound threatening? But hear me out. You don't know what it took for someone to pick up the phone and call your practice. And this is their first introduction to your dental practice. So really focusing on a soft, friendly, welcoming tone can immediately put someone at ease and disarm any fight or flight. How is the staff interacting? What is their demeanor? Are they relaxed, at ease with each other, or is the air tense and filled with negative energy? No patient, and I mean no patient, wants to walk into a war zone. So keeping employee conflict and gossip out of the office is job number 1. Taking and making the time for employee coaching is critical, and it must not be viewed as wasted time, especially if you want to empower your staff, motivate them, and help them develop the art of communication. Reason number 3, clinical jargon. Again, we serve everyone, so keeping the clinical terminology out of conversations is always a good practice. It's better to assume your patient doesn't have a dental degree, but this also doesn't mean dumbing down the conversation. Look for cues of understanding, such as head nods, smiles, and verbal acknowledgement of understanding. If a patient feels like there's an open line of communication, they're more likely to schedule, reach out, and more importantly, to return. Number 4, bait and switch. Upselling is a part of our job, but it is a skill that must be applied with tact and a gentle approach. Be very clear, actually be crystal clear in what's included and what's not included from the patient copay. Thoroughly investigate insurance so there are no misunderstandings or surprises. I know the irony. And if possible, always offer patients payment plans that fit into their budget. No patient wants to feel pressured, misled, or lied to. So when talking about future appointments or recommended treatment, keep the tone friendly and casual, and by no means ever apply a hard sale. Friends, there are plenty of things that we can do to remove those blinders and to start seeing each other as well as our patients. Developing the art of communication is a very simple way to add value to your practice. And in my opinion, it adds value in every area of your life, professional and personal. And this is key to gaining and maintaining a thriving dental practice. Thank you.
I enjoyed, I love to communicate. And I love the way you enunciate, and I love the way that you present. It's very, very forward projection, and that takes quite a skill. And so you're the perfect person to be up here talking about communication.
Thank you.
So,
Thank
great
you so
job.
much. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely concur with that. And I'm also so passionate about this topic because I believe the number one thing that can help you grow your practice is exactly the things that you said, the basics. And those who pay attention to the small things are the ones who make the big things happen. So the ones that forget about those small things, they're not going to ever achieve the big things. So I applaud you for pointing out those things and for teaching all of us and the viewers at home the really key and fundamental principles that can help you explode in any profession, in any business, in any relationship that you have with any person. So great job.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So next up is Sarah Varney. So Sarah needs the microphone. Or do you have a lavalier? You're good. Okay.
He said my hair is not that long, so my mic should work.
So-
So we'll see.
Sarah's going to speak on Dentistry's Got Leadership. Leadership is the key to the future of dentistry. How will you lead? As dentistry advances, dental professionals will need to lead the charge and lead within their leadership circles of influence. Now, a few words on Sarah. Sarah Varney is a CEO and founder of DSO Hygiene Excellence. DSO Hygiene Excellence is a national organization focusing on excellence within the DSO space. Sarah has authored several articles for RDH Magazine and has appeared on prestigious podcasts and webinars in the DSO and dental space. Sarah lives in Illinois with her daughter, Kaya. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Good job.
So Sarah, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. How many of us believe we are leaders? The truth is, we are all called to lead. While many of us may not lead historically, like Nelson Mandela, who professed that great leaders lead from the back, and also believed that in order for one to be a great leader, one had to speak last, or like present-day Simon Sinek, who champions the cause that leadership is never quitting on others. We can all think back to a time in our lives when we were called to lead. I can think back to my own defining leadership moment, and I will share with you when I was called to lead. It was May of 2020, and we were a few months into our COVID pandemic experience. The ensuing uncertainty and trepidation created the need for a collective dental hygiene voice. I used this collective voice and cause as my spark to create this National Dental Hygiene organization. I have been called to lead. Leadership means many different things to many different people. Leadership is seen in the gentle way a mother duck walks her ducklings across the street, and the powerful way a general leads his army into battle. And while these different leaders with different leadership styles invoke different concepts of leadership for everyone, the reality is they both share a commonality. Both were called to lead. Leadership, in its definition, encompasses quite a few different aspects. We look at the definition of leadership, and scientific research and journals are fraught with lengthy explanations of what leadership is. They encompass the core principles of a practical skill combined with your ability to disseminate the information. Leadership is a skill set that can be learned by everyone, and we're all called to lead. Moving forward into our leadership circles of influence, we can look at the word lead, and we can look at the letters and disseminate what the acronym could mean to us. We'll look at the word L for lead, and we see listen. So in order to understand, first we must listen. Next we see E, which is empathize. So in empathizing, we will be prompted into action. Next we see A, which is ask, and we should be asking how we can support. And then D is deliver, and we're going to deliver to the best of our ability. These tasks sound simple, and great leaders have mastered this art and science. For us in dentistry, as dentistry is advancing, we need to be aware of our leadership circles of influence. For all of us, many circles exist. These circles of influence start at a core circle, and they disseminate their influence to outer circles of our influence. For all of us, our circles contain different people and different groups, but the reality is they all share a commonality. We all have the opportunity and the responsibility to lead. Leadership and these leadership circles of influence are patient-centered. I will share with you what my leadership circle of influence look like as a clinical dental hygienist working in the DSO space. My inner circle of leadership is patient care. So I have the ability and the responsibility to use my leadership to bring my patients into health. Whether you are a new graduate or a seasoned professional, our patients rely on us to inspire them towards health, to instruct them, to guide them, to bring them to health. We owe all of our patients responsibility to listen, empathize, ask how we can support, and deliver health to our patients. Moving out from patient, the next leadership circle of influence is your hygiene department. So in the hygiene department, I collaborate with my fellow hygienist to lead. We lead each other, we empower each other, we influence each other. That's our responsibility within our hygiene department. Hygiene departments can vary in size, whether there are 2 of you or 12 of you in your hygiene department. We have a responsibility to elevate each other. Leadership within your hygiene department among all hygiene department members will ensure that your hygiene department is successful within your practice. Moving out from your hygiene department, the next leadership circle of influence is with your doctor and your team. So using leadership within this circle, I have the opportunity to co-lead with my doctor and to influence leadership and growth among my team members by listening, empathizing, asking how I can support, and delivering to the best of my ability. I have the opportunity to create alignment with my doctor towards his vision for the practice and to create synergy among the team members to bring our patients into a situation where they have the ultimate patient experience. Moving outside of that leadership circle of doctor and team, the outermost circle is the dental hygiene profession as a whole. So here, I have the responsibility and the opportunity to create excellence within the hygiene profession. We have the opportunity and the experience provided as a whole, dental hygiene profession as a whole, to create for our patients optimal patient outcomes. Listening, empathizing, asking how we could support, and delivering stability as a hygiene department as a whole, we will ensure elevated patient outcomes and growth for our patients and our practices. So whether you are exercising your influence among your patients, your hygiene department, your doctor and your team, or the hygiene profession as a whole, we have the responsibility to create a mission where we share best practices. That was the foundation for our National Hygiene Organization. Doing this ensures that we will champion a future for patients in dentistry where excellence occurs. Both within these leadership circles and beyond, great leaders ask others to lead. Great leaders create leaders. Great leaders empower others to lead, nurturing a quiet confidence and igniting a fierce spark. So in light of all of this, I will leave you with one parting question. How will you lead? Standing ovation. Good for my first time, I guess.
Thank you for that. I think we have many great speakers and people in the community who are empowering hygienists, but the way you delivered it in a way that we could understand, because within hygiene school, we're not really taught the concept of we are leaders. We know our role, of course, we know we're important, but we are not the owners, right? So I love that you're encouraging us to, in your words, responsibility and opportunity. So there is a great opportunity there. So I love the messaging. Very well organized, very well delivered, and great job. Just great job overall. Beautiful.
Sarah, I really enjoyed the acronym aspect of LEAD, the empathy, like focusing on that. I think a lot of, and you spent a lot of time talking about that. It's really important for leaders to empathize with their team, but maybe not sympathize, right? And you made a good delineation between the two. I really like that part. And also the element where you spoke about how leaders develop other leaders. Like that's an important lesson. And it's awesome that you're taking this leadership role in the community. So thank you. Good stuff. Well done.
Thank you. Did it? Am I done? Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, our final speaker in this fourth course today is Christine Deal. So Christine is speaking on Dare to be a Diplomat. Diplomacy is a skill we need to cultivate in our offices and beyond. How do we get there? What are our responsibilities as professionals? Now, a few words on Christine. Christine Deal has been practicing clinical dental hygiene for 28 years and currently works in a DSO. She graduated from Parkland College and received a BS. That sounds weird when you say a BS, sorry about that. And a BS from Northern Illinois University. She received an associate fellowship from the World Clinical Laser Institute. Christine is a co-founder of DSO Hygiene Excellence.
Thank you. Why would I need to dare you to be a diplomat? The number one problem in organizations today is silence. We have team members sitting in silence instead of speaking up. And there are many reasons for this. Some are afraid of criticism, some are afraid of retaliation, and some are just complacent. Nothing ever changes. We are losing great ideas and great team members to silence. Let's define diplomacy. And I'm not talking about international relationships, although conflict resolution is foreign to most of us. Diplomacy is dealing with others in a sensitive and effective way to come to agreements about mutual outcomes. Diplomacy is not like trigonometry, where you learn it once and you never use it again. We need to be practicing diplomacy in our offices daily. If all of our team members had some basic diplomatic skills, we would have a better culture in our offices. So what do we do when conflict resolution is needed in our office? Often the if onlys come up. If only she would do this, if only he would do that. We have all heard a version of this. But who can we actually control? The only people we can control are ourselves. So let's start with the people that we can actually change, us. We need to own our part in the conflict. As uncomfortable as conflict is, conflict helps us grow. Every disagreement is an opportunity to learn about ourselves, about how we're perceived by others, and how we respond to others. All of this knowledge makes us better communicators, better diplomats. So when we come into a conflict, I want you to ask yourself 4 key questions. What is your responsibility in the conflict? Did you say something that may have been taken out of context? What about tone? My family always gets me on tone. Tone can change an entire conversation. So own your part in the conflict. There are 2 sides to every story. The second question is, are you contributing to the discourse? Did you go and talk about that person behind their back? What about body language? Do you cross your arms, roll your eyes, or go silent? The third question is, what is the bias that you bring? This question is very important. A lot of times I hear, millennials are so lazy. But are they? And what about baby boomers? They don't get technology. Can't even work their cell phones. My mother had a cell phone before I did. So identify your bias that you're bringing to the conflict. And the fourth and final question is, what is the best outcome for all? Because we are focused on winning, we aren't focused on achieving what we really want. So we need to definitely focus on achieving what we need. I belong to many dental Facebook groups, as I'm sure many of you do. And the other day I was scrolling through and I came across a question. How do you deal with team members in conflict? I was so excited, I couldn't wait to be inspired by the diplomatic solutions that I was going to see in the comments. But to my dismay, 3 out of the 5 comments said, fire them. I couldn't believe it. But isn't it easier to ignore conflict, dismiss it, rather than deal with it? We all know that replacing an employee is costly. It costs about $4,000 to replace someone. And it takes an average of 42 days to find a replacement. Imagine all the patient care lost in those 42 days. I believe by using these 4 key questions with the people that are in conflict, we can reduce turnover and lost patient care. No one likes conflict. I don't like conflict. I'm sure you don't. And I think we look to our doctors to offer diplomatic solutions when there is conflict. But I've worked with many a doctor that when conflict arises, is in their office with the door closed on a very important phone call. And who can blame him? Conflict is hard, but conflicts happen. And a very small disagreement can grow into a toxic work environment. We all know this. A small cavity, if left untreated, just gets larger and larger and larger until it's a full-blown abscess. The same is true with conflict. We just kick the can down the road to a much bigger problem. So let's go over an example that happened in an office that I worked at. We had a relatively new employee, and she wasn't helping with suction or general cleanup at the end of the night. Stacy never helps. Let's go over the 4 key questions. What is your responsibility in this conflict? Does Stacy know she's supposed to help? I'm always amazed that people think I can read their minds. If you need help, please ask for it. It's not personal. I may not know that you need help. The second question is, what did you contribute to the discourse? Did you go and talk about Stacy behind her back to everybody in the office besides Stacy? The third, what is the bias that you bring? Stacy's a millennial. Of course, she's lazy. And fourth, what is the best outcome for all? That Stacy contributes and helps at the end of the night. I know this is a silly example, but these little things can grow into such much bigger problems. So let's remember the 4 key things. The first question is, what is your responsibility in the conflict? The second I want you to ask yourself is, did I contribute to the discourse? The third, what bias do I bring for all? If we learn these 4 questions when conflict arises and use those on ourselves, not only would we make our office better, but also our lives. Today, I dare to be a diplomat. And my mouth is so dry.
I understand. That was awesome. I love.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. when we're really directed to look at ourselves, and that's the big thing was, self-reflection. What do I have to do with this, and what is my role? I really like that. I also liked when you talked about a small cavity becomes an abscess, and it's what happens in the practice. So I really loved your stage presence, and I loved your presentation. So really good job.
Thank you.
Great job. I concur with Dr. Bird. So very, very good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Okay, everyone. So this morning, when we started Vendors Got Talent, a lot of you left the room, and I'm not mad at you, but a lot of you, when you're speaking, you want to have a nice audience, right? It feels good, right? You say something nice, and they smile, or they nod their head. It feels good. And so Vendors Got Talent is going to be starting at 3:35. And that's how many minutes from now? 4:25. 4:25. Okay, so in 7 minutes. So all of you go ahead and take a moment now to give yourselves a break, but try to come back here and be an audience for the vendors. They're going to be starting at 4:25. All right, thanks.
As group practice dentistry expands across the country, there is another movement of startup practices taking place. It's a movement of clinicians and business owners and leaders that no longer want to do things the same way. They have a vision for something different. The goal of a startup is to bring your dream to life, to bring reality to your vision. It's not enough to say your practice is different. You have to show it. So we understand the importance of bringing a vision to life, of turning a dream into a reality. And so we partner with you because your story is worth it.
What it really comes down to for entrepreneurs is having control over what happens in my business day to day. And without great tools and systems, it's really hard to master that control. PDA allows us to help people discover their why they're doing what they're doing, get really connected to the purpose, and then work the numbers backwards from there.
We're bringing people together, getting them out of their current environment, and just boosting the culture, boosting the productivity, and everyone likes to be productive and efficient and impactful toward their patients.
So that's what we try to do with our PDA docs, get their business house in order. Then we try to get them to where they're increasing their communication skills, their ability to be able to talk to their patients and their team. And when stress is off, all of a sudden you're so much nicer, you have so much more fun doing what you're doing.
Sleep Group Solutions is the world's largest dental sleep medicine company. We educate dentists all over the country every weekend. We have seminars every weekend. They're 2-day seminars. Everything that you need for true success in your practice from beginning to end, including handheld training for you and your staff, is included in this system.
I've learned a lot about how to recognize when someone may have an issue, how to approach that issue, not just as far as the treatment goes, but as far as how to talk to the patient about it.
We currently do sleep apnea screenings on every patient. Our doctor is very passionate about it. I wasn't sure how important it was before we came here, but learning how many comorbidities and things that go along with sleep apnea really entail, and how as dental professionals we are able to screen for that.
So we invite you to come and visit with us, spend some time with us, and learn about the value of adding sleep medicine to your program.
I hope to see you all at the next dental festival put on by Smiles at Sea on land. And you know what? Pretty soon, we'll take the ship off the dock and we'll get back to sea. But for now, we're gonna worry about throwing the best events in the entire industry. And I want you to join us at the next dental festival. Thank you.
Meet Abella, your dental practice's new best friend. Abella helps you collect more past due balances faster by offering patients a superior experience to paying online, giving practice owners, office managers, and patients another reason to smile. Abella, the accounts receivable solution.
Patient Fi, the patient-friendly financing platform. With Patient Fi, there is absolutely no risk to apply. Patients can now see what they qualify for through a fast, simple 100% soft inquiry process. Our transparent application provides patients with clear, understandable terms and customized repayment options tailored to their budget. We give your practice the ability to market procedures on a monthly payment plan. And Patient Fi offers a variety of plans with an early repayment feature of 0% promotional financing with no retroactive interest penalties. Our seamless practice portal allows practice administrators and coordinators to easily manage all applicants. Patient Fi can help. It's time for patients to be as happy with their financing decision as they are with their procedure. Patient Fi, redefining the patient financing experience for good. Enroll today and become a Patient Fi practice.
Protect.
Afternoon, day one of Dentistry's Got Talent is almost at an end. For those of you who are still in here, thank you for sticking around and being an awesome audience, but it would be a lot awesomer if you sat down and were quiet. So party animals, near the back, near the door. Come on in, sit down. All right, so thank you for sticking around and listening to our awesome vendors. Dentistry's Got Talent for day one is almost at an end, but we have some amazing vendors. And remember, the vendors are the ones who made this entire event possible. It made this entire event free for the competitors in Dentistry's Got Talent. So we have to show some respect for these vendors. Vendors Got Talent is going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 vendors who are going to be giving their presentation. Their videos are going to play first, So vendors, those of you who are getting ready to speak, you have a little time to chill because your video is going to go on first, okay? We have CareStack. Maria, you'll be representing CareStack. Dr. Kraft, you'll be representing Vivos Therapeutics. Deneen, I just saw you with Life. Christopher, you're at Your Patient Credit. John Stampone, you're representing Casper. Where are you, John? Dr. Hakamian, you're not here yet. I'll find you. You'll be representing Dentulu, and Jim Bennett will be here with Dental Vault. I just saw you, Jim. All right, and before you start, Maria, let the big man speak, okay?
How's everybody enjoying today? I said, how's everybody enjoying today? Stand up and give these amazing speakers the standing ovation they deserve. Man, it's been such a good event. I just want to thank everyone midday for just showing up. You came and you showed up. Even the people that are watching online right now, they've taken 2 days from work, from family, to watch this. We've had tens and thousands of views so far, and I would anticipate this will continue to grow. In order for this to grow, I'm counting on you watching from home. I'm also going to be counting on everybody in the building. Please share this link that you're watching right now to other people in the dental industry. Let everybody know what we're doing here in Miami, and I hope that I get to see you all in person in October for the second ever Dental Festival. Thanks so much, and I'll let the show begin.
Over 2,000 dentists and 800 practices have moved to CareStack to simplify, modernize, and digitize their practices.
I am Whitney Weiner, the founder of Whole Dental Wellness. Struggles that we've had has been moving out of historic software. We've purchased 3 existing dental locations that have all been on different softwares, none of which were cloud-based. So really partnering with CareStack, what it's allowed us to do is move to one centralized cloud-based system. The ability to go home in the evening, put the kids to bed, and then really dial in, get the pulse of the day, look at KPIs, and really look at our analytics dashboard, see how we're doing, see where the holes are, and look for simple means to improve. That's been monumental.
Our tribe is growing, and we want you as part of the CareStack family. Schedule a demo today.
All right. Whether you're a single office or have multiple locations, everybody has a preference regarding their practice management software. If you're on a legacy product, most likely you're having to add on third-party software to run your day-to-day operations. And are you struggling to manage your practice efficiently, effectively, and most importantly, productively while using a legacy product? Well, guess what? I've gone through it myself. I've been there and done that. Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Fuertes, and I'm with CareStack. Before working with CareStack, I worked as an operational leader in the dental space for 20+ years. I basically managed de novos, multi-specialty, multiple locations, large dental groups. And as you can see, I've crossed over and working in the other side of the dental spectrum. I came across CareStack because I led a group practice that were on several dental softwares, various third-party software as well. And we had a hard time, basically, trying to get our operations, practice, and clinical, on a treadmill, if you will, running speed ahead. And basically, we found that reporting was not as robust. Our controller was basically going nutso each month, having to run reports, and our admin team were also struggling to basically work their accounts receivables. They created workflows that were inefficient for them. We were also experiencing subscription fatigue to the tune of $16,000 annually. That's with a number of locations that we had. That was our cost for the third-party software. So it was a no-brainer for us to decide to change to one software and also address all the third-party software that we actually bolted on. CareStack was the answer. So what is CareStack? CareStack is a 100% cloud-based practice management system. It comes with HIPAA-compliant integrated modules for patient engagement, reputation management, online appointment scheduling, secure curbside check-in, live telehealth conferencing, check-in kiosks, patient portal, I think I'm running out of 10 fingers here, caller ID, two-way texting, easy insurance management, intuitive clinical charting, electronic forms, and centralized cloud collaboration. We also partner with Dental Exchange and Change Healthcare. We're a bespoke solution, which includes valuable custom branding in your notes, your scheduling forms, your marketing campaigns, and more. And when going through your implementation journey, training is hands-on. Basically, you've got CareStack University. You also have your sandbox, which is a mirror image of your data, so that you can't break anything when your team members, as well as yourself, doctors included, want to check it out. Guess what? You can break it till the cows come home. We also include 5 virtual training for your clinical, revenue cycle management, and admin team. And after go live, you're assigned an account manager. Our chat support system, or feature, basically, the person that answers it is a human being. It's not a bot. And we answer it within 30 seconds. And by the way, this is all included. CareStack empowers your dental office solve day-to-day challenges. We help improve your workflows as well as your efficiencies. We also support, empower you and your team members to focus on the most important thing, and that is taking care of your patients and ensuring the fact that they have a positive experience in your practice. If you're interested in doing a deeper dive with CareStack, book a demo with us, and we'll come on over and we'll go through it with you. Anyways, we'll walk you through the life in the day-to-day life of CareStack. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Brian Kraft, and I'm here representing Vivos. I'll tell you a story when about, 8 years ago or so, a friend of mine came into my office. He's a salesman, and he was trying to sell me something just like all of the salesmen do. And he said, I've got something that can really change your practice and really help you out. And I said, I don't have time. I'm busy. I've got patients. He's like, just give me 5 minutes. And I kind of blew him off and said, look, if you want to come back in a couple hours, I'll have 5 minutes for you. But that's all you're getting. And he came back to my practice and he said, you know, we've got this appliance. And what we're seeing are these amazing results, especially in kids. And we see these kids who have underdeveloped jaws, and we see these kids suffer. We see them suffer with sleep problems. We see them suffer with bedwetting, with asthma and allergies and all this range of symptoms that he started labeling. And in the back of my mind, what he was doing is he was describing my youngest son. My son at the time was 6 years old. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't sleep. We had tonsils taken out. We had adenoids removed. We had seen all the specialists, and nothing worked. And we had no answers other than, let's wait and see what happens. That wasn't good enough for me. Fortunately, by chance, he came into my office and described those symptoms. I immediately said, I want one. Let's put it in his mouth. So a couple weeks later, we had the appliance, and we tried it. So if somebody asks me what Vivos is or what Vivos does, I will tell you within 2 weeks, it changed my life. it changed the life of my son. It took this little boy from struggling to breathe to thriving. It took him from being an asthmatic with allergies, couldn't play sports, couldn't do the other things the other little boys did, wet the bed every night, struggled socially, struggled with his schoolwork, to being an absolute stud. That's what it did. So I watched him progress, and I saw him develop, and through the simple use of this appliance that he wears at nighttime, changing his life completely. And then I thought back, man, I wish there was a way to do this for grown-ups who have sleep problems. And lo and behold, of course, Vivos has the answer. The answer was, we have appliances for adults. And those appliances help increase their airway. Those appliances help them with their sleep disordered breathing and sleep apnea. So I started learning more about those because I wanted to get into more treating the adults. I treated lots of kids for a number of years and I saw amazing results, but I wanted to see the results on the adults as well. So as I learned more about it, I sat in the classes and I listened to the lectures, and they described what was going on and the severity of what sleep apnea does to our adult patients. And when I listened to that, I thought back to when I was a kid. I didn't know either one of my grandparents, my grandfathers. Both of my grandfathers passed away before I was born. And I thought, man, I wonder if there's a chance. They both had heart attacks in the middle of the night while they were sleeping. And that never made sense to me. How do you have a heart attack when you're supposed to be asleep? So I pulled some old pictures. I was sitting in class and I literally asked my mom, send me some pictures. I want to see what my grandpa looks like. And I started looking at the pictures and I started picking out the signs of what they looked like. And there's a really good chance that both of them suffered with undiagnosed sleep apnea, and that was a contributing factor to them having heart attacks. So if you ask me what Vivos is, or if you ask me what it does, it can change a kid's life. It can change a mother's life, because I watched it change my wife. It can get grandkids to know their grandfathers that they otherwise wouldn't have known. That's what Vivos is. So if anybody has any questions about that, or if anybody wants to know if it's a passionate subject of ours, you ask any member of the Vivos team, and we'll all tell you we all have those personal stories with this appliance and with this treatment that we have. So that's what Vivos is. Thank you.
Life, many of you have seen this all over social media. What is life? Well, I'll tell you, life first off was created from a dentist and a dental hygienist. That's me. And we wanted to create something that everyone could use in the industry that had CBD products. Well, here's what we decided to do. We decided to create 3 different products for you to have in your dental practice. And your dental practice is super important, though, to get educated on the science behind the ingredients. So make sure that you reach out to us to get you a lifeline educator to teach you all about CBD, all about dry mouth, the xerostomia, xylitol, essential oils, etc. We would love to educate you more on exactly what Life product could do for your practice. Thank you.
Anxiety, clenching, grinding, xerostomia, insomnia. Are these topics you're discussing with your patients? If not, you may want to consider that because often they don't realize they suffer. Actually, the other day I had a patient who was going over medical history, and then I just happened to say, have you been noticing any stress or anxiety or insomnia lately? And she actually said, you know what? I've been suffering from insomnia. You know what? She went home and she bought our tincture. and contacted me and told me that she had the best night's sleep ever. So I have a solution that you can offer your patients. Life offers a CBD product line as well as an ultra hydrating mouth spray that you can implement into your practice. But why Life? Anxiety disorders affect 40 million individuals in the United States, 18 and older, which accounts for 18.1% of the population. Anxiety disorders are easily treatable, but yet only 36.9% of those individuals seek treatment. A staggering statistic. 50 to 80% of your patients suffer from some form of dental anxiety. Think about that for a moment. 50% of those people that walk through the door. And approximately 20% of those individuals do not seek treatment on a regular basis. So what are you offering your patients for anxiety? Are you offering them nitrous oxide, distractions within the operatory, or are you or their primary care physician prescribing medications? Have you considered CBD? Are you already on board offering that to your patients? Many offices in my area actually are offering it for their patients, but you might be thinking, I can't offer CBD to my patients. What will they think? Oh, my doctor is pushing that marijuana product. And this is where education comes in. As a certified Lifeline educator, I can provide your practice 1 credit of PACE approved continuing education so you can feel confident when you talk to your patients about CBD. So a little overview about CBD. It actually comes from the hemp plant, not the marijuana plant, which is high in THC. And it's actually a supplement that you can take in that helps restore that balance or homeostasis. Because what's happening is within our body, we are not producing enough of our endocannabinoids. Now, CBD can pretty much be found on any street corner. You can see it in drugstores, gas stations. So what you need to do is you need to do your research. The thing is, CBD is not regulated by the FDA, so you need to purchase from a reputable company. And with that being said, let's look at Life, the company, its core values, and the high quality product line it has to offer. I know personally, I have used Life's products, and I can attest that this product does work. And there are many practices, including salons, beer stores, chiropractic offices, amongst other places that have implemented Life to date. So the CBD that's actually used in Life goes through a 3-step process. The quality of the lab is the driving force of the quality of a product. And you want to look for a company that is regulated by the FDA because they're watching their other products. So the CBD that's actually used in Life is grown in the United States. It is tested at the farmer's level, comes into the facility, it's tested again, goes through production, and is sent out to an independent lab that will actually do what's called a certificate of analysis. So what this does is it actually proves that what's written on the outside of the bottle is inside the bottle. All Life's products have a QR code, which is linked to their specific analysis. This is a long and extensive process, but it's a product that I highly recommend and use personally. So dry mouth. What are you presently offering your patients for dry mouth? Many times they may come to you and say, I'm using product X, Y, and Z, and I'm not having any solution with it. And according to the American Academy of Oral Medicine, approximately 1/3 of the population does suffer from some form of xerostomia. And as we know, contributing factors can be health issues, medication, anxiety, and stress. So Life does offer an ultra hydrating mouth spray. It is a great solution to offer your patients. Doctors, if you're in the room, you need to come and see myself, Lori, or Allison. Place your order for your ultra hydrating mouth spray. This stuff flies off the shelf. It is a great solution to offer to your patients. It contains 4 amazing ingredients. It contains zinc, xylitol, avocado oil, and aloe vera. And as we know, zinc is a trace mineral that actually aids in boosting immune health, but as well as binding to surface proteins within the mouth to help prevent sulfur gas formation. Xylitol, as we know, actually stimulates saliva. It has a specific inhibitory effect on the strep mutans, which is responsible for caries formation. So that's a great item to have in the product. This product can be used on a diabetic patient as it does not affect glycemic index. Aloe vera and the avocado oil actually within the spray helps soothe and moisturize the mucosa. Our mouth spray does come as a 2-pack. It comes in pink lemonade and mint. This product can be used throughout the day, and you speakers are going to want to use it. So now let's look at Life, the CBD products, and what role it has in offering solutions for your patients. CBD, as I mentioned, is a supplement. It can replace what our body is lacking by producing an effect within our body. What it does is it actually binds to specific receptors, and it causes our body to produce our own endocannabinoids. So when we're out of homeostasis, we're not producing enough of that, and it will actually trigger anandamide and 2-AG to be released to help with homeostasis. Those specific receptors are CB1, which are prominently found within the brain. They deal with stress, movement, coordination, moods, anxiety. We have a CB2 receptor, which is found predominantly in the immune system, which is responsible for inflammation and pain. So studies have shown that with cannabinoid use, it has the potential for wide spectrum therapeutic use. It's used to treat nausea, MS, epilepsy, anxiety, insomnia. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Life CBD products. We do offer a mouth spray that contains 750 milligrams of CBD isolate. This is the purest form of the oil. It does not contain any THC, so you don't have to worry about any psychotropic effects with its use. It contains zinc and avocado oil, which I spoke about with our non-CBD mouth spray. And it also contains vitamin E, which is an antioxidant. So this will offer you a calming effect, help with anxiety, stress, and you can use this product throughout the day. So offering your patients a high-quality product is a great alternative than offering them prescription medications when treating your patients in the chair. On a side note, all our products do not contain any preservative, artificial colors, dyes, alcohol, or propylene glycol. We have a tincture. This is game-changing for so many individuals. Many suffer from anxiety. Those not familiar, the tincture is an oil. It contains not one, but 2 cannabinoids. It contains CBD and CBN. CBN has actually been shown to help with sleeping. The combination works together, offering a great restful sleep. You wake up and you're fine. So all Life products can be purchased either individually or in wholesale. A portion of the sales actually is given to those in need, as another one of our core values is that we give abundantly, as well as being fully transparent and living life to the fullest. So be sure to stop by my table or the third and fourth floor, so I can help you with the ordering process, set up a CE for your practice, answer any questions you might have, because I know that Life is going to be life-changing for your patients and your practice by offering additional production. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Deneen, you did an amazing job. If it's your first time on stage. Wow, I couldn't tell. I want to go ahead and first say thank you to Deneen. Thank you to you for those who are watching. I took a risky move during the pandemic and decided that I would, pre-pandemic, and decided that I would put my neck on the line for what I believe in. CBD is something that people just don't know about. I researched it myself. I learned the science. And I knew that when I took a step into this industry of the CBD space, it could be a risk. Here's what I found out really quick. As I decided to invest in this, as I am a 50% owner of this company, I decided, you know what? I'm going to stop worrying about what people think. I stand from the stage on a regular basis and say, the number one risk in life is being yourself. I know that there was no CBD line in dentistry, no product line for dental specific, and I wanted to be the first one, and I wanted to do what I do, and I draw outside the lines. I am destined to bring this product into every dental practice with an open mind across the country. But it starts with education. If you don't know something, you just don't know. And we're a science-backed company. And I think it's extremely important that we need to educate ourselves what we're seeing all over the country. You see CBD everywhere. It's now legalized everywhere. It is not the same thing as marijuana in any capacity. And I think it's something that you all just need to educate yourself on. But I want to talk really quick about one thing that we are doing that I do with every one of my businesses. There's not one business that I own 14 total, but there's not one that I have that we don't do a give. There's always a give. I believe in giving abundantly. Every time that there is a sale that is made of life, what we do is we take $1 from each sale and we donate it to a cause. That's a different cause every month or every quarter. It is so important that when you are successful that you give back. I see so many people that are focused on them, and it's the wrong thing to do. What you need to do is you need to focus on other people. So with our give each month, it's different. We reward our educators who give free CE. We reward them by allowing them to give this gift. Now, the first time that we did our give, which was last year, the pandemic happened. I went in and bought this company in February. Can you imagine launching a company pre-COVID? And then the month after you find out the world is shutting down? It was the worst feeling ever. But I said, you know what? We're going to be all right. We're going to educate people. And we're going to educate so many dental professionals all across the country. But while we educate, we are going to give. And we're going to use our number one core value. It's called give abundantly. It's so important as an organization. And I want to share with you all a video of what it's like to be associating yourself with a company such as Life. I'm going to go ahead and share that with you right now, and I will be right back. So we're about to go to John Prince Park, and this is basically a park where there is a ton of homeless people, and it's a place that's it's like tent city, so there's tents everywhere. You know, it's pretty well known that that's where a ton of homeless people are at. Anyways, super excited to be going out and doing this project. Been here for a little while?
Yeah, I've been here 6 months.
Let me start with this.
Oh, you sure?
Yeah, for sure. We're just paying it forward today, so.
Oh, wow, man. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. We're doing a little pay it forward documentary. Yeah.
Well, that's cool, man. That'll help me get my screw.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I like your car, too.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Oh,
my God.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm thinking that they'll tell their friends. Yeah, just out here paying. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Cool.
Here's some cash. We'll help you out. Give you a couple 20s.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're just.
Thank you.
Absolutely. You doing all right?
Yeah, thank you.
Good.
Thanks so
Good.
much.
No problem.
Just spar with you.
Here you go. Here.
Work me around.
There you go. You want more?
Yeah.
Okay, here you go.
Okay, I'll be on video.
Yeah.
She's not leaving me today.
Yeah, you're leaving already? You didn't even get any money. Just paying it forward and giving money out. Yeah, there you go, 20. Yes, no problem. Take care. We got you over here.
What we do over here?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, it's a long story how I got here, but where I'm going is the only thing that really matters.
Okay, that's $100 for you, okay? All right. There you go.
Thank you.
You're young, man. Keep your head up, all right?
Wow.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Here, Elijah Desmond, all right? Yeah, remember me.
I will. Thank you.
Yeah. Guess what paying it forward is all about, okay? Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Yeah.
Oh, my friend. Man, how much you lifted?
Thank you.
Enough.
God bless.
Take care, you guys. we're going down to Miami, and down in Miami, I'll tell you, this video specifically, this whole idea of going and handing out cash specifically was inspired by actually my favorite artist, Drake. So one day I hope I can meet him, but this was inspired specifically from him. You know, he has a video called God's Plan. And, you know, in this video, he basically takes $1 million, and no, we're not giving out $1 million today. We're giving out hundreds of dollars. And one day, hopefully we'll get to that point where we can give out that much money. But Drake has inspired this video, and hopefully gonna make a big impact on some of these people who are desperately in need of money. Something that I had seen while I was at the park, something I seen that was really, really touching is, really moving, I should say, is I seen people, they came up to me and they said, I just got here a month ago, I just got up here 2 months ago, I just got here 3 months ago. Why did you get there? The coronavirus. I lost my job, People are losing their jobs, people need money, people need help, people essentially don't have the means to afford a house. Somebody came up to me and said, I need a plug, I need a spark plug for my scooter. I would love that, and this is gonna give me the money to be able to go and get a spark plug for my scooter. Something as little as that, a means of transportation, is everything. And so just to be able to give back and to make an impact on someone's life, regardless if it's $20, $100, $200, $500, doesn't matter. The fact that we're able to give back to someone and give abundantly, there's no better feeling. So can't wait to get down here to South Beach, down here in the Miami area, and go and find people who actually need and deserve money at a time of need just like this. So here we are on Oceans Drive in South Beach, Miami. We'll be looking for people that need some help.
Oh, are you serious?
Have a good day. Take care, buddy. Can I pay for your gas? Can I pay for your gas? Because I'm just paying it forward today. How much was that? There you go.
Sure.
Positive.
Thanks a lot.
How are you guys doing?
Could be better.
Yeah? Can I make it better for you guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah? Here's some cash.
Oh, I love you. God bless you.
Yeah?
God bless you, sir.
There you go. No problem. No problem. We're trying to find some people in need. We found a few already, and you know, I actually went up to one guy and he said, what are you up to? Are you with the military? You know, people are looking for me. I'm not taking any money from anybody. And I was offering him $100. And so people aren't always used to other people giving back. We gotta change some things. So anyways, we're gonna try to keep on looking for some people down here. We're in South Beach, Florida. Absolutely, pleasure. Absolutely. How you doing, man? How are you? Could have been better. It's for you.
Gracias, Papa.
God bless you, man. You're a nice guy, man. I hope you hit the lottery, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course. Of course. Of course. How are you guys? Paying it forward. That's all we need. You know what I mean?
That's right.
You guys working hard out here. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so today has been a really good day. You know, we got to go and give back to so many people. It's a beautiful thing to be able to give back and to celebrate life and the number one thing in life, which is giving, and also to really embrace our core values as a company of life, which is giving abundantly. So I'll tell you, there's no better feeling than paying it forward, and I'm happy to do that here and as the owner of Life. All right, take care. That's what it's all about, right? It feels so good. I got goosebumps watching the video. I got them right now. I encourage every one of you to give back and give abundantly, just like we do at Life. You know, there's a couple organizations that I want to quickly talk about before I give away a prize, and also deal with giving abundantly. First is I want to give some prizes out to the people online and then people here. So the first prize I'm going to give, and write this down, team, so we can keep track of it. The first prize I'm going to give is I'm going to give a HP Chromebook to somebody here in the audience. The first person to stand up right now. There you go. Chris, hold on. If you're a vendor partner, you can't be winning that. Danny, I seen you. He feels so left out right now. He hit the lottery, by the way. This man wasn't supposed to be here, and he came anyhow because he went to the casino and he literally hit one of the jackpots. Stand up, Chris. Chris called me, he said, Elijah, I really want to be at your conference so bad, but financially, as a startup company, I can't afford it. I said, you know what, you can come anyway, buddy. Be a part of our team. Don't worry about the money, right?
Thank you.
And a week after that, he called me and said, you were the first person I thought of when I hit this jackpot at the casino. And he paid to be a vendor and be here today. Thanks so much. But you didn't hit another jackpot with that laptop. So next thing is I'm going to be giving out some things online to people. This prize is specifically for a dental hygienist online. We have 2 of these to give out, but one is for a dental hygienist that is interested in advancing their career. You're going to get 50% off your scholarship for your bachelor's degree through Tricia O'Hare University. Here's how you win. I have a number that I'm going to write down on this piece of paper, and the first person online that's a hygienist that has an associate's degree that wants their bachelor's, I'm going to be giving this to you. So I'm going to write this number down. It's numbers 1 through 100. And the first person, come here, Lacey. I'm going to show you this number. Can somebody put their camera off? Put their camera off of me so they can't see this number I'm going to hold up for the room. Is it off, Chris? Okay, it's off. Here's the number. Lacey, look at me. Look at me, Lacey. The first person to put this number is the winner, okay? Online, so watch the comments. All right, next thing. I want to thank Creston Oral-B. They're going to be giving out 3 of the IO toothbrushes. We're going to give one away right now to somebody that is here in the audience. So if you have anything that is green and you can bring it to the stage fast, first person wins one of the IO brushes. You cannot be a vendor partner, is the only difference. All right, what is this? This is a speaker card. Is this Uzma? Yes, Dr. Uzma wins. Make sure she gets a new Crest toothbrush. All right, quickly, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about the give of Smiles at Sea. Brown Girl RDH, we're doing a GoFundMe for Brown Girl RDH. And every single pin that we sell here at the conference is $5. 100% of the proceeds will go to Brown Girl RDH. I promised her that I would post a GoFundMe link during this event and help them raise, I believe, $50,000. Can you put your hand up if you're interested in participating in the give? All right, so listen, Brown Girl RDH, you have just been donated a lot of money from a lot of people. The people online, if you're interested in donating, comment below, I need the link, Elijah, and you'll get that link. Another give. Casper, where are you? Kareem? Kareem is going to be giving come here and bring this suitcase up here. Kareem is going to be giving $5,000 to people that are here, and he's going to be giving it away on Saturday, an entire $5,000. He's going to give $5,000 also to you watching from home. Here's how you do it. First off, all you have to do, bring that money up here, all you have to do is do a Casper demo. You'll be given half of this stack, $50, to just do a demo. If you're here as a team member, just bring your dentist, or dentist go and find the Casper booth and you'll be given $50. Online, people can go to meetcasper.com to register for a demo. Those demos need to be completed. You'll be registered within this next 2 weeks. You'll be registered then for your ability to win $5,000 of cash. I did this one time early in our conference, and I said, Kareem, can I have some money? I said, Kareem, I want to throw out money to everybody. So I'm going to not even ask him. I'm going to throw out some of this money to people. Anybody want some money? Can I just toss it from the stage? Okay. That was fun. Sorry, Kareem. I guess I owe you about $100. Oh, he said do 2 more. All right. Anybody like this? Yeah? All right. You ready? Yes, this is giving you FOMO at home, isn't it? One last one. Come on. Oh my gosh. The fun that we have here at the Dental Festival. Oh my. I love this. Get all that footage. So for those of you who are listening from home, don't be feeling left out. You have the ability to get $50 as well. Just do a Casper demo. And who actually seen that commercial, by the way? It was hilarious, the commercials that they have made. Here's the last thing that I'm going to do. And we're talking about a give. I am here with Beyond the Game. I'm the vice president of Beyond the Game, a nonprofit organization, 501c3. Beyond the Game is sponsored from companies such as Nike, Sam's Club, and Dick's Sporting Goods. I am determined to bring Beyond the Game to the dental industry. What is Beyond the Game? Well, they have an event at local elementary schools called Guys with Ties. Unfortunately, there are little young men that do not have a father figure to look up to. Well, dental professionals, this is your time to give. You have the ability to be a part of the Guys with Ties program by sponsoring a local elementary, and you're going to go into the Guys with Ties program, and you're going to teach them how to become young gentlemen. Open doors for women. Smile when you meet somebody and look them in the eyes. Firm handshake. Dress nicely. Treat people with kindness. Dentistry is going into these schools. A dentist, a hygienist, an assistant, someone who is in our industry will go in and they will represent Guys with Ties and make a change. And don't worry, we didn't forget about you ladies. Girls with Pearls just launched. So if you're interested in being a part of this organization, I would encourage you to go to beyondthegame.com and put in your information. Devin Jordan, who is the founder, will reach out to you, or go to the 4th floor and ask, how can you be a part of Girls with Pearls or Guys with Ties? I did take up a little bit of time, and I know we're now going to be running behind, so I'm going to stop it and say, remember always to give abundantly. And back to the show. Gupta, where you at? All right, Chris, look at that. Look at that intro. This is the guy that couldn't afford to come here at first, and he hit the jackpot.
There is absolutely no risk to apply. Patients can now see what they qualify for through a fast, simple, 100% patient-friendly financing platform. With Patient Fi, there is absolutely no risk to apply. Patients can now see what they qualify for through a fast, simple, 100% soft inquiry process. Our transparent application provides patients with clear, understandable terms and customized repayment options tailored to their budget. We give your practice the ability to market procedures on a monthly payment plan. And Patient Fi offers a variety of plans with an early repayment feature of 0% promotional financing with no retroactive interest penalties. Our seamless practice portal allows practice administrators and coordinators to easily manage all applicants. Patient Fi can help. It's time for patients to be as happy with their financing decision as they are with their procedure. Patient Fi, redefining the patient financing experience for good. Enroll today and become a Patient 5 practice.
I am truly lucky to be here. I've never been in a talent competition, not even when I was in kindergarten. I've never spoken in front of this many people, and I definitely haven't spoken in front of this many people online, so bear with me. A little bit about myself. I've been in the finance industry for the better part of the last decade. I was a residential mortgage broker until 2020 when COVID hit. And like a lot of people, I know it was a rough year. I was scared, I was worried. My father happened to pass away, and I was in the middle of a divorce. And fortunately, I had a friend who had brought Patient 5 to me, and they said, hey, just take a look at this and tell me what you think, and maybe you can do this on the side. And so I did some research, and I fell in love with what I saw. I mean, it checked every single box. They were paying doctors 3 weeks prior to a procedure, so you weren't waiting to get paid. They were approving people in the low 600s, so there was a higher acceptance rate. And their customer service is off the charts. Now, I had to figure out how to get this out to everybody, but it was COVID. So I went to Instagram, I went to Facebook, and then I found Clubhouse. And on Clubhouse, I found one of the incredible influencers who's here at this conference, Dr. Anissa Holmes. And after following her on Facebook, she had made a post about speaking here at Smiles at Sea. And so I messaged her and I said, hey, Dr. Holmes, can I speak at Smiles at Sea? And I thought she had said yes. So a couple weeks go by, and I was like, man, I got to sign up for Smiles at Sea. So I go onto the website and I look at everything. You know, I'm not taking any CE. I'm not a dentist. I'm not a hygienist. So I bought a guest pass because it was the cheapest ticket that was there. So the following day, I get a call from Smiles at Sea, and I think it was Dana who had called me. She said, who are you a guest of? Nobody. She goes, well, how did you hear about us? What are you planning on doing? And I was like, well, I kind of told her story about Dr. Holmes, and she's like, well, let me make a phone call and I'll get back to you. So she calls me back and she says, well, if you do end up speaking there, you're going to be in the CE room, so you're going to need to, buy the full course so that you have access. And I said, all right, that's fine. So I message Dr. Holmes back and I say, Dr. Holmes, I just want to make sure that I'm going to be speaking, because now the price went up. And like Elijah said, after going through a divorce, which is terrible, I didn't have a lot of money. I just started this company. So I needed to make sure that I was speaking, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. And she said, oh no, you need to talk to Elijah. So I said, all right. So I send Elijah a message. I say, hey, this looks awesome. I really want to speak at your event. And he sends me this awesome video. He says, message me after. So I watch this video, and I'm jumping out of my seat watching this video, because all of the vendors here know how much value you get from Smiles at Sea. And so I'm watching. I'm anxious just to get off this thing and email him and say, I'm in. And at the end comes the ticket price. Darn it. Not going to happen. But I do message Elijah anyway, and I say, look, I see all of the value that you have at this conference, and I want to be a part of it, and I'll do anything that I can. I'll put in sweat equity. I'll do hard labor. If you're local to Florida, I will work from today until Smiles at Sea, so I can earn that opportunity that you're giving. And he said, you know what, let's have a 30-minute conversation and let's talk. And so we have a talk, and I tell Elijah my story, and Elijah says, you know what, I'm going to give you an opportunity to work this event. And I was more than happy. I was so ecstatic, and to this day, I'm still so thankful of that man back there, because I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for him. I wouldn't be able to speak with all of you or meet all of you. And it's that man back there that allowed me this opportunity, aside from what happened next. This was on a Thursday when I spoke to Elijah. And then Sunday, I was up the road at the Hard Rock, Hollywood, hanging out with some friends, and I was on my way out. There was just this little slot machine there, and I was like, you know what, I got a couple minutes to kill, and I put $100 in there, and boom, I hit $5,000. And I am overjoyed. Holy smokes. So the lady comes, she gives me her ticket or whatever they do, and then I just wanted to play through the rest of my money, and I took another couple spins on it. Boom, $14,000. I ended up leaving there with a whole boatload of money. I went home, went to sleep. I woke up the next morning, and the first thing that came to my mind was this conference and that man back there. And we had a little dialogue, and I texted him. I said, I'm in. And he said, what? I said, no, I want to be a vendor. I said, there's a caveat, though. Do you take cash? He said, of course. I said, I'm going to come meet you right now. And that's the first time that I met Elijah, and I can promise you I'm going to remember that day for the rest of my life. I am so lucky to be here. I am so lucky to be in this industry. I shouldn't be here right now. I shouldn't be on this stage, but I am, and there's a reason for it, and that's fate. And even Elijah giving me the opportunity to work this event gave me hope, and everybody knows that all you need in this life is hope. So let me tell you a little bit about Patient Fi. Patient Fi absolutely blew me away. Their acceptance rates, they're in the low 600s. And like I said, they're paying doctors 3 weeks prior to a procedure, so you're not waiting for any money. As far as the customer side of things, the customer service is top of the line. And everybody knows when you're dealing with finances, it can be awkward. And so having that customer service, they give you a VIP experience. And then on top of that, there's a soft credit check. So if they do end up getting declined, they're not going to have that hanging over their heads for the next 2 years. And then also, there's no backdated interest. So sometimes if you miss a payment on these promotional periods, your payment goes from $40 to $400. And then on the provider side, they are so aggressive with their provider fees. They want to make sure they add value immediately to your company. They'll also put a widget or a little banner on your website so that you can get a pre-approval before that patient even comes into your office. So you're not wasting time with a patient in the seat that can't afford it. They approve up to $30,000. They start at $500, so it's not meant for those little $200, $300 things. They're more geared toward the larger practices, the larger procedures. And then there is a 0% promotional period that goes out to 24 months and a fixed rate that goes out to 60 months. So if you're interested in this, go to signup.patientfi.com and enter in the promotional code SMILES@SEA, and they already have incredible provider fees, but what they're doing is they're actually giving you an extra 0.5% almost across the board. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and once again, I am so lucky to be here, and thank you, Elijah.
I'm not a dentist, but real dentists tell me that Casper is the sh**. You know what else is the sh**? Free giveaways. That's why when you sign up for a Casper demo, you'll be instantly entered into our high-stakes giveaway.
And what are the prizes there, handsome man?
I'm glad you asked. Third place wins a free iPad. Here you go, little boy. Casper loves themselves so much that second prize is going to be 6 months free Casper. That's a $3,000 value.
What? No, we're not.
It's already done. They're no dummies. Casper knows that cash is king. That's why our first place winner is going to walk away with $5,000.
$5,000?
Nobody walks away empty-handed. Just sign up for a Casper demo and we'll give you a $50 Amazon gift card and 1 month free.
No more giveaways! No more giveaways! We're broke!
Roll the thing. Welcome to the team. John Stampone. I'm the creative director for Casper. I'm also the handsome guy from the commercial, if you haven't seen it. We had so much fun making that, and we've just had so much fun this entire time. Want to give a huge shout out to Smiles at Sea. This whole event has been amazing so far. Everybody at home too, we really appreciate you taking time away from your practice and away from your family to come join us here today. We definitely wish that you were here. Last night, man, it did not feel like COVID out there on the dance floor. I don't know if you guys seen us, but there was some white boy dancing going on. They got the exclusive show. Maybe you'll see it later though. But listen, since we've been here, everybody's been coming up to us and they're saying, what is Casper? You know, I see you guys all over the place. And I thought today that maybe we'd give you a little bit of demonstration, see what Casper is. So I've asked one of my teammates to come up here and do a little presentation for you. This is Sammy. This is one of our favorites. I'm gonna hit you with some music. Ooh, well, this is looking fancy. Ah, okay, I see. Are you guys starting to put it together? No? Have no idea still? Okay, that's okay. We got more demonstrations coming up. You know what? I need some of the rest of my team to come up and show you guys. Excellent job, Sammy. Thank you very much. This is the wonderful and talented Mimi, everybody. All right, guys, we just wanted to have a little bit of fun here. You know, we were trying to figure out what we were going to do up here for a little skit. Got you. And we wanted to have some fun with the whole team because we're just a bunch of weirdos at the end of the day. And we all came together to make something incredibly great and beautiful, and we're hoping that it's going to be in every office across the country, man. Because this is by dentists and it's for dentists. And we really wanted something that's going to take that peace of mind that you don't have right now because you're closing the doors at 6, 7 o'clock at night and you're staying in the office until 11 p.m. sometimes trying to get all your front end stuff done. And these are the extra headaches that we're trying to alleviate for you. You know, Casper was born out of pain points and pressure. And it was COVID time, right at the beginning of it. You know, we finally had some time to sit down and think about all the different problems that we face. And it just came to our attention that everything needs to be on one simple platform. All these services that we're going outside for, your VoIP, your paperless forms, your analytics, your online scheduling, why aren't they all in one? Why aren't we taking these headaches away from our front end, away from our front office, and allowing them to provide the best patient care possible? At the end of the day, it's not about what Casper does, it's giving you the time to take care of your patients in the way that they truly deserve. You know, your brand is not your logo, it's not your funny videos. People walk away from your practice and they feel a certain way, that's your brand. The people that you surround yourself with, your team, that's your brand. That's what people are gonna remember. That's what we're here for, man. These guys are my family. We've been eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner together for the last year, sleeping on the couch. We've been overworked. We've been running around like crazy, but it all feels like it's not work. We're having a good time, man, and just, we all believe in this idea so much. before this, I was selling paper, like the Office, but there was no Steve Carell and there was no Jim Halpert. I just wanted to stab my eyes out with some pens, you know, and I got involved in advertising. It was more true to my heart, you know, and it's not every day that you meet a client like Casper who ends up becoming your family, and we just became rolled into one. Now Casper and Push have become synonymous with each other, and we're rolling out to these different events. And so we've been to a bunch of trade shows before as our agency, but I gotta tell you, man, nobody gets down like dentists get down. There was something special happening yesterday, and man, that was something. And I feel like the rest of the event, that's the flow, that's the energy that's gonna keep us pushing forward. So we're just so humbled to be here with all of you guys. Come up, see what Casper is all about. We'd love to give you a demo. Obviously, we got great prizes, but it's not even about that. We want to help you guys. We want to relieve some of this pressure, some of this pain that you're feeling daily for not only you, for your team, so that you can focus on patient care. You guys can focus on your individual relationships and move stronger together. Come check us out at meetcasper.com. Talk to us. Grab us by the shoulder. We want to work with you. We're in it together, guys. Got you, Habibi. Love you. Ooh, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Test. There we go. So that was amazing. There's something that you all left out that I think is something that's never been done in dentistry. And I'm going to tell you what that thing is. I've had so many companies that I've personally owned, and they always ask the same question. Is there a possibility that we could invest in your company? So made by the dental profession, for the dental profession. I've never heard of this before because it's just new from the SEC. Is that right, Kareem? Casper is actually allowing dental professionals for the first time to invest. They're not going to necessarily these big private equity firms and VC firms to go and get investors. They're leaving the opportunity to you. So whether you're a hygienist, a dentist assistant, somebody that's in the dental space, you actually have the ability to invest in this organization. And I believe in people over products. If you get to know the man behind this company, Casper, Kareem, you would want to invest in him all day. And I'm going to tell you, I will be your first investor. Thank you so much, Kareem.
Introducing the award-winning Simple, Secure, and... But real dentists tell me that Casper is the sh**. Introducing the award-winning Simple, Secure, and Free Teledentistry solution made by dentists with dental professionals in mind. This is Dentulu, winner of the American Dental Association's Best of Class Technology Celerant Award. Dentulu consolidates most of the leading digital dental services on a HIPAA-compliant platform accessible on almost any device. Are you tired of turning to 7 different apps to have video conferencing, patient communication, digitized forms, electronic prescriptions, patient education, scheduling, and patient reviews? Dentulu merges all of those services and more, and works seamlessly between all smartphones and the web. Dentulu makes dentistry easier with MouthCam, an affordable line of revolutionary intraoral cameras with hygiene attachments for patients and remote monitoring tools for implants, cosmetics, and orthodontics. Customize your office's own mobile app and join thousands of other dentists ushering in the future of dental software with Dentulu. Register for free at www.dentulu.com or download Dentulu on the App Store.
We are a dental company made by dentists, for dentists, and how we got our started was with the help of dental professionals like yourself who spend their hard-earned money actually investing over $2.5 million, getting us a start. So we love what we are doing because we are here to try to save dentistry. Now, it sounds like a huge feat we're trying to do, but really, any one of you who's involved in dentistry knows we have to look at 10, 15 different companies and solutions to try and get all of the services, software, patient acquisition, marketing, consulting, everything from different companies on different platforms. Dentulu realized that, especially in starting from telemedicine and teledentistry, people would have to sign up with 10 different companies to get the full range of telemedicine solutions. So what we did was put all of them onto one platform, and we offered it for free to all dental providers, because we believe that in order to really help patients, in order to be able to increase access to care, providers are going to have access to these solutions. But really the cost and barrier of having to pay for all these different solutions was really challenging for a lot of providers. So our platform is really designed to help dentists, dental offices, hygienists have access to millions of dollars of software that they can use from a mobile phone, from a tablet, on the internet, directly on the web, and it's all free. We have some low-cost services that they can purchase as well, but really our goal is to help provide an abundant number of services that you're already paying for free. Now, why do we do this? We believe that we can leverage our numbers and have companies sell products on there to us. None of us pay for Google, none of us pay for Instagram, none of us pay for Facebook, but we all love it and we use it. And really there's a different way to monetize things in dentistry, and we don't believe that it's in the best interest of dentists and dental professionals like myself, like my mother, brother, sister, father, who are all licensed in the field of dentistry, to have to pay for all these solutions. So we consolidated everything. We put it on one platform where you can find pretty much anything and everything dental, and you can do so at a very affordable rate. You don't have to pay for a lot of the software, but you also have the opportunity to leverage your numbers to purchase products on there. If you want to sell your office and you want to find a consultant, you can do that on there. If you are looking for patients, you can do that on there. If you're looking to do marketing, you can find marketing companies on there. And we would rather charge the companies that are targeting providers to advertise and sell to us, rather than have providers and dental offices pay for so many different services on so many different companies. So last year we had the huge honor of winning the American Dental Association's Best of Class Award. This is the first time in the history of the American Dental Association that a company like ours won the Best of Class from the American Dental Association. And we are working with major health insurance carriers to be able to provide teledentistry and telemedicine to our patients. And we're also working with major retailers to be able to drive tons of patients onto the platform that we will go ahead and refer to you, your local offices, and really help dentists and hygienists do what they do best, which is dentistry. If you don't have to worry about finding the best technology and figuring out which company is the best, you can really focus your attention on what we actually were trained to do, which is provide great clinical care. Because it's free, and because it has so many robust options, our platform is being utilized in so many different ways. One of the most exciting things that Dentulu is actually doing is revolutionizing mobile care. We can now have mobile clinicians go on site and actually provide dentistry at hospices, hospitals, senior centers, or inside patients' homes. Disabled patients or just busy patients who don't make it to the dental office, or those who are in quarantine or have issues traveling to the office, can now find mobile clinicians on our platform that will actually go to their house or location and provide services. This is really going to increase access for care. Patients who want to get a second opinion can now also do so on the platform. They can send photos of their smile, of their restorations, and they can find clinicians on the platform to be able to give them second opinions, give them estimates, and really help them get the care they need and help the offices acquire the patients they need. So we really invite you to begin saving thousands of dollars, enjoy having all of these services on one platform that not only consolidates a lot of these services that you're already using, but also integrates with some of the best practice management softwares, including Dentrix, EagleSoft, Open Dental, and in the very near future, which will bridge over to the medical side, integrating with great companies like Epic. So now we will actually be able to communicate with the medical counterparts that we work with. So Dentulu is available on Android, on iPhones, and directly on the web. As a provider or dental office, you will have to wait about a week or two until your license is verified. At that point, you can start using incredible features like scheduling, patient education, chatting with your patients, but also chatting with other members of your practice. If you have associates and specialists, you can now have intra-office communications. You can digitize all your forms. It'll take me 2 days just to tell you about all the wonderful things that we've created over the last 4 years. But really, the desire here is to help dental offices run better practices and do so efficiently, and really be able to leverage our numbers to be able to really focus on what we're doing, get better pricing, and allow advertisers who are already paying to advertise to dentists be able to monetize their businesses and save us tons of money on the back end. So we invite you, all the providers, whether they're hygienists, dentists, associates that don't even own dental offices, you can now participate in this marketplace that was made by dentists for dental professionals. And we really hope you'll enjoy the services that are coming out on a month-to-month basis. We'll be adding one service or module on a monthly basis, and we really hope to create a worldwide platform where all dental professionals and patients can really collaborate and work together on a really secure, cost-effective, and HIPAA-compliant platform. So thank you so much for the opportunity. We invite you to use Dentulu, and we really hope that we add tons of value to your practices and careers so you can do what you do best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice job. Hey, sorry for moving around. Sorry for moving around. Hey, I'm going to interrupt real fast. Even though we still have Jim from Dental Vault, who's going to be coming up, I do want to invite the judges to come up onto the stage and just go ahead and have your seat, because we're going to immediately roll onto Dentistry's Got Talent after Jim is done with his presentation. And so Elaine, Kareem, Dr. Baird, Dr. Osman, Dr. Baird, and where did Jim go? Oh, you're on the stage. Okay, I'm out. Come on up, Jim. Can you go ahead and play the Dental Vault intro? Cool. Okay. Thanks, guys.
They said it couldn't be done.
Run your own practice?
And manage a front office?
Impossible.
But they are fools.
Whatever. All right.
Was there still more?
That's not ours, so it's all right though.
I'll figure it out. You talk, and then we'll play it after you're done.
All right, sounds good. Afternoon, everybody. With Dental Vault, I'm the IT director, and I have a background in dental-specific IT management as well as cybersecurity. So that being said, I just want to say kudos to everybody. There's a lot of information that was given today, and it was a lot of great information. And we hope that information never gets lost. And so what we do as a company is we are your safety net. So a couple of things that we do is we do backups, we do on-site backups, we do off-site backups. And just to give you an idea of what that means to you is about 3% of dental practice management software or imaging software is in the cloud. So they have a cloud platform they use, and that's all great. CareStack, kudos to you for developing that. The other thing is 97%, they have a on-premise hosted server that takes care of their practice management storage and their data for their imaging storage. Well, 2019, about $20 billion was paid to hackers because of ransomware. So everybody familiar with ransomware? Who here owns a cell phone? Raise your hands. Okay, your cell phone needs to be charged. So people will go, they'll take their cell phones to work with them. Your front staff, your front desk, your check-in, check-out staff, Their phone's almost dead, so they got to charge it. They take out the USB cable, they plug it into their work computer. You don't know where that phone's been. You know, it's got probably some malware on there, something that can get injected into the computer, and now it's on your network and it's infecting your data. You could be a click away in an email from getting ransomware. And that's just covering the man-made stuff. Other things is hard drive failure. You've got tornadoes that will blow your practice off the map. You've got floods. Hurricane Harvey, $125 billion in damage. All right. So just last week, the Broward County Public School System, this was the largest ransomware attack payment that's been requested. $40 million the hackers demanded to unlock the files for the public school system. Okay, so this is a public school system. This is a little bitty, you know, brick and mortar practice. It's just a click. How many people have a password staff or password one? You know, it's not that difficult. So you got to look at the security first. That's your first line of defense. Increments of your data. So we snapshot your data every 30 minutes. It goes to the cloud. We have different tiers. We've got a cloud only backup. We have the ability, and this is my favorite, if you get blown away by a tornado, that means Dorothy can access the server that's in the cloud that is a duplicate copy of the one that just got blown away. You want to talk to your patients, you want to see the schedule, right? It's not panic time. It's, I can get into something, I can look at my schedule, I can contact my patients, and I'm in. The other thing is on-premise. We have a third package. Say your hard drive failed, it blew up, and it's smoking in the back there. We can light up the duplicate copy that's already next to it, and your whole practice is back to work. You don't have to focus on this. You focus on the patient experience. You don't have to focus on the IT experience. We take care of doing that for you. Right now, if you do a Smiles at Sea promotion on our site and you sign up with one of the plans, you get the first 2 months free. That could be up to $700. Plus, we waive the cost of implementation on plans 1 and 2. That could save you another $100. So we are the last line of defense. There's nothing like us in the dental industry right now. We offer something nobody else does. Everybody does a nightly backup. Hopefully our IT guy's taking care of it, you know, or we swap out external drives every day, you know, so that way we get our offsite backup. If we forget to do that, we forget, and you just lost a whole day's worth of data. How important is an x-ray that you took to send to the insurance company? How much is a crown? About $3,000. You get probably $600 for a CT scan. You know, so you just lost that because it's not there because ransomware ate it or the hard drive failed and it's just up in smoke. So we will spin up or bring you back within 30 minutes of what you've lost, and you can focus more on your patients. So my name is Jim. Go to our site, getdentalvault.com. That's getdentalvault.com. Sign up today, Smiles at Sea in the promo code, save yourself some money, develop the safety net, and not have to worry about what am I going to do now? My kids can't go to college, I can't pay my house payment, and I just repoed my car because my practice got blown away. So, you guys are great. I love being here. Thanks, Elijah. Y'all have a good day.
Session for day 1, session number 5. And all of you come on in a little bit closer, sit down, because you have to bring a little bit of energy. Because to this session, session number 5, is about motivation, positive thinking, and clarity, how to get up when you're down. Now, I've always been like a major rule follower, major rule follower. And it's funny, I listened to the vendors just now, and one of them was Life. And I never smoked any weed in high school or college because I'm a rule follower. I was a good kid. I was so excited when I opened that backpack and I got to try that CBD oil because I was like, oh my God, I can do this, and it's allowed, and it's a professional thing. And so I thought that I would laugh a lot more, and it didn't do any of those things. It just tasted coconutty, and so. I still forgive you, Life, but I'm just a little bit disappointed. Okay, Rob, you ready? Still Rob. All right, you're still Rob. Come on up.
Thank you.
Who's doing the intros?
Where is the bios in their folder?
Just hang out, Rob, for a second.
Probably me. I'm not a rule follower.
Thank you. That's the most amazing intro I've had in the last 14 months. Thank you.
Rob Zbierski is a professional speaker, best-selling author, and personal coach with Freedom Personal Development. Rob helps his clients develop professional skills and positive mindsets that help them achieve next-level results in their business so they can lead a next-level life. An avid endurance athlete, fisherman, and beer enthusiast, Rob currently lives with his wife, Kate, and their twins, Effie and Charlie, in Arlington Heights, Illinois. Welcome.
Thank you. Cheers. That's amazing. Thank you. That is now officially the nicest intro I've had in the last 14 months. I appreciate it. Oh, Course 5. You guys we finished strong. I know most of the people speaking at Course 5. You are in for a treat. So listen, I want to dive in. I had the craziest start to my day. I'm not staying at this hotel, so maybe it's not as crazy as it was for people staying at this hotel, but I'm over at the other Hilton, and I used to travel a ton pre-COVID, so Hilton still likes me a lot. So when I checked in, they're like, Mr. Zbierski, here's your voucher, you get free breakfast. So I'm up on 14, and I hop in the elevator, and I'm going down because I got to go get my to-go box. I need my dirty water, right? Daddy loves his dirty water, my coffee. So I'm going down, and I'm still in my jammies. I'm not pajamas, I'm sorry, they're not my jammies. But I'm going down, I get to the bottom of the elevator, we get down to the lobby, the door opens, I'm kind of a little hazy, and I'm paying attention, but I'm not paying attention. And I walk out, and the guy was trying to get on the elevator as I was getting, you know what I'm talking about? Like and usually, now, these days, it's usually like a move over to the side and no, this guy was paying attention, and just boom, we bump into each other. And it was a hard one. I was like, oh my God, I'm sorry. He's like, what's your problem, man? I'm like, whoa, where do you want me to start? Like, it's early, I haven't had my coffee, right? But you could see the rage in his eyes. And I'm kind of like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna keep moving. Like, I'm masked up, I'm gonna keep moving. And this guy, do you know what I'm talking? Like, this guy was just a straight up jerk. There's no two ways about it. Dude was a jerk. And I guarantee as he walked away from me, he was looking at me going, man, what a jerk. And he was right. Because we're totally the same. We're all jerks, right? We're all born natural pessimists. Did you guys know that? We're all naturally born pessimists. And you guys can't see what I can see. The vibe in the room just dropped. This is amazing. What I'm going to talk about today is understanding how and why we're all naturally born pessimists. More importantly, help you understand the tools that you have at your disposal that are designed to keep your attitude operating at an optimum level so that you don't run into jerks like that every single day. Because there is a difference. Like I said, we're the same. There are two big differences that I'm aware of and I know between that gentleman and myself. Number one is our attitude difference. I know that I have the skills and the goods to cultivate a winning attitude all day, every day. And number two, he's the only jerk I was going to run into today. But that guy, he had a day full of running in jerks ahead of him. So I need you to understand this. Our brains are naturally hardwired to focus on three things that are actually holding us back. Our brains are hardwired to focus on negativity, urgency, and complacency. What that means is you think it sucks, you think it needs to be fixed, and you're unwilling to help. Think about that. And to make matters even worse, go check the Googles. There's 4.5 individuals born. There's 4.5 people born every second. That means every second, 4.5, I don't know how a half, but that's a different meeting, 4.5 new jerks join us on this earth every single second. Is that crazy? Here's why. Our brain's hardwired. We come shipped from the factory with these unhelpful default settings. Negativity, urgency, complacency. I want to talk about number one. I want to talk about the negativity because this is the number one unhelpful default setting that totally puts the kibosh on a positive attitude. Yes, this is the attitude talk, which I know usually there's a dude on stage at a conference like this, and he's a little bit older than me and a little bit whiter than me, and he's like, it's your attitude, not your aptitude, that determines your altitude. Right? He goes full Successories poster on you. Understand, this is the attitude, but I know, we all know your attitude is truly the number one tool that you have at your disposal that helps you get the results that you want, the better results, the next level results in every aspect of your life. So let's talk about this unhelpful default setting. Your brain is hypersensitive to negative inputs, and it's almost numb to positive inputs, which, let's put this in a perspective for a second. If you're trying to survive in the wilderness, I said this is hardwired in us. This is from caveman days. This is from saber-toothed tiger days. If you're a hunter or gatherer, think about this. This is an amazing, amazing default setting to have. Okay? By the way, no one's a born loser. I just want to set the record straight. We all have this. I said we're all the same. We all carry this conditioning. It's a survival mechanism. If you're trying to survive in the wilderness, right? You think about this. The things that are perceived as negative inputs, they're super negative. They're a grizzly bear that wants to eat you. They're a saber-toothed tiger that wants to take you out. So when you're more aware of the threat and you can deal with it more quickly, you're simply going to last longer. So understand this setting, it's totally getting in the way of your attitude. The good news, you're not a slave to your brain. As a human being, you've been given tools. You possess the skills inside of you that help you overcome this default setting and get your brain working for you, get your attitude working for you, get the results you want in every aspect of your life. So there's 3 key mindset management tools that when you understand how these work, how to implement them, life just gets fun and easy. Number 1 mindset management tool is your ability to laugh. Number 2 is your ability to practice gratitude. And number 3 is your ability to manage your mental input. So let's talk about these real quickly. Number 1, your ability to laugh. People take themselves way too seriously. If you disagree with me right now, you're the person I'm talking about. But your ability, listen, we talk about case acceptance all the time. Sales is nothing but a transfer of energy. When you can get someone to laugh with you, you share a common bond. And that common bond is what leads to you getting the results you want. I had the privilege of sharing a stage with Dr. Dennis Tarnow a couple years ago. For those of you that know Dr. Dennis Tarnow, you know he's a big deal. For those of you that don't know who he is, put it in the Googles. You'll find out he's a big deal. So we were having dinner the night before, and it was Dr. Tarnow, myself, and the hosting doctors. And this was a pretty baller dinner, I won't lie to you. But he comes in, he was super kind, he said, Rob, I don't know you, I don't know what you do, tell me a little bit about your program. So I told him what it was all about, what I was doing, and he said, that's amazing, that sounds great, I'm excited to hear. He said, I've been doing this about 30 years, Rob, and I gotta be honest with you, I've never had somebody open for me before. And in a moment of either genius or idiocy, I looked him right in the eye, I said, Dr. Tarnow, that's amazing, I've been doing what I do for about 5 years, I've never had somebody close for me before. And it got super quiet, and I threw him the wink, and then we all started laughing, and it was just a wonderful. He then later on told me he was great. We were passing each other as I was coming off the stage. He said, Rob, you can open for me anytime. So I thought that was nice. Your ability to laugh, your ability to practice gratitude, absolutely crucial. It is simply impossible to be negative and to be grateful at the same time. I can get into the science of this, but fundamentally, when you focus on problems, you feel like a word I'm not going to use on stage. And the more you think about chemical reactions take place, hormones, neuropeptides, stuff I'm not qualified to talk about, and it manifests itself in how you show up to interactions. When you practice in gratitude, when you think about the things you're grateful for, it actually does the totally opposite. It sets off a chain reaction of thoughts revolving around enthusiasm, gratitude, excitement. It raises your there's all kinds of chemical stuff I could pretend like I know about, but I don't. So I'm not going to. But understand it shows up physically. It manifests itself physically. You can't be negative and grateful at the exact same time. hint, if you ever have somebody having that craptastic Tuesday, just grab them real quick, be like, hey, give me 3 things you're grateful for right now. You watch them flip the switch. And then pay attention, your ability to manage your mental input. There's a lot of these, I'm gonna throw them at you, pick which one works for you. It's the things you read, it's the things you watch, it's the things you listen to. It's the questions you ask yourself, it's whether you talk to yourself or you listen to yourself. And then anybody with teenagers at home, you know this one, it's the people you surround yourself with. I can go full cheesy motivational speaker line on you and give you the line about, you are the sum of the people you hang out with most. We all know this. But let's talk about the one that doesn't get talked about. Pay attention to how you talk to yourself and the questions you ask. I said earlier that I knew that my attitude was the difference between the day I was going to have and the day this gentleman was going to have. It's because in the elevator, I was reciting my affirmations. It's going to be a great day. I'm a money magnet. I have zero emotional attachment to money, and it's time to make the donuts. I say that to myself every day to tell my brain and tell my attitude what type of day it's going to be. So here's the thing. I threw a ton of stuff at you. Do me a favor. Don't use it all. Pick one. Pick one tip that you picked up on. Use it. Use it well. You don't have to do 100 things 100 times better to get a 100% different result. Pick one thing. Do it a little bit better. And watch the ripple effect that has on you personally and professionally. Use this skill to work on your attitude. Because there's one thing I know, and I alluded to this at the beginning. When you bump into a jerk in the morning, chances are you probably just bumped into a jerk. When you find yourself bumping into jerks all day, every day, you're the jerk. Thank you. I'm Rob Z. Have a fantastic finish to your day.
Is it us over here? I've got it.
Go for it, Bruce, here.
You're a pro. I mean, what can I say? That was awesome. Engaging, and you're a pro. So glad you're here.
Appreciate it.
Glad to hear that.
Somebody took my 10 folder. It was a 10, man.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker, Jasmine Elmore, is committed to helping enrich and improve the lives of patients in every stage of life. She has developed one of the first all-encompassing airway-centric dental practices in which a patient received a global diagnosis and comprehensive treatment options to help restore functionally and structurally long-term health. Help me welcome Dr. Jasmine Elmore.
It looks like she's having microphone issues back there. You good? Okay. I was going to tell a joke while we're waiting. Do you mind? It's totally appropriate. What is Beethoven's favorite fruit? Banana. Was anyone offended by that? Okay, so I did my job.
I like bad jokes. Do you remember those popsicles growing up? You know, the ones that once you got down to the stick, there was a riddle on it for you to solve? Well, let's all pretend for a moment that we're holding those popsicle sticks right now, and I'm gonna read out the riddle for us to solve today. Ready? If you drop me, I'll crack, but if you smile, I'll smile back. What am I? If you guessed mirror, I can hear you, then you're absolutely right. We use them every day in our dental offices. They help us see details that our patients can't see, right? But today we're not gonna talk about seeing teeth more clearly. We're gonna talk about seeing ourselves a little more clearly. So let's put those popsicle sticks down for a moment and let's pick up our imaginary mirrors. Go ahead, take a look. What do you see? Do you see a calloused controller that used to be a compassionate captain? Or maybe you see a difficult veteran that used to be a dynamic rookie. I don't know, maybe you see someone who went to bed blessed but woke up bitter. I don't know about you, but I see someone who's distressed and in debt, dysfunctional, and dissatisfied. It doesn't matter if you have a DDS, RDH, CDA, GED, or if you're still learning ABCs. I want you to take a mental look at that mirror and tell me what you see. I told you my reality. What's yours? You know, they say reality dies with salary size, and that success is the warmest place to hide. Well, I see a lot of successful people in here today, so we must be in trouble. Because we can run, we can hide, we can delay, but we can never escape our uncomfortable truths, because they're always staring right back at us in that mirror. Now let's talk about some of those uncomfortable truths. We are addicted starters and inadequate finishers, right? See somebody raising their hand. We're overprotecting, overthinking, overeating, overworking, right? One of my favorite authors, Tina Lifford, once said, "When you know yourself, you're empowered. When you accept yourself, you're invincible." Our patients are asking of us to show them exactly who we are. Gone are the days when we can sustain and maintain a false narrative. The real deal is in, and everybody has a pocket paparazzi waiting to expose phony baloney. And while it may be possible to make it to the top without knowing and accepting who we really are, it has now become impossible to stay there. Now, I know what you're thinking. It's hard. You know, people love miracles because miracles remove the work. It isn't easy. There are no shortcuts when it comes to accepting what we see in that mirror. But I can tell you this. You don't have to wait until you're in your most fragile breaking point state to put in that work. Why do we wait until we're fed up and burned out with one foot in the door and one foot out the door before we take the time to find our inner zones of genius, our inner peace? We don't need another CE course, another webinar, another mini residency, more training. We don't need it to take our practices to the next level. Don't fall into this trap. Let me tell you what I did. You found out about something, let's say it's sleep dentistry, right? You find someone who's a few steps ahead of you. You take their program, you recreate it. You infuse a little bit of you, but it's still their program. You bring it into your office. And you find out you run into a few obstacles. You find out that you get a few sales, but you don't really like this stuff. Or you get some sales, but only at the lowest tier levels of the treatment plan, right? Because the higher levels, they're disjointed. They lack clarity. Or worse, you put a lot of energy into it, train your team, get some leads, they dry up, and you face feast or famine when you realize you have no time and no resources for marketing. Has this happened to you? Because it happened to me. If only I'd first looked in that mirror. So let me share a couple of secrets with you today. Some that help me make it easier on the eyes when you're checking out that mirror. Secret number one, don't stay in the doghouse. Take residence in the love shack. We don't give ourselves enough grace. There's a season for gain, a season for enjoying our blessings. There's a season for pain, a season for enduring our battles. No season lasts forever. And when we find ourselves in an uncomfortable season, it's important that we don't knock on the door of the doghouse, but that we ring the doorbell of the love shack. It's festooned with self-observation, not criticism. There's so much kindness there. Now I see you. Don't mistake kindness for weakness. You're not being pampered. It's still a shack. It's not a mansion. Secret number 2, you are in control of your payroll. My trainer Elton reminded me that there's this table, this boardroom style table up here between my ears. And just like I'm the CEO of my practice, I know a lot of you people are here in the audience and here at home, we control our payroll as we're the CEO of our minds. And we sit at the head of that table, and at that table are all of our thoughts, all of our emotions, and all of these voices. Like right now, there's a voice that says, no one wants to hear this. Go sit down. There's another voice that says, someone needs to hear this. Go stand up. All your thoughts, all your emotions, all those voices are at that table, waiting for you to make your payroll. And guess what? These are the employees you can't fire. They're not going anywhere. Just make sure when payroll comes, you give them pennies, because you control which voices you want amplified at your table. And secret number 3, you are the missing piece to someone's puzzle, even when your puzzle is missing a few pieces. That's right. Right now, in the Embassy Suites Miami, there's someone waiting for you. To those watching at home, in your neighborhood, someone's calling out for you. Yes, you, without anything extra. You are one chapter ahead of someone waiting to be blessed with your charm, your song, your story. So I leave you with this. The next time you look in the mirror, what will you see? If you see a puzzle piece in a shack, surrounded by love, and a bunch of voices at the table getting money, guess what? Congratulations, you're invincible. Thank you.
Can you drop this mic?
You dropped the mic? Oh, you shit.
She doesn't need it. She just has to drop the mic and drop the mic.
Dr. Elmore, beautiful job. I'll just go off of my notes. Great opener. It almost felt like a theatrical presentation, like very good use of your hand gestures, an imaginary prop. That's not easy to do, and really allow us to visualize that. A little bit of nostalgia with the popsicle stick. So I love that. So already opening up that emotion, audience engagement, beautiful stage presence. And when I listen to speakers, I'm always looking for quotes. Like, what can I pull from and kind of just make a note and remind myself on a daily, because the tone is motivation. And I think in dentistry, we're so hard on ourselves. So I love the idea of self-awareness and just little quotes. That last thing you just said, there's someone waiting for you, and on and on. So really touching the emotion, beautiful. That's gonna be very memorable.
Thank you so much.
I would say, Jasmine, that was like the most cerebral presentation of the day. And between you and Holly Ann, you guys could have, you're very both theatrical. Maybe you guys could do a duo together.
Hey, Holly Ann.
I loved your presence on the stage. It was very engaging. And for me, the symbolism of the seasons really spoke to me. And I think I like how you educate your audience that it's important for them to know that the positive times too are temporary, right? And it helps to prepare you for the challenges. So that really resonated with me. And I think I just would echo what Elaine said about your presence and your engagement with the audience, really strong. Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Hello. Welcome, Anthony Blanco, MBA. Anthony Blanco has been coaching professional service practices for nearly 20 years with a specialty in high-performance dental practices since 2016. He's obviously a triathlete. I'm watching him stretch and do all the stuff, you know. I can't do those. And was awarded Global Coach of the Year twice in the past 4 years out of 1,000+ coaches in 76 countries by Action Coach Business Coaching. So help me welcome Anthony Blanco.
I didn't know that was part of my bio, so now I feel weird. So, clarity is something that I am very, very passionate about. The best way to describe it is, for me, personally, I'm driving in my car, my Altima, hanging out, and I go into this visualization, like we've heard that before, like visualize what you want, right? Visualize, idealize, manifest it, and then live it, right? So I'm in my car, I'm driving, and I am seeing myself on a stage. And I am talking about clarity and about the impact that it can make in other people's lives, not just my own, but other people. And I'm feeling it, and I'm there, and I'm actually giving the speech in my head. All of a sudden, my daughter, Emmy, says, "Dad, what are you talking about?" I go, I don't know what you're talking about. She goes, "No, what did you just say?" I said, "I don't know what I just said. I wasn't saying anything." She goes, "Yeah, you were talking." You see, I am so clear and on how the impact that I want to make in other people's lives that I was speaking the things that I was thinking out loud and had absolutely no idea I was there. How did I get to that point from somebody that was visualizing that being up on a stage, and some people that I've communicated to in front of hundreds of thousands of people? And let's be really clear, this is not about me speaking about clarity. What I'm talking about is making an impact in others so they can go and make an impact in others, right? So what can we give in order to give others? How do I don't just impact the people here or on the video, but how do we impact through those people? Well, 10 years ago, I'm walking through my garage, and I am absolutely panicked about life because I am not clear. I'm that guy that would walk into a room, and I would be thinking about, am I smiling big enough? Am I not smiling enough? My armpits are sweaty, right? They might be sweaty now, too. But my armpits were sweaty all the time because of how nervous I was. Was I walking too slow? Was I walking too fast? What are the people thinking about me if I walk this way? Am I wearing the right belt? Do you wear brown with blue or black? I don't know. I don't know those things. But what I do know is that with that anxiety that I had every single day, I was not clear about the direction that I had in my own life. But when I started to learn about myself, I became unlocked. And the thing that I learned about myself is I'm good in 3 things, and I focus on those 3 things. The first one is faith. I believe and I believe. You can tell me anything you want to tell me, and I'm like, I believe in you. Whatever it is, I'm excited about everybody and everything that everybody talked today. I'm like sitting up here, and I'm just like taking all kinds of notes. I got a whole notebook. If anybody wants to break down afterwards, I can share all my notes with you, right? Faith. The next one is building into others, and tied for 3rd and 4th is wisdom and knowledge. Well, how do I take that information that I've been given to be a good steward with, and I use those things in application every single day? You see, until I had that information, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to act, which led to the anxiety because I didn't know who I was and what I was supposed to do with what I've been given. So what ended up happening was I learned, and then I dug into it, and then I read this stuff, and I watched this stuff, and I went to the seminars. And I didn't just become unlocked, then it became unleashed. And when we become unleashed, then we truly can become undeniable. But first, we have to have clarity in what we want. I talk to my docs all the time. I'm like, what do you want? They're like, I want a $4 million practice. No, that's not what I mean. What do you want? I want a $4 million with a team that's happy. No, that's not what I mean. What do you want? What do you want both personally and professionally? Because business is not life. Yeah, I'm a coach, and the business is what I coach, but business is not life. Business is to get us what we most desire in life. So I got to tie the business results to what you want in your life and the areas of your life that I need to know. You want to go on a date night with your wife because your business is controlling your life? When you go home at the end of the night, are you looking at your kids in their eyeballs? Are you giving them the eye attention that they need and deserve? Are you giving them that great quote? Are you giving them the best present of your presence? Are you doing those things? No, you're not. Because when you go home and you're with your family, you're thinking about your business, and when you're in your business, you're guilty. You feel guilty about spending time with your family. I need to know what you want, and I need you to be clear on it. But Anthony, I've got to work like 5 days a week, or I've got to work 4 days a week. No, you don't have to, because that's what you decided on. So you're right. I mean, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right, right? So if you tell me that's what you've accepted, then you're right. And that's what I tell people, and they look at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, yeah, you're right. The reason why you're burnt out, I hear a lot of that. The reason why you're stressed, the reason why you're guilty, is because you haven't made a different decision in order to think differently about how you think. So how do we think differently about how we think? Because the quality of our life is determined by the quality of questions that we ask. And here's the deal. There's this guy, he was around a while back ago, named Harry Houdini. He's in doing some jail thing where they invite him over and they're like, you need to get out of this thing, and if you don't get out, then we donate money. But he's never lost a bet in order to get out of a jail cell or out of a safe or out of whatever. And the trick is what they do is him and his wife would kiss, and they would pass a lockpick set through their kiss. They drop the thing. He's working on this thing. He's supposed to be out in 3 minutes. 3 minutes goes up, the curtain goes up. He's still working on the lock. Still working on it. Shut it. I'm not getting out of here until I'm done. They shut the curtain back down. He goes back to work. He is working so hard and so intensely on this lock that he leans forward on the door. Was the door locked? No. It swings open. Where was the door locked? Physically or in his mind? If we don't know what questions to ask and we can't get clear on what we want out of our life, then how do we get clear on what we want in our business? Man, I'll tell you what, I'm all fired up listening to these Vivos guys. I'm like, maybe I need to be a Vivos like doctor. No, I don't. I don't want to go to school anymore. I'm clear on that. I'm just joking, right? But I get fired up for that. Texting my wife, let's get Aiden over to we got to figure out something. We're in Topeka, Kansas. If anybody knows anybody in Topeka, Kansas, right? I'm like, we got to get Aiden, my son, my 17-year-old, over to these people, right? But see, when we have clarity on what we want, it gives us power. And that power gives us passion. And the passion leads to energy. And when the profit is not there, especially during COVID, it's your passion and your purpose that will push you through. I was on spring break with my family when the United States shut down and my phone started blowing up from my clients. What are we going to do? I'm like, guys, it's not about what, it's about why. Why do you do what you do? I need you to reframe and redirect your focus. I need you to pay attention and go back to the basics on why you got into this. I need you to go back and work on all the things that you told me that you were working on with your family and with your coworkers and with your associates. Why do you want them to have the success that you want them to have? And that passion is what pushes us through. And then that's going to lead us to focus. And one of the craziest things about the focus that I heard during the pandemic is there was this graph that comes out. And the graph says, here's the ordinary line. And then it's going to dip and you're going to build momentum and it's going to come up above the ordinary line. and then it's going to come down and be ordinary again. I'm like, we just went through a pandemic. You shut down for 3 months, and you're going to allow this graph to tell you that we're going to go back to ordinary when we just been through extraordinary circumstances? No, we don't go to the gym not to build muscle. You just went through a life gym. We're going to come out of this and we're going to be extraordinary with what we expect of ourselves, of our team, and our business. And you know what? The practices flourish because we didn't talk about surviving. We talked about thriving. We talked about the impact. And we went back to passion and purpose and clarity. That led to maximum results, and everybody became unlocked, unleashed, and now they are undeniable. Thank you.
Now, Anthony, great job. I love your passion. It comes out, the purpose. I mean, you can't, when you're speaking, you can't not listen. You know, there's a lot of times you'll hear speakers and you just kind of zone out. You don't allow that, and you're a pro. Just like I said just before, but you're a pro. You know, I'm glad I got to hear you today. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I've been watching you literally the whole time, sitting there, taking notes, paying attention to every single person's speech. And before you even mentioned that, I was going to mention it because I watched you doing it the whole time. So your drive, your motivation. Honestly, after Jasmine, I was like, I don't know how this guy's going to go up after what he just went through. But you gave her a run for her money, too. This is going to be a fun competition. You did a great job. You're going to make it really far, man.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Dr. Laura Schwent. Yeah, girl, all right. Believes women dental professionals can have it all when they take care of their most valuable asset, personal health. Dr. Schwent recovered from dental burnout at the height of her career, and it's now her mission to help women lead a more balanced life and prevent burnout. Help me welcome Laura to the stage.
Thank you so much. I was living the dental dream until that fight with my husband woke me up. We were living in Minnesota. Yeah, you betcha. With my 3 amazing kids. 2 Great Danes, 4 guinea pigs, 1 cat, and 1 lizard. I was also running my dream startup dental practice. 8 people on payroll, 5 days a week, 8 to 10-hour days. I was busy. Busy, busy, busy. I had created a treadmill of busyness, and every day it went faster and faster until the scenery of life was just a blur. Now, I'm a runner, and I've run a bunch of marathons, and it was starting to feel like my dental career was a never-ending marathon. Non-stop, day in, day out, go, go, go. As a dentist, a wife, a mom, that's what we do, right? Suddenly, my heart started whispering to me. I started having body aches and difficulty sleeping and anxiety attacks. Thinking these were just part of the job, I ignored these whispers and forged on. Then my heart started yelling. I started having extreme digestive issues, antisocial tendencies, and complete compassion fatigue. At this point, I'll tell you a little secret. I hated my job, and I didn't like myself either. I was completely ashamed. I thought, why can't I do it all like everybody else? And then, just like in a marathon, when you're close to the end and you feel like you can't take another step, bam, I hit a wall. My wall came in the form of a pediatric cardiologist who told me, "I'm sorry to say, your son has a life-threatening genetic disorder. And starting right now, he's going to need a lot of care and surgery." Whoa, care? Surgery? Right now? I mean, obviously I'll do whatever it needs to do for my son. It's just, I'm so busy. How am I going to do that and run a practice? My husband put it a little more bluntly. During that fight, he yelled, "You're never home. And when you are home, you're completely exhausted and checked out. If we're going to take care of our son, something's got to change." Have any of you ever felt that way? Have any of you ever been running on the treadmill of busyness so fast you can't catch your breath, and deep down you know something's got to change? If so, I'm not surprised, because it's kind of the nature of the dental world to get stuck on that treadmill of busyness. Physical stress, emotional stress, financial stress. Heck, most days we don't even have time to pee. And here's the thing, 84% of dentists report having had feelings of burnout. And that's why I'm here. I'm here to help you step off the treadmill of busyness a little more often so you can enjoy the scenery of life. And to do that, I'm going to share with you the rest of my story and 3 of the balance basics from my Balance Boss blueprint that helped me reclaim my life, become a balance boss, so you can become a balance boss too. When we got that diagnosis for my son and I hit my wall, it occurred to me, wait a minute, my practice is nothing like what I thought it would be when I started out. My dream, or my why, was that I'd build a small, manageable practice where I developed real relationships with patients and had time to nurture my family. And I did. And then my practice started growing, which of course I thought was a good thing. And so, like we do, I added another assistant, another hygienist, an office manager, some shiny new equipment, and finally, I added a whole nother day just to squeeze everybody in and pay all the bills. Suddenly, my practice wasn't small and manageable anymore. And I realized, wow, I'm so far away from my why. And if I don't get back to it, I'm going to be no good to anybody, especially my son. And so I went on a quest to remember my why. I needed help, so I hired a coach and I began to change my inner world. Then I changed my outer world and how I practiced. It wasn't easy for me or my practice. I was afraid I'd lose patients, and I did. I was afraid I'd lose team members, and I did. And I felt like a complete failure. But then, the team members I lost were replaced with people that became my dream team. I loved working with them, and I began to love dentistry again too. I had more time to spend with my son, all because I remembered my why, and that's the first balance basic. Go on a quest to remember your why. Everybody's why is unique to them, and knowing yours will allow you to be on a path of more joyful days. If you want to avoid burnout and live a more balanced life, remember your why every day. So I had more time, but there was still a lot of anxiety. Like, for instance, sweet little Johnny, who happens to be your son's best friend, who comes in and is nervous even for the hygiene appointment. And he's in your schedule today for ortho extractions, right? Then life handed me some real anxiety. My husband had symptoms of the same genetic disorder as my son, and he needed surgery ASAP. Oh my gosh, I almost lost it. I got so stressed out. I thought, if I don't learn how to deal with this life stress, I'm gonna burn out again. So I thought about running marathons and how I'd build in days of rest. And bingo! Why don't I add that philosophy into my life? So I'd started building daily life resistance into my days. Things like meditation, dedicated me time, and learning how to say no to things that didn't serve me. Over time, I started to notice a shift. My days became more productive without the crazy chaos, and my practice became healthier emotionally and financially. All this because I added daily steps to build my resilience in the face of stress. And that's the second balance basic. Take daily actions to build resilience to stress. So what about you? Can you admit that stress will always be a part of your life? Even with the best planning, there is always stress in a dental office. Hello, 4 o'clock patient who comes with a strong gag reflex, is difficult to numb, and shows up 10 minutes late on your day to carpool to soccer practice, right? What are daily actions you can take to build your resilience to stress? All right, so I remembered my why, I was managing my stress, and then I learned the third balance basic. You may have heard of buddy breathing. It's something that scuba divers do when they lose part of their equipment. They share equipment. And you take a deep breath in and slowly release it. And it's complete magic because it calms you down. Why? It gets you out of fight or flight. One morning our server went down, and by the time I got it going again, I was way behind schedule. So I was scurrying around trying to catch up all morning. By lunch, I collapsed into my chair from the prolonged anxiety, and I thought, God, I need less fight or flight at work. Wait a minute, why don't I buddy breathe and slow down? And so I did. Every time I had the urge to race, I would buddy breathe. Slowing my breath and slowing down gave me more time with patients. I even taught buddy breathing to one of my most anxious patients. He came into the office one day and he said, Dr. Laura, you changed my life. Every time I feel anxious, I do that weird breathing technique you showed me, and I calm down. That comment was the best gift I could ever receive because it showed me that slowing down is a gift. It's a gift for me, a gift for my family, and a gift for my practice. That's the third balance basic. Give the gift of slowing down. What would it look like for you to slow down? What would it be to change the culture in your practice? And how could it change the lives of others? Now you know the three balance basics, and I'm happy to say because I followed them, my life is full of gratitude. I'm grateful for my family's well-being. I'm grateful for my journey, and I'm grateful for the fact that I can help you with yours. Let's take the shame out of burnout and help each other. Remember, you are the CEO of your life. Become the boss of your balance. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So many takeaways. Compassion fatigue is real, and it's more well known in the medical profession than in dentistry. So I love that you're highlighting that because it is a thing. I love that you introduced your movement, the Balanced Boss movement, very memorable, very catchy, and it's something that I myself would want to be a part of, and if very relatable. A lot of what we talk about is systems and process. You're giving us an exact system and tool to snap ourselves out of that busyness, take a moment, and continue on with our day. So I love that. You gave so much personal emotion within this, made it relatable to you. So I wrote storytelling meets performance, amazing poise and stage presence, beautiful articulation and voice tone. It's you didn't skip a beat, so very amazing delivery, but many takeaways, inner world versus outer world, and quotes, go on a quest to remember your why. Very amazing, very good.
Thank you, thank you.
Laura, you made a big impression on Elaine, obviously. Look at those notes that she took there. Super thorough. I love this idea of taking daily actions to build resilience. And that makes sense. A lot of times people try to bite more than they can chew, right? By doing it all at once, and that's not really very pragmatic. And it's obvious how passionate you are about the topic, and your emotion is really genuine. So thank you for sharing your story with us.
Thank you. Thank you for
Yeah,
taking the
you
time
got
to be
it.
up here today. I appreciate your feedback. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker this afternoon is Angela Mulrooney. She's a global speaker and best-selling author and social media expert. She helps entrepreneurs around the world, including me, to unleash their potential by developing their brand or simplifying the entrepreneurial journey. Angela takes clients from chaos to organization so they are at peak performance all year round. Help me welcome Angela Mulrooney.
Have you ever had a moment in your life where everything you've been working towards comes together in a perfect click? Oh, it's like magic when it happens. But what happens when that click occurs, it starts propagating a series of cracks that destroy your life? That's what happened to me just over a decade ago. I had wanted to be a dentist since I was 2 years old. If you can imagine, I was this tiny little kid with crazy blonde curly hair trying to charm everyone in my wake into letting me play with their teeth. And that love of teeth carried me through university, where I also developed a love of dance. At 24, my dreams came true. By day, I was going to be a perfect dentist. By night, a famous professional dancer. The only problem is, I am extremely shy. As a dancer, I stepped into the character I needed to embody to be confident on stage. But as a dentist, it was a different story. When I had to talk to adults, I would start getting in my head about how stupid everything I was saying must sound. My workaround was to work with kids, because I could just tell them stories about all the different colored sugar bugs I was removing from their teeth, how they were doing cartwheels and backflips up into the suction. And for the first 4.5 years of my career, it worked. But then I reached a crossroads where I had a choice. I could stay the shy, perfect associate in my comfort zone, or I could pivot and start realizing my full potential. Like Kismet, I landed a locum for a 78-year-old dentist at an adult-based practice, and my transformation began. The first day I arrived at work, when I opened the door, what greeted my eyes was unlike anything I had ever seen before. The carpet, once beige, was blackened from years of dirt and cigarette smoke because it had never been cleaned. The first patient I laid back in the chair actually grabbed the tubing to the drill to support it because they knew it didn't work properly if they didn't. Not only was the environment in poor repair, sadly, so were the patients. The majority of the work placed the previous 3 years looked like Pac-Man had gone in and eaten underneath it, because it had been placed on a bed of decay. And patients knew things weren't quite right. They knew the old dentist probably should have been wearing gloves about a decade before he did, and remembered his fingers tasting like alcohol and cigarettes. They knew when he dropped the restoration on the floor, picked it up with his bare hand and blew it off and put it right back in their mouth, that wasn't quite right either. And it was a curiosity to me why they stayed. It turns out they really liked him. He was charismatic. He was larger than life. He made them feel seen. And then there was me, the shy little wallflower who literally wanted to disappear. Now, even though the scenario was plastered in red flags, every day that I walked in there, I felt full of hope and sunshine because I could see the potential in everything. I could see the potential to step into my power as a dentist and reinvent my brand. So I decided to buy the practice and started chasing my entrepreneurial dream. I crafted the perfect plan, and everyone I told it to told me there was no way in that broken down practice I would ever achieve my dreams. So I decided to prove them wrong. And over the next year, I worked harder than I ever had in my life, and by the end of the first year, I had increased production by 73%. I had climbed the impossible mountain of achievement and was looking down, seeing my hard work come together in a perfect click. And it was magical. But that click started propagating a series of cracks down the mountain that would soon have me in free fall back down to the bottom. In dental school, they told us if we took really good care of the patients, we could avoid being sued. I had tried to take perfect care of the patients. But my life changed on a Tuesday afternoon when 2 registered letters arrived at my practice. I'd never received a registered letter before, so I was actually pretty excited about the whole thing because I thought it was a milestone in being a business owner. So I happily took my letters into my office, opened the first one, and as I started to read it, the room started to spin. I laid down on the floor, opened the second one, and the news was just as bad. 2 of the employees that I had inherited with the practice, who had worked for me for 9 and 10 months respectively, were suing me for $150,000 for wrongful dismissal. Soon after, patients were canceling left, right, and center. And when I asked them why, they told me they didn't have jobs, they didn't have insurance, they didn't have money, because while I had been so busy chasing my entrepreneurial dream, I hadn't noticed that around me, the economy had soured, and we were now in the full throes of the global financial crisis. Between the weight of the lawsuit and the weight of the economic downturn, I started to feel like I was being crushed. And for the first time in my life, I realized I stood to lose it all. I stopped dancing. I stopped talking to my friends because I was so ashamed that I had climbed the impossible mountain and I was in free fall because I'd been naive enough to believe that I could make my dreams come true. The only thing allowing me to even feebly try to gain a toehold on my career was knowing that on the eve of my 30th birthday, I would know my fate. I would know whether these 2 ladies had either accepted or countered my settlement offer. So at least there would be some sort of pathway forward. The eve of my 30th birthday came. 4 p.m. came, I heard nothing. 6 p.m., crickets. By 8 p.m., I finally got a hold of the lawyer and she told me they hadn't bothered to respond. I hadn't even known that that was one of the options, and I had been waiting these last few months for this moment to determine what my future held, and suddenly I was in further free fall. All the pain, all the shame, all the fear I had been shoving down started to tornado inside me, and I started to spiral out of control. And it hadn't been that long since I was actually full of hope and sunshine, and now all there was darkness. I eventually peeled myself off the floor, walked down into my basement, and as the cool air hit my face, I felt relief because I knew my pain would soon be over. I climbed up on the stool that I'd placed, reached for the rough rope that I'd hung, and as my hand clasped that rough rope, my cell phone rang. All I wanted tonight was to give into the darkness and end my pain. But I also didn't want to alarm anyone to anything being so wrong. So in order to maintain appearances, I picked up the phone. It was a patient who had asked me to do what the old dentist would have done, which was place another 5-service pinned IRM. And tonight, she had eaten some jujubes and had sucked that IRM right out of her tooth. And now she needed me. She needed me. I took a deep breath I stepped off the stool and I slowly walked back into my life. I took all my pain and channeled it into achievement. I rebranded my practice. I started competing internationally in dance. I developed my voice as a choreographer as well as a voice in the dental community. That phone call changed my life. Sitting in the darkness, I realized that the world actually needed me. But if I was actually going to make a difference, I needed to find my voice. That moment changed the course of my life as well, to end up eventually selling my practice and developing the Unleashing Empire, which includes my social media company, my professional dance company, my business coaching company, as well as my speaking brand. During the pandemic, so many people have sat in the darkness and wondered if the pain was even worth it. And when you have climbed the impossible mountain of achievement and you are in free fall due to failure, whether it's health, wealth, or career, it can feel life-defining. But rock bottom doesn't have to be about how hard you hit. Instead, it can be about how high you choose to bounce back to reach the greatest heights of your life.
They must have rigged this competition to put all 5 of these people in the same thing at the end. 5 10s in a row.
Yeah, pretty amazing. Awesome job. I don't know if I want to dance or go to the theater, but maybe both. You're amazing. I love the content. You kind of had me from the start. And obviously, you're also a seasoned pro. So it's great. And I just don't see a shy little thing, but hey, that's just me. All right. Great job.
Thank you.
Turn it on. There we go. Thank you, everybody. It has been an amazing first day. Let's give a hand one more time to all of our speakers, going all the way back to early this morning, right? So some of you may be wondering what happened to Dr. Gupta. Well, as you heard, he obviously tried CBD for the first time, and I came back as Dr. Gupta. It has been a long day for everybody. We want to let everybody know that as of right now, for anybody that is watching live, as well as anybody that is here that wants to vote for the amazing speakers that you saw today, as well as the vendors. So remember, we have both Dentistry's Got Talent as well as Vendors Got Talent. Be sure to go. The link has been posted on the Smiles at Sea Facebook page. If you're watching on YouTube, it's been posted there. If you're watching on LinkedIn, it's been posted there. You can go ahead, and it is going to be open for the next 20 minutes. Okay, so we're going to go ahead, and that link will be there. You can go ahead and click on that and vote. Be sure to go back, think through all of the amazing speakers today. We saw a lot of great content, energy, passion, and as so many of them said, dentistry is coming back. So be sure to go and look at that over the next 20 minutes. Also wanted to let you know that we will start tomorrow morning at 7:45 Eastern. We will have a new set of judges. Let's give a big hand, speaking of the judges, to your judges today. Wonderful job. Maybe a standing O, right? Certainly not easy to do what they did today, and so thank you so much. We'll have a new set of judges tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful evening, and thanks for tuning in.